Wait, I'm streaming? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I didn't know I hit go live. What the fuck? Wait, what the hell? I didn't think I hit go live yet. I just noticed everyone typing hi. I didn't even realize I was fucking live. What the hell? What are you guys doing? Sorry, I was trying to change the title of the stream. Yeah, right? I could have been naked. Wait, I wasn't really ready to start streaming yet. Sorry. Wait a second, what the hell happened here? Oh, it turns out I'm not keeping it together. Okay, call me Bree. Don't call me Bree, because I'm not keeping it together. What the hell? Dude, I had the worst sleep last night, and I don't know why. I don't know why I had the worst sleep last night, but I did. Keeping it together, Bree. I'm alright. As long as I don't think about it too much. You're safe among friends. Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar. Well, don't come over then. Hear ye, hear ye. Bishop Alexander was slain by Seekers. Culprits still at large. I did watch the BoJack Horseman video. You know, at the time when I watched that, I didn't realize, but they actually, from what I remember, they actually had a pretty mature and well-developed relationship. Mr. Peanut Butter and Diana. They actually had a pretty mature and well-developed relationship. You know, very different personalities, but you know, it was a believable thing. It was a believable, yeah. It's a good show. Diane, yeah. It's a good show, honestly. Well written characters. Very human characters, indeed. Very real. A very real look at how depression is never ending. And addiction is a lifelong battle. And ultimately, all you can really do is your best, you know? That's just how it goes in the end. What can you do other than your best? Not much else, right? Which show? BoJack Horseman. I only watched Uwu until I think season 4. The last episode I remember watching ended with BoJack's a daughter he had from like a one night stand or something. I don't know. One of his he has like an estranged daughter. Drake moment. And the season ended with her being like, "I don't need you to be my dad. But I don't have Hollyhock." But then it turns out that she wasn't. I don't think she was his dad. I don't think he was her dad. He was actually her brother. Yeah, she had like 9 dads, but she's like, "I don't need you to be my dad, but like having a brother would be cool." And that was how it ended. And it was a really nice ending. And as far as I'm aware, the actual ending of the show is not very nice, so I'm just gonna choose to never go back and revisit it and pretend that it ended on a happy note. Okay? I'm just never gonna go rewatch it and pretend that's how it ended. Yep.
Whatever you want to do.
Anyway. Dude, when I finish Act 2 of Divinity, I am going to blow this fucking market up, and it is going to be so satisfying. I am going to, like, nuclear bomb all of these fucking merchants and kill every fucking one of them for making me suffer through hours of fucking keeping it together, Brie. Keeping it together, Brie. I'm alright. I'm alright as long as I don't think about it too much. Keeping it together, Brie. I'm alright as long as I don't think. Smells worse over here. Hear ye, hear ye. The fucking cows, bro. The cows. Why are there cows mooing in the fucking background as well? Why does it never end? Why cows, bro? It's like ridiculous. If I don't come visit you, then who will? Wouldn't you like to know? I opened it, might as well watch, sure.
Sweetie, you know I support you, whatever you want to do, but you're not going to find what you're looking for in these awful, made-up places. The universe is a cruel, uncaring void. The key to being happy isn't to search for meaning, it's to just keep yourself busy with unimportant nonsense, and eventually, you'll be dead.
Well, I guess I can keep my options open.
Great!
What the? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Oh my god, this must be like the most aggressive they can get with each other. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Sorry, I was typing up a storm. I was giving advice. I got a DM like 2 weeks ago that I never responded to because I haven't I don't think I've opened Twitter in 2 weeks, unironically. When was the last time I tweeted? Holy May 10th. Holy moly. Yeah, I haven't opened Twitter in. I guess that's not too long ago, but yeah, I've barely been opening Twitter. Oh, I gotta go put my teeth back in and brush my teeth and maybe wash my face or something. So I need a minute or two because I never did that before the stream started because I wasn't ready to stream. One sec. Post more links of shit you want me to watch while I brush my teeth. Post more links of shit you want me to watch on stream.
Folks, what do you get when a soon-to-be married
Motherfucker, I meant like clips. I didn't mean fucking 30-minute videos. What the fuck? Bro. video. Sorry, one second. I'm sure the video is hilarious. Like, I'm sure it's great. It's just that I was, you know, what are we doing here? I woke up a little late. I was a little disorganized. I wasn't ready to start the stream, so I accidentally hit go live. So I'm kind of just working on shit right now. You know how it is. How did I get a bruise here? What the hell? Also, don't look at my armpits. But how did I get a bruise here? What the fuck happened? Did I end up watching the league thing? No, I fell asleep. I had pizza, and then I fell asleep. So, you know. And then I woke up like 10 hours later. I don't know why I slept for so long, and I woke up feeling like shit when I woke up as well. Like, I had a headache before bed, and I woke up and I felt like ass. Like, actual ass when I woke up. Like, so bad. Did a bug hit me? I don't know. I don't think I hit it on anything either, so I don't know what bruised it. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I wasn't ready to go live, so that's why I'm extra disorganized today. I was just gonna take a minute to like do all my skincare and everything and all that stuff before I started the stream, but or like, you know what I mean, just like get in just get more situated to start streaming. But it didn't end up happening. Yeah, my eyes feel kind of heavy. I wonder if this is a take a day off makeup kind of day, because my eyes don't feel so good right now. My eyes feel heavy in the same way that they would feel if I'd been wearing makeup for like 10 hours. You know what I mean? Like a lot of heavy eyeshadow for a long time. Just like a lot of heaviness under him. So maybe it's a day to just take off makeup. I say you changed. No, you got away from it. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to be funny. Just be lazy if you want. See, I took my meds today, so I did a good job of that. So it's not like I'm not doing makeup because I didn't take meds, which is often that happens, right? It's often that I don't take my medication, and that's why I end up not doing anything. Although yesterday I did not take meds, which might have been part of the issue. I did not take medication yesterday. But today I did. So my decision to not do makeup is not based off of laziness, which is good, you know? I don't want to make decisions based off of just being too lazy to do something. Yeah, it's not that I'm too lazy to do, anyway, so yeah. Not that I'm too lazy to do makeup, just that I wonder if I need to just take a day to, like, rest a bit more. Because, yeah. It's mostly my eyes, which is the weird thing. It's actually mostly this eyeball. Which is weird that I can pinpoint so precisely. The weird feeling eyeball. Ah. Okay, we'll give our eyes a minute to absorb the moisturizer. Oh. And then we'll see. Might have to clean my desk a little bit. Also, let me go find my little vacuum thing. 1 second, I'm busy. My little vacuum thing. It's kind of a mess over here. Give me a sec. It's like dusty. Sorry, it's just... just be lazy if I want. Put on the iPad. We can put on the iPad, I guess. I don't want to be lazy, though. It's not about being lazy. It's just about not feeling good. Or whatever. Not feeling up to the challenge of the stream. But I also won't do anything else today, so... You know what it is. It's not about being lazy. It's really funny. Oh, the video? Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Whatever, cousin. Whatever. We'll watch the fucking video. Sure. Here you go. I'm just gonna chill. I could have taken a day off. Yeah, but weekends are the best days for streams in terms of like viewership and stuff. So I'm trying to get the weekends right now.
Couple is given all.
I'm trying to get the weekends pretty consistently.
Folks, what do you get when a
Holy
soon-to-be
fucking
married
Lord.
couple is given all the money they need for their dream wedding? But the groom has to plan the entire thing by himself, while the bride is kept in the dark about everything until their actual wedding day. Spoiler alert, you get some of the worst weddings that have ever taken place. And this week
What the hell? Wait, why would they do that?
was the premise of the British reality TV show Don't Tell the Bride. And we're gonna watch a full episode today, but I thought it'd be fun to do a quick run through of some of the worst weddings that have taken place on this show. One episode featured a Beauty and the Beast themed wedding, which is already a pretty gnarly decision.
That's
because
terrible.
You know how I feel about Disney weddings. But the groom absolutely went for it. He dressed like Beast, like with animal prosthetics and stuff.
No, bro, stop.
And it's like, dude, Beast turns into like a regular hot guy at
Yeah.
the end of the movie. Just dress up like that. What does that say about the groom? Well, it's the most important day of my
Dude,
life,
I hate-
so
I
might
hate
as well
that.
dress like a
That's
furry.
terrible.
There's another episode that featured a groom who really likes to play darts. So naturally, he planned a darts-themed wedding. The bride's
Why though? Like what? I mean, I guess he liked it. Whatever.
maids wore dresses with dartboards on them.
No, dude. No, it's so trash.
Probably not safe to do at a darts-themed wedding. Inside the reception, they had a bunch of dartboards, and they even got a professional darts player to officiate the wedding. And of course, that's what a professional darts player looks like, man. Why would you want a guy that looks like that officiating
Yeah,
your
why?
wedding? Now, before the husband and wife say bullseye do, if there's anybody in the audience who objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace. You object? No, it's your bling, sir. It's so bright. Where the hell do you even get all of it? Target. Okay. Ow! So I think you
Not
guys
funny.
get the gist of the show. Guys are super dumb and pretty much clueless when we're left to our own devices, and it's hilarious to watch. But my favorite part about this show is seeing like the husband's logic and how they arrive at the choices they make.
Of
And I found a
course.
great episode that demonstrates that pretty well. So without further ado, let's watch an episode of Don't Tell the Bride.
With just 3 weeks and £14,000 to throw the wedding of a lifetime.
So yeah, that piece of
14?
information, like,
I think it was £14,000. She said. Is that a lot of money for a wedding? I don't know. Also, don't know how old the video is. I don't know how old the wedding thing is, but is £14,000 for a wedding not like a totally normal amount to spend? Is that not like? Am I wrong for thinking that that's not like how much weddings fucking cost for like people that do like big weddings? Don't they just cost that much regardless?
like almost excuses any of the insane decisions that the grooms make. Because, I don't know if you guys know this, but my wife and I actually had 2 weddings. And let me tell you, each of those weddings took way longer than 3 weeks to plan. And they cost much more than $14,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like that doesn't sound like a lot of money either, and it's very, yeah.
Or sorry, they use pounds. They use pounds in the UK. 14,000 pounds is $24,000. So yeah, it's not like a super low budget, I guess. It's not that bad, but still, like, things add up when you plan a wedding, trust me. You'll see going forward that even with the budget and time constraints, there is no excuse for the wedding that is put on by this groom. This episode follows 33-year-old Adam and 23-year-old Bianca.
Right.
And the episode starts with a little blurb about how they met.
When they met 18 months ago on a dating app.
When I first saw Adam, I was attracted
Is 18 months to get married not a little quick?
instantly because he had like the rugby photo, the action shot.
She looked like she squatted, so she had a nice bum.
Wow.
Sorry, I never cry, but
They just both wanted to fuck each other.
And you just can't help it.
Nice bum.
And this next
No, she said the same thing about him. She was like, oh, he was hot and he played rugby, and then he's like, she had a nice ass. You know what? They're a match made in heaven. They're actually a match made in heaven.
Nice bum.
Sorry, I never cry, but sometimes you hear something so nice and you just can't help it.
Nice bum.
And this next part of their origin story is pretty wild because apparently Bianca was not planning on getting into a serious relationship whatsoever because she had a big trip planned in a few months.
I knew
Yeah.
I was going away. My tickets were booked.
But when Bianca left for the trip, Adam really missed her, so he decided to join Bianca on her 9-month-long vacation.
We went from just being, casually dating to literally spending 9 months in each other's pockets.
Take notes,
Okay.
boys. That's a good dude right there. That's what you gotta do. And the girl says she's not looking for anything serious because she's going on a really long trip in a few months. That's an open invitation, brother. And at the end of their vacation, Adam decided to pop the question.
I came up with this idea of making a heart out of rose petals.
The fact that he set it up, that's something that I wouldn't expect Adam to be capable of.
Okay. That's definitely something every guy wants to hear from their fiance. Yeah, I never knew he was capable of setting things up. I asked him to set up the patio furniture one day. He got so scared he called the cops. Well, he tried to, but he never really figured out how to set up his phone. And shortly after their engagement, they discovered that Bianca was pregnant.
18 months after first swiping right, the couple now have a new life together in South Wales.
So now we got a good understanding of the couple, and at this point of the episode,
You know
we asked
what though? I kind of like I like these. You know what? I hope they're happy together. I like
Bianca
them.
what her ideal wedding
I'm a fan.
would be if she could make all the decisions.
My ideal wedding would just be a glamorous, classical day. I don't want a theme or anything related to what we've done before. I want this to be a new chapter, a new experience.
Yeah, just a nice professional, regular wedding. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, if I'm not a good planner, okay? You know me, okay? I have really bad ADHD. I'm not good at planning. But if I had to do a wedding, it would just be like classy, elegant is a good word for it, just keep it simple, just nice looking things, very, very chill, very, very relaxed, a nice dinner, get a good drinks, a nice bar, pick a nice place for the wedding. It would just be a chill day, Very, very nice. Very nice.
Jokey, gimmicky things.
Yeah, no
just
gimmicks.
Very elegant.
Okay.
No gimmicks, no jokes, no jokey jokes, no silliness, no nothing. Just we're here, we're getting married, and we're eating food, and we're having some drinks, and the family's here, the fam's here.
So classy, elegant, simple wedding, no theme, no jokey gimmicks
Yeah.
or anything, not referencing anything they've done in the past.
Exactly.
Try to remember those when we hear Adam's ideas.
Fate has played a huge part in my
Video.
life.
I'd be doing this
New
sometimes.
chapter, a new
I'd be doing this
experience.
sometimes.
No
You're right.
jokey, gimmicky things, just very elegant.
Okay, so classy, elegant, simple wedding.
Was
no
he in the room when she said this, or is this like, does he hear her say this?
theme, No jokey gimmicks.
Was
or
he? Did
anything,
he get to hear
not
her say
referencing
that or
anything
not?
They've done in the past. Try to remember those when we hear Adam's ideas.
No, he
Fate
doesn't
has,
get to hear that.
played a
Okay.
huge part in my life, so I'm going to let fate decide the major decisions of the wedding. I will come up with various options, and Bianca will unknowingly choose her own wedding.
Absolutely 10,000 IQ play right there. He's gonna make Bianca randomly choose what her wedding is going to be like with the use of sealed envelopes because
It gives me sort of a get-out clause, because ultimately, if the day doesn't work out, then it's Bianca's fault.
What?
man.
Bro?
That's a good guy right there.
Nah,
Just
he's a
totally
genius.
absolves himself of
He's
any
so smart. It was
responsibility
her
and puts
fault for
all of it
picking.
on her still. Even though he is doing everything, all of the pressure is still on her somehow. While Adam plans the wedding with his brother for the next 3 weeks, Bianca is sent away on a little family vacation that Adam isn't allowed to invite himself to this time. And as Bianca sadly drives away, Adam immediately starts to work out the details of the wedding. Or sorry, I think I said too many words. Adam immediately starts to work out.
Well, he has to work out,
Imagine he
obviously.
just doesn't get anything ready for the next 3 weeks because he's just been working out the entire time. Bianca shows up at like an empty church 3 weeks later and he's at the fucking altar like,
How do I look? Spent 14,000 pounds on steroids. I hope that's chill.
okay, this is when we find out Adam's 2 ideas for the possible themes of their upcoming wedding. So already it's not looking good because
Yeah.
Bianca clearly said she
No
does
theme.
not want any themes.
I don't want a theme.
And both of Adam's ideas are themed weddings.
Right.
Bianca fell in love through travel, maybe getting married on a plane. And the other option is obviously a big part of my life before Bianca came along. Was obviously I was a prison officer. So we'll look at getting married in a prison.
Why? Why?
Options are either getting married on a plane or in a prison.
Why?
What's the difference? Get me out of here, I'm innocent. So to remind you, Adam is going to have his brother present 2 options, like 2 sealed envelopes to Bianca, for her to decide like major aspects of their wedding. But she doesn't know what she's picking really, so if it ends up bad, it's all Bianca's fault, quote unquote.
If the day doesn't work out, then it's
The plan was 0 out of 10, but now it's a 1 out of 10, just simply due to the other option. True.
fault.
You know,
I actually would pick the plan. If the other option is so bad, I would pick the plan.
she chose it, right? And it's like, not really. That's really not how that works, especially when both the options are bad. No matter what she picks, it's gonna be a shit wedding.
Yeah.
Also, like, as bad as the plane idea is, at least it, like, kind of makes sense. They love traveling. You travel
She's
on a
gonna pick the
plane,
prison,
but
isn't
getting
she? She's
married
gonna
in a
pick the
prison
prison.
because
Oh
Adam
no.
used to be a
Oh
prison guard?
no.
That's fucking
Oh,
insane.
no.
Obviously, don't base your wedding off of a job you used to have. What the fuck?
Used to
So
have
right around here is where
Is the
wedding
worst
will
part.
take place.
He doesn't even
That's
work it
perfect.
anymore.
Can I ask why you want to get married in the desert anyway? Well, I actually used to work out here, so it just felt right. Oh, okay, that makes sense. What'd you do for work? I used to disarm active minefields. Oh, cool. Well, if you would just follow me this way.
Not funny. Not a funny joke.
I never said I was good at my job. Okay, so Adam's brother heads over to Bianca so she can make her first decision. Prison or plane. She's obviously pretty nervous and confused, but she ends up picking the right envelope. Not the right envelope, because like both of them are wrong, I think, but she picks the envelope on the right.
I'm gonna go right.
And that means,
yes, we're doing the plane, yeah.
so they're getting
Oh,
married
thank
on a
God.
plane. And at first I
Oh,
thought this
thank
was going
God.
to be like a regular plane with like
Oh,
strangers
thank goodness.
on it and
Okay.
shit, which would have been fucking insane, but like I've seen crazier shit on airplanes, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. If I had to choose between seeing someone get married or seeing somebody like pick their toenails on a plane, I'm picking the wedding every time. But Adam at least has the decency to book out an entire airplane to fit all
Yeah.
the wedding guests. I know Taylor Swift would be so proud of him. Just a joke. And you may be thinking, now this plane that Adam is renting, is it going anywhere? Is this plane whisking everybody away to a beautiful wedding
Yeah,
destination?
what's the plane
taking
doing?
people to the reception, at least? No. None of those.
Is
The
it
plane
fly-
actually isn't fucking going anywhere.
Is it not
Adam
even-
is
it's not
spending
flying.
5,000 pounds to put everybody in a plane that will take off into the air, fly around the airport for a bit so they can get married while they're in the air, and then
Right.
it's gonna land back in the same airport.
Right.
That's such a dumb idea. When a girl dreams about walking down the aisle one day, I don't think they're picturing that type of aisle. And also, dude, Bianca was 8 months pregnant at the time of filming this. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant, but I can assume it's
Oh,
pretty
no.
uncomfortable. And I think being on a
Wait.
plane, the most uncomfortable place, like in the world, that's probably a bad combo.
That is
for
a bad
plan.
idea.
And dude, the next part of this episode is like so hard to watch. Bianca and her mom take a tour of Bianca's like dream wedding venue, and before we go any further, yes, I know, I'll talk about it. I'm thinking the same thing. Holy shit, that hair is gnarly. Impressive, really. I want to know how many moms took a screenshot of this episode, printed it out, and immediately sprinted to their hairdresser.
Good for her. I don't care,
This is the
bro.
ultimate Karen cut. Dude, if I was working a retail job and I saw her walking,
No, that is true, though.
on the spot.
I
All
would be
jokes aside,
scared.
though, as diagonal as her bangs are, she's actually the most level-headed person
Yeah.
in this whole episode.
She seems
and
cool.
This part is just so hard to watch because all
She seems
Bianca
cool.
wants is a nice classic wedding to celebrate their love. You know, just no bells or whistles.
Look at her jacket,
super
too.
simple.
Look at her fucking jacket. Yo, she's so sick. She's so fucking cool.
And you'd assume that would be easy for Adam to pull off. Peace and love, he seems like a pretty simple guy. But while Bianca's looking at this wedding venue, Adam is on like a cramped airplane like, yeah, this will be good, bro. Perfect for a wedding. Yeah, maybe they'll even have a movie playing on the little telly screens.
Is being 17,000 feet in the air pregnant gonna make her happy?
Well, she hasn't got a choice. That's the situation I've left her in.
Such a
This
shit.
guy is
Sorry, I'm being a little
terrible.
Maybe he'll redeem himself with the wedding reception. Unfortunately, he wants the reception to be themed as well.
Adam wants to hold a Thai beach party reception.
Because they got engaged in Thailand. And although the plane is a bad idea, maybe he'll pick a pretty venue for
Yeah,
everybody to
a
eat,
beach.
dance away
A
the
beach could be nice. I'm gonna be honest with you. A beach. I know that she wanted something more classy, but if a nice beach reception, good weather, good vibes. I can see the beach. I can see the beach working out.
of their terrible high altitude wedding. Let's see what he picked. Oh. Who the fuck looks at this venue and thinks wedding reception? An actual ghost could look at this venue and be like, no thank you. This is way too scary. Like, this is where the final fight of a ninja movie takes place. This is where This is warehouse. This old dirty warehouse with a leaky ceiling is the venue that Adam chooses for the reception. And he hires this guy to transform the building into Thailand.
So I want all my guests to be transported to Thailand.
It's also super funny that he says he wants all of his guests transported to Thailand after being on a vehicle that could literally transport them to Thailand.
We're not going to get a better space than this, are we, really?
I don't think so, man.
So I'm going to shake your hand on it.
Guys, you must know better places exist, right? Feel bad for these guys. Okay, so they're now halfway through their 14,000 pound budget, but all they have is the
plane and a fucking
venue. They still
warehouse.
need to buy rings, dresses, suits, shoes, food, drinks, and a bunch of sand to be transported to the warehouse so it can look like Thailand.
We want to fill it with sand.
You know, the things that every wedding has. And you know, as much as I'm making fun of these guys, budgeting, it's pretty difficult, right? It's hard to do for a wedding. It's hard to do in our everyday lives, which is why I'm so excited to talk about the sponsor of this week's video, Rocket Money.
I can't back to me.
And next up is the dress. One of the most important parts of the wedding.
Please don't ruin the
some
dress.
girls go their whole lives dreaming
Thinking,
of
yeah.
their perfect wedding dress. It's an incredibly pivotal part of the wedding. So with such a big decision, Adam has no choice. But Bianca does. She has to choose whether she wants a cheap dress or an expensive dress.
Ideally, we want the least expensive.
And they say chivalry is dead.
I don't want too much booby, see?
I like this one with the cleavage.
But unfortunately, she chooses the cheap dress.
So the cheap choice it is then.
In this next part, Bianca goes dress shopping so we, the audience, can see what type of dress that she would choose if it was up to her. And this is when she voices her concern about Adam choosing the dress.
I'm a little bit worried because I'm 7 months pregnant now. Hopefully Adam thinks about that as well when he sort of thinks about his choices.
Yeah.
You got a big storm coming. But no, that's totally fair.
Oh,
Like
she's
I
not
said,
gonna
I don't
fit
know what
into
it's
the
like to be
dress.
pregnant.
Oh,
I can't
no,
imagine
man.
what that would feel like to have like a fucking baby inside of you. That's weird. Not weird. It's good. It's a miracle.
Oh,
miracle.
no.
Being
Dude,
pregnant,
it's so
that's
over.
probably the craziest, hardest thing a person can do. I'd like to think most husbands-to-be would consider that, obviously, if they had a pregnant wife. But we did just see Adam choose the birthplace of hepatitis for a wedding reception, so obviously he doesn't take that into
Fucking
consideration
worse,
at
bro.
all. Bianca chooses a beautiful designer dress, while Adam orders a 160-pound dress off the internet. The currency pounds, by the way. Not like the dress doesn't weigh 160 pounds. Although that wouldn't fucking surprise me if he did that.
No, put it on. It'll be a good workout.
Dress for women is probably the most important thing. It sort of determines how they feel on the day. But ultimately, she picked that option for it to be the cheapest dress. So if she doesn't like it, then that was her fault.
Like, yo, no, it's not.
This guy is the worst human
asshole,
being
dude.
of
That's
all
so
time
mean.
ever.
She didn't pick it. She picked a random envelope that you showed. She didn't fucking know, dude. I can't imagine Bianca watching this episode back for the first time and not.
But the thing is, she has no, like, there's no winning for her, because let's say she picks the more expensive one, he's still gonna get her a shit dress. He's just gonna have no money for everything else.
Divorcing him.
The guy looks like this.
Sorry, but your house is too close to the curb.
Oh, yeah? Well, your eyes are too close to your nose.
Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, he kind of does.
Can't imagine Bianca watching this episode back for the first time and not divorcing him immediately. His logic is just so flawed, you know? Like, imagine on the plane, Bianca is like, why did you pick a plane to get married on? This is so dumb. I didn't want this either. You picked it, okay? We could have been getting married in a prison right now. It's like, dude, no matter what she picks, it's gonna suck because you suck. Sorry, I digress. Now it's time for Adam to show the bridesmaids the dresses that they'll be wearing at the wedding. And for some reason, he picks 10-pound neon pink and yellow dresses. I don't know the reasoning behind that decision. I feel
why
like
did he
maybe
do
watched
that?
an episode of Power Rangers and he was like, oh, okay, so
Why?
yellow are girl color.
Okay, but here's the thing. Oh, sorry.
And
whatever.
I feel like for this whole
the thing is, sorry, this isn't their money that they're spending, so they should just do another wedding afterwards. They should just do another wedding and be like, you know what, guys, that one was kind of a joke. That wasn't a real wedding. We're gonna do a different one now, for real.
Episode. Adam's been kind of operating on like another planet. Every decision he's made has been objectively awful, but everyone around him is like, oh, yeah, all right, mate, that sounds pretty fucking chipper then, bruv. But this next part of the episode is when Adam finally gets a dose of reality from
The idea is to get on the show and not pay for a wedding. Yeah, but then what you're gonna realize when you don't pay for the wedding is that everything has a cost. And that getting a free wedding was not actually worth the cost, and that you actually wanted to pay for the wedding.
the sand delivery guy of all people. Yeah, I never had a sand delivery guy at my wedding, but his presence was missed for sure. So the Sandman quotes them 2,500 pounds for the amount of sand that they'll need to completely cover the warehouse floor, which, by the way, is roughly 16 times more expensive than Bianca's wedding dress. But really, what's more important, ladies? A nice dress?
Or sand.
150 tons of sand. You can't make a
sand,
wicked
bro.
baller castle out of a nice dress. I'll tell you that. Ladies, say no to the dress. Yes to the sand.
Power over spice is power over all.
But after the Sandman quotes them on that price, he goes on to warn them about the safety of the warehouse.
You've got rainwater coming in, there's going to be electrical wiring everywhere. You have, in my opinion, massive health and safety implications that you really need to take seriously.
So Adam moves on from that dingy warehouse because of the safety hazards. And this was the perfect thing to happen to them. because
Yeah,
now this is a
ideally.
fresh
Now he
start.
can
They
get an
pick a
actual
completely
place.
different venue that will
Just
suit
go
their
to a
needs much
regular
better.
place.
And they do find a new venue. Goodbye, old dirty, stinky warehouse.
It's gonna be
Hello,
another
new
stinky
dirty,
warehouse.
stinky
Yep.
warehouse. Yeah, man. He just finds a different dirty
Yep.
warehouse. Oh, that old warehouse was absolutely fucking filthy, mate. But this warehouse is dirty. Adam then heads to a department store, buys 2 wedding rings.
£69.
Hilarious. He then spends £500 on a suit, which is wild, considering he only spent £160
Yeah, what
on
the
his
hell?
wife's dress. He then tops it all off by spending £130 on plastic buckets. I'm not 100% sure why he got the buckets. Ooh,
Right.
Maybe they'll be handed to the guests when they
At
walk
the
into
sand
the
party,
venue
for the
because they'll
sand.
probably puke upon seeing where they
No,
are.
they're gonna-
This
for-
one-
for-
this
so
next
they
part
can
is pretty
play in the
wild. This is
sand.
when Bianca gets her first glimpse into what her wedding is going to look like. Before, it was just her pointing at random envelopes. But now she has to face reality when her wedding
Oh,
dress
no,
is
dude.
delivered to her house.
I can't watch this.
Are you joking me? I am literally gonna cry.
Alright, so things aren't looking too good right now. Who knows, right? Maybe when she finally sees the dress, she'll
Yeah,
fall
he
in
did
love
pay
with it.
3 times more.
The neckline's crap, the arms are crap, the length of his crap, the material's
shocking.
rubbish.
Why play games with me now?
Okay, this is really sad to watch, obviously, but God, it's even sadder because, like, of what we know. Like, I'm sorry about your dress, but you don't even
The thing is, oh yeah, true. Wait, let me finish this. Let me finish
know
this.
the half of it. You don't know anything about the dilapidated warehouse that's being filled with sand.
Okay, but the thing is, like, the reality is, like, how is he going to know what the fuck kind of neckline she wants? How is he gonna know? He doesn't, not to, like, absolve him of guilt, but that's the whole point of the show. The whole point of the show is that fucking idiot dudes like this don't know anything about what kind of outfit their fucking wife would want to wear. Cheap wedding dress isn't it. It's not just, no, get a wrong expensive dress. It's still gonna be shit. It's easier to explain. Yeah, no, I agree, but it's still gonna be shit. He doesn't know what she wants to wear. Like, he doesn't know why she likes the clothes that she likes at all. He literally has no concept. It's like someone trying to explain to me fucking quantum physics. Like, I just don't get it. I don't know anything.
It's about to get so much worse. And this is the challenge of the show, I guess. Weddings are inherently expensive, so if you spend a big chunk of your budget on one aspect of it, the other aspects are gonna suffer. So it's just a matter of knowing your partner and what they value the most. And I guess sometimes dudes don't know their partners that well at all. And it's just so frustrating because it's like, you could just get married in like a pretty part of a public park, right? Kind of like Eminem there. I got married in a pretty part of a public park. But no, seriously, just fucking get married in a park for free.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he might say the same thing. I want to say it first so I don't. Anyway, what I was thinking is just drop like $7K or something on the dress. Drop like $3K or $4K on the bridesmaids' dresses. Drop $1K or $2K or something on the groom's suit and suits for your boys, and then spend $2,000 buying some lawn chairs and setting it up in a field. Just do that. Like, that's so easy. Like, just get a ridiculously expensive dress and just really expensive fucking suits and shit, and then get married in a field. Yeah, and alcohol. Drop $1K on alcohol and food or whatever, and then just get married in a field with some fucking lawn chairs. Like, and then, worst case scenario, if you want to do a second wedding, you have a sick ass fucking expensive ass dress, and everyone has their fit for wedding version number 2, and you don't have to bother buying those. And then you just go to another wedding with like nice ass clothes on, and you get an actual wedding for round 2.
Free. Rent
It's
out
so
like a
easy.
big, cheap tent for the reception, and then spend the rest of the money on stuff that like matters, right? Like, why does there always have to be a fucking theme in these
I just wanted to say
it's
whatever.
Like, you know, an extreme
He's gonna
makeover
say the
home
same thing as
edition,
me.
when
but
they're
yeah.
showing the family the renovated house, and then when they get to the kids' room, they're like, "Hey, Braxton, we heard you like swimming, so we actually drilled all of your bedroom furniture."
Dude, I love when they do this, the extreme makeover shit. I love when they do this. Oh, you like the color pink? We made your entire house fucking hot pink. Everything is pink themed. The whole building is fucking pink. We painted all your walls. We replaced all your furniture with pink colored stuff. We replaced all of your fucking dishes, your cutlery. Everything is just pink. Everything, because we heard you like the color pink. And it's like, I like the color pink, but not that much, bro. Like,
edition, when they're showing the family the renovated house, and then when they get to the kids' room, they're like, "Hey, Braxton, we heard you like swimming, so we actually drilled all of your bedroom furniture to the bottom of your pool." This show is like that, but with wedding. But we're getting close to the end now, so let's get back to the episode.
I was speaking to my dad the other day, and he said a line that just resonates through my head all the time now. Listen, son, if she loves you, she'll forgive you.
Good attitude to have, brother. All right, guys, it's time. It is now the morning of the wedding day, and everybody's getting ready. Bridesmaids are wearing their neon dresses. Bianca's mom has got her neon hair, and I can only assume Bianca is gonna have her neon Adam's neck when she sees it. The guests arrive at the airport, and they got high hopes for the wedding. Had to have high hopes for the wedding.
please stop.
That's the
I
only
would recommend
information we got
Kelly.
told was a passport. We're hoping he's going to fly us to Spain.
Okay, super messed up.
Oh yeah, he's not even gonna fly them anywhere.
Right? That is diabolical. A passport implies
Yeah, why would
the
he
act of leaving a country. They're not even leaving the same airspace.
Well, but
really.
they probably need the passport to get on the plane. I don't think the airport security will let them on the plane if they don't have
just
it.
flying above the Bristol airport.
I know
Why'd
it's
you tell
gonna
them to bring
set
their
up.
passport?
I know
That's
it's gonna
fucking-
make people think that he's flying. You don't? Oh no, you don't. You're right. No, you don't. For domestic flights, I don't think you need a passport. Yeah. You're right. You're right. No,
Like,
you're
imagine
right.
if
You're
someone
right.
invites you
I've just never really flown domestic.
to
So,
their
but
birthday
you're right.
party, and they're like, I don't want to give anything away, but make sure you pack a bathing suit. And then when you get to their house, they're like, all right, you're gonna help me nail my kid's furniture to the bottom of the pool. I saw it on TV. All right, guys, it's go time. Adam shows up to the airport in his finest sneakers, boards the plane,
He's wearing
and waits
sneakers
for Bianca
to the wedding.
arrive. Bianca enters through the back of the plane.
Adam and best man Alec are hiding up front.
I wouldn't really call that hiding. I don't think you can really hide anywhere on a plane. All Bianca has to do is look to the front of the plane, which is, by the way, the usual direction people look when they're on a plane. Like, does she really not see him? God, I'm so excited to get married. And on a plane, too.
Dude, he's wearing sneakers, bro. He's wearing fucking sneakers, man.
That's so stupid. I hate planes. You know, I'm pregnant too.
Oh, yeah.
This is so uncomfortable. If our marriage happens on this plane today, this will officially be the worst thing that has ever happened on any plane ever.
Okay.
Whatever, I'm over it. At least we know the baby will be safe. You know, they say flying is the safest way to travel.
Welcome on board, everybody, to this very special flight.
Oh, I can't. This bit's going on for too long. Please.
And this next part is fucking terrific. They reach their cruising altitude, and then they call Bianca up to the front.
Would Bianca John please join us at the front of the aircraft?
Dude, and she still doesn't know that this is the wedding. She still thinks they're flying through
Right, they're
a
flying to
destination
the
for
yeah,
the wedding.
oh
And, like,
no.
the poor dad doesn't even get to walk her down the aisle. It's like, well, I mean, like,
'Cause
I don't
it's
know
too
how he
small.
would've in the first
Yeah.
place, because his airplane aisles are pretty small.
Yeah,
I
you
will
couldn't
warn
even-
you, a little cringe warning. The actual wedding on the plane is like really rough to watch, so strap in.
Let your marriage be a time of waking each morning and falling in love with each other all over again.
That was the official, like, wedding then.
That was.
We haven't got vows.
What are we doing now then?
What do you mean, what are we doing now then? You should know. You planned the wedding, man. What are we doing now then? What are we doing? Dude, no vows, nothing. The wife walked up to the front of a plane.
And then
A
they said
guy
you're married, and then
said
that's
a
it.
nice sentence, and then that was it. Like, what did
No,
Adam-
but she's gonna no. I don't know how I don't know how mad she's gonna be. She's probably gonna think that this was just a joke. She's not gonna treat this as the real wedding, right? Although, if you're like the guests at the wedding, if you're the guests, like, wouldn't you have traveled for this? And like, you would have put a lot of effort into this day, and then imagine they tell you, okay, that was just for a TV show, like, we're gonna do a real wedding now. Like, would you be annoyed? Would you be like, fuck, I already gave you? Like, are you gonna be mad and be like, I already gave you, like, your wedding gifts or whatever? Like, would you be like, I don't know how annoying this is gonna be for her, or if she's just gonna laugh it off. She might laugh it off,
I don't
unironically.
expect to happen. This is rough, dude, but we're almost done, okay? Bianca is understandably a little confused by the wedding ceremony, but Adam really thinks the whole day is gonna turn around when she sees the reception venue.
When you see the next sort of venue.
No, dude, I can't. No, the venue's
Picture
gonna.
in your head what you think the reception is going
She's
to
gonna
look
laugh
like.
it
Now,
off.
whatever you
I feel like she's
have
gonna
in your
laugh
head,
it off.
Make it a million times worse.
The
and
thing
that's
is,
what it looks
no. The thing is, the thing is, okay, you have to understand that she's thinking like, okay, she sees the wedding dress and she starts to cry, right? Because it's terrible, okay? And she sees how bad the wedding dress is, and she starts to cry. And then she sees the bridesmaid dressed in neon colors, and she starts to be like, fuck me, what is going on? And then she gets on the plane, and at this point, she's like in a bad mood, probably. But then when she gets on the plane and she walks down the plane aisle and she learns that the plane is the wedding and there's no vows, no nothing. They walked up and the guy said, all right, you're married now. She just, at this point, it becomes beyond parody. And it ends up just looping back around to being really funny. So the headspace she's in right now, I guarantee the headspace she's in right now is that At this point, when he says you're going to be blown away by the venue, she is just thinking, I cannot wait to see what absolute dog shit he cooked up. I can't wait to see this trash ass venue because, and it's just a joke at this point, and I think she's going to laugh it off. Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's like a kid's party, bro. No.
Oh my god, dude.
It's so funny. She's gonna laugh. She's gonna laugh her ass off at this.
That looks like shit, my man. That looks like poo. Looks like the unknown.
She's gonna find it funny.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna be honest. It actually looks better than I thought. It looks unironically better than I thought it would. I'm not kidding. Like, it looks really funny. And I don't think I would have a problem, like, being here. I think this is totally fine. I would have a blast being here. It's actually not bad. It's really funny. It looks like a toddler designed this. Okay. It's so
like
funny.
Shit, my man. That looks like poo. Looks like the unknown is about to pop out. It's the unknown. Oh my god. Dude, I love the one tiny blue sky photo backdrop, and then the rest is just filthy brick walls. And yeah, no cutlery or plates, nothing, just fucking buckets.
Wow. This wasn't the reaction I was expecting.
Adam is so dumb.
He's so
sorry.
dumb.
He's
He's
such
like
an
a
idiot.
toddler.
I can't imagine how many criminals escaped under his watch when he was a prison guard. All they probably had to do was just ask Adam to be set free, and he'd be like, okay, no problem. What are we doing now, then?
What are we doing now, then?
And dude, I really feel bad for Bianca because by the end of this whole day, she is a broken woman. She has lost all hope and sanity.
Suits are tacky, the dress is tacky, the flowers are tacky, the
No,
shoes
she's
are tacky.
laughing.
At least you get to link.
Like, dude, this is
She's-
her Joker origin story.
No, she's having fun. I legitimately
So the
think
episode ends
she's
with
having
Bianca
fun.
and Adam enjoying the rest of their night to the best of their ability, and then we can only assume they live happily ever after while they raise their baby boy together. So that was an episode of Don't Tell the Bride. This is an evil show, I think. Give dudes a small budget and a
Unironically,
limited amount of time.
I
to
don't
plan,
think
like, the
that was
most
so bad.
important Day
Like-
of their lives. That's bad news. And I'm not sympathizing or anything.
I think
I'm
that
not
was
trying to
actually
cut
totally
Adam any
fine.
slack here, but like this is a dastardly television program, and that is
Good
proven
video.
even further when
Yeah,
the credits
but-
roll, and it is revealed that this show was devised by John Rowlands. It all makes
Who?
sense. This is a show that only could have been devised. Okay, it was not created. No more wedding planners. Okay. We need wedding devisers.
I devised some plans for us tonight, bro.
We gotta use that word way more. I thought this was gonna be the end of the video.
I mean, these are used to beans
It's
on
not.
toast
Bianca
this
and
at the
Adam's
time of our
story
life.
does not end here. It turns out I was wrong. They did not go on to live happily ever after.
Oh.
I found an article about this couple that came out a little while after their episode aired, titled, "Don't Tell the Bride's Star Who Had Disastrous Wedding in a Sand-Filled Warehouse Recalls How She Uncovered Her Husband's Affair While He Was in a Coma." Now that's what I call turbulence. Let's read some of the article because holy shit, this is insane. Bianca was at the gym and Brock, their son, at the nursery when Adam called her from their home one day in September 2017. He was
Okay.
slurring his words, not making sense, and he said he didn't feel right. I phoned for an ambulance and the controller said it sounded like a stroke. By the time I got home, he was semi-conscious on the floor. The ambulance arrived just after me and I followed it to the hospital. It later emerged that Adam, who had just taken part in a bodybuilding contest, was suffering from rhabdomyolysis, the breakdown of muscle tissue that leads to the release of muscle fibers into the bloodstream.
Mm.
A rare condition often occurring in endurance athletes can be life-threatening.
Right.
I called Mom on the way to the hospital to tell her what had happened, recalls Bianca, and as we were talking, my phone battery died. I had Adam's phone with me, so I switched to his. He never made a secret of his security codes, and it pinged as a message came through. It read, "What are you doing today, babe?" I thought, babe? That's a bit cozy. But I laughed and told myself it was probably completely innocent. Okay, first off, how the fuck did he even go into a coma? That doesn't make sense to me. How can one slip into a coma when there's already zero brain activity? Right? At the hospital, Adam was in intensive care and I sat in the
funny.
family room distraught,
That's not
anxiously
funny.
waiting for news. Then another text came through, just 2 question marks. I thought, what the hell? I clicked on the profile photo of the sender, which showed 3 women. I thought,
3?
this isn't right. I had a little word with myself. Don't do anything. He's really poorly. But I couldn't help it. I turned detective to find out who had messaged my husband. Bianca, who had never suspected Adam was being unfaithful, scoured social media and uncovered the identity of the woman with whom he had evidently been having an affair. On
Yep.
a Rugby Mates WhatsApp group, he found that Adam had shared photos of his lover in her underwear to together with graphic details of their clandestine sex life with his friends. Yeah, now I don't feel so bad calling him dumb so many times. I think Adam was putting a little bit too much stock in that advice from his father.
If she loves you, she'll forgive you.
And if you're wondering what happened next, Adam woke up from his coma and completely recovered. And once he did, Bianca immediately left him.
Well, that's
Crazy
good.
turn of events, dude. Not really shocking that the guy that didn't really think about his wife at all during the wedding planning continued to not think about his wife at all once they were married. So what did we learn? Guys are dumb as hell and probably shouldn't be in charge of large decisions.
She was a
And
really
that's the whole
good, like,
sentence.
she
I
was
really
really
didn't need
cool
to say
though.
anything
Not gonna
else.
lie.
Now, is that new information? Not at all. Is it
Um,
important?
The
All right,
the
that's it.
bride,
Thank you so much for watching.
she was actually like really good, really good sport about the whole thing. Like she didn't like, she laughed it off. She was chill with it. It didn't really bother her that much. And like, I'm just gonna read some of the comments or whatever. Sad, when the bride first sees the dress, she starts to realize how little he actually values her. That's not true at all. That's actually not what happened whatsoever. I don't think that happened in her brain at all. I just think, I think she thought she had him figured out as a dumb idiot with a really nice body. Like, realistically, I think she just thought he was a dumb guy who like liked to work out and was really hot, and she probably thought he was nice, and that's all. But she just, I don't think she, people know what other people are like, okay? Like, people, you know what other people are like. She probably knew what he was like. She just didn't think he was a cheater. And I think that she would have continued to stay with him if he didn't cheat on her. Like, that's the only, like, the cheating is what broke up the relationship, not anything else. The cheating is just the thing that she didn't know about. Or she didn't anticipate that, I guess. You know? So, Curtis Connor, you gotta work on your, people reading skills because you're not very good at it. I think, as an empath, I'm just much better at, reading people's, body language and how they think about things. I think I'm just better than he is. You know? You think he needs to work on his jokes? Ooh, got him. I agree, though. Yeah, his bits are not very good. I will agree with you. I think what he's good at, personally, is he's got really good funny editing and good pacing of the videos and stuff like that. But his bits are, you know, there are no Family Guy cutaway gags. Let's just say that, okay? Let's just say that. Any other videos to watch? Another Burback video. I haven't watched one of these, and I love this guy's videos. I fucking love this guy
It's a
so
Friday,
much.
you're fresh off of work, and you decide to have a movie night. Last week, while you were hate watching Love is Blind, you noticed that you saw Dune on Netflix. So you pop open Netflix, type in D-U-N-E, and it's nowhere to be found.
What?
No worries. You also saw that it was streaming on Hulu. So you close Netflix, open up Hulu, wait for the app to launch, D-U-N-E, and where the hell is this thing streaming? Okay, it's on something called Tubi, also on Freebie, Fubo TV, Zumo, Bebo, Squeebie, Teleplus, and oh good, it's also on HBO, or sorry, it's on Max.
A little over a decade ago, streaming on Netflix pitched a cheaper alternative to cable and renting movies.
Yeah.
It promised a nearly endless library of movies.
We've already heard this. We've heard this 1,000 times. We already know this song and dance. Yep. Streaming services came out to replace cable with something better. Then they just became cable, but infinitely worse. We've heard it. We've all heard the story a million times. We know
These shows while giving you the freedom to watch whatever you want, whenever you want.
It's movie time with a wee twist. Netflix now delivers unlimited TV.
I love her reaction. This is my exact reaction.
With a wee twist. Netflix.
She just cut there. It's movie time with the wee twist. And then just cut.
Now delivers unlimited TV episodes and movies instantly through Wii, plus DVDs by mail, all for only $9 a month.
Seriously, what is it?
14 years later, we find ourselves in an era of Warner Brothers deleting movies entirely, too many streaming services to count, and mega mergers between entertainment corporations. Hulu is on Disney Plus now? What does that mean? What does this mean?
But the method in which we watch movies at home has never been a fixed one. Of course, the art of making movies themselves has evolved, but over the last 100 years, the film industry has been forced to rapidly shift and change the way they deliver those films to customers.
In the early 20th century,
There's something really weird about every time Addie's brother speaks, his mic quality is significantly worse than Addie's mic. There's something really odd about that in the video. It's just a weird thing.
Moviegoers' experience was relatively simple. You just left your house, went to the theater, and watched whatever was playing. This would be a normal part of your week because by the 1930s, the film industry had taken America by storm. And the rest of the world, I guess. I don't know. Filmmaking was a decades-old art at this point. American audiences had already seen the rise and fall of on-screen legends like Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, or that train that came at the screen so fast it freaked everybody out.
Movies had successfully ingrained themselves as a regular weekly entertainment source in American life, but all of that was about to change. Early television broadcasts were starting to pop up in major cities across the country, and the film industry had nothing to do with it. The movie studios were so concerned about the television that the Motion Picture Association even stated in 1939 that they should never let the idea become generally accepted that the television means pictures in the home instead of pictures in the theater. Are you listening to me, dude?
What? Sorry, I was watching Past Lives on my phone.
But the movie studios didn't need to make such a big deal out of things. After the stress of World War I, they should just relax. It's not like there's gonna be another World War or anything.
There was a
After
sequel.
the events of Pearl Harbor, American men were drafted to serve across the globe. And it's a good thing we weren't alive during that time because my knee, I just got a bad knee.
I'm afraid of landmines, so that won't work. The major movie studios at the time were Paramount, 20th Century Fox, Universal, Columbia, Warner Brothers, MGM, and a few more. This handful of companies ruled over American entertainment due to the fact that they also operated and owned the movie theaters themselves.
The amount that Americans went to the movie theater is almost completely unrecognizable to the way it's culturally viewed today. Weekly movie theater attendance was around 80 million people. That's 80 million people seeing a movie every week out of 132 million. That's 543% of all Americans.
It's actually 65%, but don't call them out in the comments. I don't want them to feel bad.
But once the war was over and Hitler killed himself, Americans wanted to do two things more than anything else: make babies and watch television.
I just want to watch TV, you know? I just want to watch TV and eat my dinner.
Previewing our post-war world, let's look into a brand new development: television. Here's an expert with the lowdown on the inside facts.
I believe in this world to come. I think it's going to be a pretty good world.
I believe in this world of come. Interesting.
It's going to brighten the world of your home.
Television quickly went from an exciting new technology with 6,000 TV sets in American homes in 1946 to 12 million by 1951. Television was quickly becoming a staple in American culture, and also the world, I'm sure. I don't know, who cares? But unlike the pre-war era and the current business today, movie studios didn't have a chokehold on the business. In fact, they were a direct competitor who was losing profit to television. This is because radio companies, mainly the big three of NBC, CBS, and ABC, had experience in broadcasting and had jumped at the medium of television while it was still in its experimental early days.
With the film industry's business being solely based on ticket sales from people going to the theater, let's just say the major studios were not a huge fan of the ability to watch entertainment in your home. They would also be met with another devastating blow to their business. To put it in gamer terms, the US government introduced an update that patched the studio's infinite money glitch, knocked them down the leaderboard, and hit their Italian with a Goomba or something, I don't know. Antitrust laws were introduced
now I'm even
that
more
eliminated
confused.
studios' ability to own theaters themselves.
Don't put things in video game terms if you're going to use bad video game terms, because you're just going to confuse me, a person that actually understands video games. You're just going to confuse me. Because that made no sense. As a gamer, that made no sense.
Forcing them to give up their control of distribution.
What an archaic thing for the US government to do. If you break up big companies like this, how will I, along with every other American, one day become a billionaire?
Morons. Not looking out for the little guy.
They just don't get it. So after the antitrust blow and the invention of the television, studios were right to be worried, because by 1956, the TV had become widely adopted, and attendance in movie theaters had dropped by 50% from its peak in 1946. In just 10 years,
Am I
they
okay?
had lost half of their business.
Do I look okay?
So unlike in 1939, when studios vowed to never let you watch movies in your home, they were now forced to change their tune.
Oh, the way you're sitting?
A number of Americans were choosing...
Sorry, I'm shaving my leg because I'm bored. So it's
to
fine.
stay home, watch TV, drink,
I'm all right.
and chain
Yeah, I'm
smoke
all right
while
as long as I
pregnant.
don't think
But
about
more
it too
importantly
much.
to studios,
Yeah,
this
that's
meant
right.
that people weren't watching movies at all. Studios needed to reach people in their homes, so they decided to try screening movies on television.
I'm
formatted
multitasking.
down and split up by commercials. Real quick, Tony just texted me while sitting next to me and said, "Money, money, money, please." So a quick word from our sponsor.
No,
Sorry.
no.
Hi, I'm no time.
But we couldn't find a reliable source on which movie event was the first to grab the public. But after screenings of things like King Kong and The Wizard of Oz drew massive ratings, they could no longer ignore that sweet, sweet cash and were forced to make a deal with the networks to regularly screen movies on television.
NBC's Saturday Night at the Movies in 1961 was the most prominent program to do this on a weekly basis.
NBC's Saturday Night at the Movies presents Billy Jack.
Inspiring other networks like CBS and ABC to follow as well.
Every network, and by every we mean like the only three, started doing these events all week. NBC started Monday nights at the movies, ABC had Sunday nights at the movies, mid-Wednesday afternoon
Eventually,
at the
every
movies,
night was the
and
movie
CBS
night.
is that moment in the morning where the sun shines through your blinds at the perfect angle to hit your eyes and wake you up at the movies. At this point, the well of films to screen on TV starts to become pretty dry. With all three major networks airing a movie like every day, the amount of properties they can make a deal with studios for gets smaller and smaller.
Right.
This forced them to start production on made-for-TV movies.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine a tiny selection of powerful entertainment companies controlling basically all of at-home film and TV distribution, swallowing up the right to every old project to the point where the competition is so saturated and confusing that they have to start making their own original content
Yep. It's no way. It's real life as well.
just to keep up, even if it meant degrading the quality of art? Good thing it ain't like that now. And the push of technology putting pressure and challenges on movie studios continued into the mid-70s.
It's like history
with the release
repeats itself
of
or
the
something.
Betamax by Sony in 1975. The Betamax had a surprisingly underwhelming appearance. After doing some digging, we found a picture, and this is what a beta looks like.
It's
You
gonna.
see that reflection?
It's it's a reflection. Oh,
That's
okay.
you. You're the beta.
Betamax was a machine that allowed you to record live TV and copy it onto a tape, allowing anyone to keep a collection of their favorite shows.
Good morning. If you work nights the way I do, you miss a lot of great TV shows, but I don't miss them anymore, thanks to Sony's Betamax deck, which hooks up to any TV set.
While being an important step in the evolution of media, the Betamax was not the movie machine of the future. This was mostly due to two factors. The first
They just came
was
out with
that
a brand
the
new
thing was
technology in like
expensive
3
as hell.
minutes.
The first model in the 1970s was $2,295.
This is another common thing that happens. Someone comes out with brand new technology, and then in 1 year it's too expensive, and then in 1 year it's outdone. This happens a lot.
And that's not even adjusted for inflation. $2,295 in 1975, adjusted for inflation, is over $1 million today. Can you believe that?
No, not really. Yeah, I just looked it up. It's $13,669.
The second factor was that the Beta could only record 1 hour of television on tape max. At this point, there were full movies airing on TV with commercial breaks. So while you could easily record your favorite sitcoms or news broadcasts, you'd only be able to catch the first 40 minutes of Billy Jack.
Well, that's pointless. What's the point?
Now, technically, the Betamax was not the first home VCR. The Cardivision came before it in 1972 and even offered a small catalog of movies on tape.
I can bring you whatever you want to see, whenever you want to see it. Sound impossible? Not for Cardivision.
Due to its own massive price
Dude,
tag, it was
old
not
TV
adopted by
shows
the
were so
public enough to
creepy. I don't know.
revolutionize
They're
the
so
industry
weird.
just yet.
They're so
I actually
weird.
took a look at an old copy of the movie catalog for the Cardivision, and I found a horror movie called The Tingler?
Not the Tingler.
I'm William Castle, and
and I feel obligated to warn you about the next attraction you will see at this theater. The picture is The Tingler, which I directed.
So apparently The Tingler was a horror released in 1959 where theaters would attach electric buzzers to seats and shock people to simulate the Tingler tingling them. It was
don't tingle me, bro.
guaranteed that the Tingler will break loose while you are in the audience.
That's
and it was
weird.
up to the audience to scream loud to defeat the Tingler. Yeah, that's
I
not
don't
going
like
to be
that.
a problem. Get the Tingler away from me. I don't want
I don't
the
like
Tingler.
that. I don't like the. I don't like the Tingler, bro. I don't like the
so
Tingler.
much so that Universal and Disney sued Sony over the device because they felt it was a machine designed to solely steal and copy their property.
A lawsuit in which they lost. So that's another fat Fortnite L for movie studios. And to make the situation even worse for them, just a year after the Betamax came the creation of the VHS from the Japanese company JVC. It was cheaper than the Betamax, still over $1,000 or $500,000 today.
Still wrong. It was also not exclusive to Sony products, which meant you didn't need a Betamax or JVC machine
He can
to
tingle
watch
you?
their tapes,
No,
just
no, he
any
can't.
VCR
No,
that
you
could
don't
play
let
a
him tingle you.
VHS.
But more importantly, it could hold 2 or more hours of video on tape, aka one goddamn movie. One full Billy Jack.
In the late 70s, these were still way too expensive for the general public, but a man named Andre Blay was paying close attention to the technology. He saw the potential of VHS and Betamax tapes and how they could be used as a new way to view movies. After already being in the tape business, recording and duplicating albums for music labels and industrial training videos, he wondered, why the fuck aren't we selling movies?
So he reached out to the studios and found a business partner in 20th Century Fox, or as we like to call it, Future Disney. They made a deal where Fox would give Blay 50 of their older movies to copy and sell, and they'd get a small commission on each purchase.
By special arrangement with 20th Century Fox, Magnetic Video Corporation is proud to offer the following major motion picture on video cassette.
This led to the creation of his subscription service,
Wait,
Video
20th
Club of
Century
America.
Fox
We actually
became
found a
Disney?
commercial
Wait,
was
is that, did I hear that? And is that actually
made in
true?
1985
20th
and
Century
uploaded to
Fox
YouTube
became Disney?
15 years ago. Unfortunately,
Is that real?
it is still processing, but hopefully it will be done in just a few minutes.
Video Club of America was a huge success. Despite the price
Did that
of nearly $100 for some movies, people were buying movies far beyond Blay and Fox's expectations. In the late 70s, these were still way too expensive for the general public, with blank VHS tapes costing around $20
Sorry for hitting
each,
the
or
thing.
like $100 now. And it sparked another, even better idea from George Atkinson, the owner of a Super 8 camera rental store in Los Angeles.
I've heard
he saw
this
the
guy's
potential
name.
in allowing people to rent movies instead of purchasing them forever, especially due to the large price tag for a single film. George then joined the Video Club of America and bought copies of all 50 movies that Andre Blay was selling and offered them for rent. It was so successful that George pivoted his camera store to focus on renting movies on VHS and Betamax, which became the first official video rental store. Yet another Fortnite L for studios.
Gone were the days of seeing a movie in theaters and having to hope the studios would rescreen it. Gone were the days of waiting years for a movie to air on TV. No more
Of course.
waiting to watch it cropped down from its original format with lesser quality and commercial breaks.
Like all technology, as the market progressed and manufacturing got cheaper, the prices also became more affordable.
Finally, you could tingle yourself at home for an affordable price.
Except for one company, Disney.
It's no secret that Disney keeps tight control over the properties they own. For decades, they've succeeded in changing US copyright law to prevent Mickey Mouse from entering the public domain. And their business model for their films before television took over relied on controlling the supply and demand. They would wow the world with Mickey Mouse, Snow White, and other animated films, only to pull them from theaters for a number of years before ever screening them again. They even, as we mentioned before, sued Sony with Universal over the original Betamax because they didn't want people recording Disney films from their TVs. Because they were caught up in that lawsuit, which they eventually lost, Fortnite L Disney, caused them to enter the VHS market later than most studios.
But it wasn't long before Disney found a way to start controlling their releases again. That came in the form of the Disney Vault.
Don't you wish you bought Pinocchio when you had the chance? Wouldn't you love to have Lady and the Tramp in your collection? Now they're gone. And time's running out for Cinderella, too.
Disney would wait 5 to 7 years before releasing their animated films on VHS, and then they would price them higher than most films to encourage people to rent them instead of own them. After a period of time, instead of continuing to sell the movies like a normal fucking company, they would pull the movies from shelves, locking it away in the Disney vault.
After March 31st, Disney will stop selling this timeless classic. Hurry, this Easter is your last chance to add Bambi to your collection before it disappears for years to come.
Okay.
Put a fucking
That's fucking weird.
By creating limited supplies, they turned their physical releases into more than just VHS tapes of their movies. They became collector's items. This is quite possibly one of the most anti-art business practices to ever exist.
Hurry up and buy now before we lock away this piece of art and film history into a comically large vault the shape of Mickey's head.
Nothing's coming out of there.
Not even air. Bambi can't breathe.
When we were 7 and we would see those ads, specifically on rented movies, I would feel like I'd lose The Lion King forever. I'd never get to see SEX spelled out in leaves again.
I'd never get to see Bambi's mom get
Wait,
shot.
SEX in leaves?
Rented movies, I would feel like I'd lose
when was
The Lion King
when was
forever.
sex in
I'd
leaves?
never get to see SEX spelled
Is that true?
out in leaves again.
Wait, it says sex. Wait, it says sex. S-E-X. What the hell?
Again.
I'd never get to see Bambi's mom get shot ever again.
Yeah, man.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
But during this time, the rental video store market was exploding. By the late 1980s, people all over the country
you know what? I bet, yeah, I bet the neo-Nazis had a field day with shit like that. They're putting subliminal messages to try and, because it's a pedophile ring in Hollywood. I bet they had a field day with shit like this. I just know it. I can just tell. I just know.
VCR and wanted to rent movies. But in the United States, the story doesn't end there. You've got a burger shop that people like? Franchised. You got a family grocery store? Franchised.
And what are we gonna do?
It was
Allow the
height of
money to go
satanic
back in
panic,
the
right,
pockets of the local families?
Oh my god. I rid of my water. I rid of my water.
This era also saw the rise of cable TV, where more and more channels not only screened movies with commercials, but started producing shows and made-for-TV movies at an increasing rate. And for an additional price, you could also get a movie subscription channel like HBO or Showtime, where you could watch movies all the time ad-free.
With rental stores on the rise, the world was introduced to major franchises like Blockbuster and Hollywood Video.
Well, the perfect video store
Welcome to Blockbuster Video.
is popping up all over
I hope
the
no
country.
one makes maybe some kind of company that mails you art videos or something. I hope no company like that decides instead of mailing art videos, what if they just what if you just pay them money and then you just watch the videos but on maybe your computers? I hope no one does that. That would be the worst.
There's one near you.
Blockbuster Video. Wow, what a difference.
This era was a major part of our childhood. Our weekends would start by going to our local Hollywood Video nearly every Friday night.
And to sweeten the pot for families who are renting on weekends like ours, Blockbuster had multiple partnerships with big pizza chains.
The thing that's crazy, everyone knows the Blockbuster story, everyone knows it. It's just the thing that's crazy about what happened to Blockbuster is the only reason that they died was that they didn't cannibalize the thing that was going to end up killing them. That's the only reason they died, and it should be a lesson for anyone that wants to do anyone that owns a big company. Kill your competitors and cannibalize them. And absorb them like some kind of weird slime vor fetish thing and take their powers for yourself. Otherwise, you will die.
I got your pizza movie. What's a pizza movie? You buy a pizzeria stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut, you get a free rental at Blockbuster. Pizza movie, get it? Free.
How'd you do that?
I'm Santa. I can do anything.
Now at Pizza Hut, buy a large pizzeria stuffed crust
Don't go to
pizza
Pizza
for
Hut, by the
$9.99
way.
and get a
Never go to
certificate
Pizza
for one
Hut.
free rental of Blockbuster Video.
Microsoft thrives. Yeah, that's really common. It's really common, and that's why so many fucking companies just end up becoming these mega corporations that own everything beneath them. They have no competition. This is why the idea of a perfect market with perfect competition just doesn't happen, because turns out it's in your best interest to kill your competition, to kill them, not to outcompete them by making a better product, because you can't always predict what the better product is going to be. So you just have to control, and you have to control every product so that every product is your product. The ones that do good are your successes. And you have to make sure anytime you see a success, it becomes your success.
This era is remembered so fondly is because rental stores became a gathering spot for your community. If you go to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video on a Friday night, you're likely to see a friend, a neighbor, or Ricky from high school that you're refusing to make eye contact with.
Do you want to come over and watch the extended cut of Lord of the Rings?
I think I'm busy,
It's
Ricky.
only 13 hours.
I don't want to do that.
This also allowed families to go somewhere together at the end of the school and work week, pick a movie, and watch it as a family.
Yeah.
Living in the suburbs.
Remember having a good family? Remember actually spending time with your family, guys, before the internet existed? I used to watch movies with my parents in the living room. Can you imagine doing that nowadays? Oh my god.
Fondest memories were going to Hollywood Video with our family, ordering a pizza, and having a movie night. I distinctly remember begging for candy at the checkout aisle on a Friday night, ready
You
to
gotta
have
go to a wedding? Oh, are you gonna go to get on a plane?
Hubba Bubba
In the
squeeze
sand
pop
pit?
candies we'd always get?
Yeah.
Remember how we would just like slurp those down as we were watching the movie we rented? Just like absolutely going to town on those things.
The theory of Homo economicus is unrealistic. I don't know who Homo economicus is, but I want to meet her.
Yeah, I remember. Do you remember what they look like?
Oh.
Ooh, why does that look like a fucking penis leaking pre-cum? What am I looking at, bro? If your dick bleeds like this, go to the doctor, bro. What is this? What is this? It looks like a dick leaking blood, bro. No, stop. I hate this.
Drip like that in the picture. By the late 90s, video rentals were a regular part of American life. As years went by, DVDs joined the process of the movie and rental business as an upgraded version of the VHS.
This is DVD. And this is what happens.
Dude, I love shit like this. Why do they make ads like this?
When you watch DVD.
Followed by
Why is it so intense?
Dad, it's like a way better deal if we get a PS3. It's the same price as a Blu-ray player, and it does that and plays games. Now, I know what you're about to say. It's the recession, and the PS3 is $600 US. But just take it from my college fund.
Dude, the PS3 was ahead of its time. I'm gonna say this right now. The PS3 was a sick idea that was just it was too soon. The world wasn't ready for it, okay? Because the reality is, video games weren't popular enough when the PS3 dropped. They just weren't popular enough. They hadn't become mainstream. And Blu-ray wasn't popular enough. It wasn't a thing. So, unfortunately, for the PS3, it just had two great ideas to mix watching things. It was actually an incredibly good idea, but wrong time.
Fund. What do you mean I don't have a college fund?
Did you tell him it also plays games?
I told him. So there were now more ways to watch things than ever. For the most part, we think this was a really good thing. Compared to the studio monopoly, there were more options and plenty of different companies making those options. Without home movie sales and rentals, a lot of mid-budget movies wouldn't be made. And without cable TV, we wouldn't have gotten to see Tony Soprano cheat on his wife, or Don Draper cheat on his wife, or Walter White lie to his wife, or Gilmore Girls.
But technology wasn't slowing down, and the internet
Not at
brought
all.
in a new evolution in video rentals. Netflix.
Gamefly.
What?
Gamefly? Oh,
No.
Netflix.
Netflix was the new kid on the block, offering movie rentals through their online webpage. Netflix's entire business model centered around offering rental video without having to leave your home.
There's a better way to rent movies. As many as you want for only $17.99 a month and no late fees. Go to Netflix.com. Make a list of the movies you want to see, and in about one business day, you'll get 3 DVDs. Keep them as long as you want, without late fees. Then when you're done, look, prepaid envelopes. Return one, then they'll send you another movie from your list, It's easy.
No more late fees, no more having to physically drive to Blockbuster to rent, no more realizing on Sunday night that it's the last day of your rental. Now you've got to go out in the middle of the night and drive across town just to toss the talented Mr. Ripley in the 24
But you know what happened where I lived? I didn't live close enough to a Blockbuster. The closest Blockbuster to me was like a 30-minute drive away. So I never got to go to Blockbuster. We only got to go to this like really shitty like mom and pop rental store, which meant that they didn't really have like they didn't have like all the good shit, you know? Cuz we didn't have like a Blockbuster. We just had so I played a lot of shit ass games when I was a kid cuz we didn't get all like I didn't have all the good stuff. Like, they didn't even sell Shadow of the Colossus at my store. They didn't have it. There was no Shadow of the Colossus. But one thing they did have at my local video place was they had really good bubblegum ice cream. So every time we went to get a new couple like games and movies or whatever, I would get bubblegum ice cream, and that shit was so fire, bro.
our Dropbox.
By the way,
It was blue. It was
out
blue colored. It was blue.
for that Ripley guy. He's fucking nuts. At this point, movies had a pretty solid process to making money. Theater screenings, VHS and DVD releases to rent and own, and later screening it on TV gave a movie the opportunity to reach people multiple times.
Yeah,
in one year.
yeah,
The
exactly.
DVD was a huge part of our business, of our revenue stream. Technology has just made that obsolete. The movies that we used to make, you could afford to not make all of your money when it played in the theater because you knew you had the DVD coming behind the release, and 6 months later you'd get
a second wave,
another chunk. It would be like reopening the movie almost.
Yeah.
And when that went away, that's suddenly a massive gamble in a way that it wasn't in the 1990s when they were making all those kind of movies, the kind of movies.
Yeah, because you know what happens with second releases is that you get some movies. You get some movies that have like a pretty weak initial impact and a really big secondary impact. Like some movies, nobody went to see them in the theater, but people realized, wait a second, this shit actually kind of slaps. This shit actually was really good. And they would get a second hit of income. But what happens now is your initial release is like almost everything. And not just that, but also with the more... I know that marketing has always existed, but the way that marketing for movies exists now is like, if people don't hear about your movie, like, nobody goes to the theater. It's not like in the past. You used to pull up to the theater and not know what the fuck was playing, you know? Like, you'd show up and you'd be like, I don't even know what's on right now, but let's go see a movie. Nowadays, like, you only go to the theater or you only go to see a movie if you're told, like, you have to go see, like, you gotta see this one in the theater. Like, you gotta see this one. Like, nobody hits, like, the only movies I've seen in a long time in the theater are, like, fucking, like, the last one I remember was Barbie. And I only hit up Barbie because it was, like, massive marketing to pull up to Barbie. Like, you gotta pull up to Barbie with the fit on. You gotta have your Barbie fit and stuff like that. The Barbenheimer, the Oppenry, you know. But yeah, like, so the only way to get people to watch a movie, I'm Fast X. Yeah, the only way to get people to watch a movie is to market that movie or to like have a sequel. I guess is another thing. But yeah. Or to have a franchise of movies. But yeah, like, it's important to, like, market it and shit in a way that it was still important to market before. It's always important to market. It's just that it used to be you could, like, miss a little bit and still kind of make your money back. But you can't miss now. If you miss on the opening day, nobody streams your movie, nobody watches your movie, nobody gives a fuck about your movie, nobody talks about it, and it just fades into nothingness instantly.
Movies that I loved and the kind of movies that were my bread and butter.
But with the prominence of video on the internet growing by the day, things were about to change forever. Again. For like the 5th time in 80 years. Just like the transition to TV, consumers were moving toward the most convenient way to get their
Yeah, the other problem is it's not really a problem. In a way, it's kind of a good thing. But the other issue with this kind of like business thing is that it keeps innovating so quickly. That's one of the big issues. I feel like in a lot of these areas is that the innovations are happening like this, like just 2 years ago, the way that we did, you know what I mean? Like just like 4 years ago, the way that we did streaming was different. And then 2 years ago, it was different again. And then a year later, it's different again. Oh, all of a sudden, people are watching TikTok now, so it's different again. Oh, everyone's streaming music on Spotify, it's different again. Oh, it's like, oh, the VHS came out. Oh, okay, then the DVD came out. Oh, then Blu-ray came out. Oh, but wait a second, Blu-ray didn't really come out because the internet came out. Oh, but then the internet did this, and then streaming happened, and then it just changes so much that like, it's really hard to get it right.
Entertainment. The VHS and DVD thing was convenient
and it's very
in
punishing
itself,
to make a
but
mistake.
as we all know, not the big thing that changed Hollywood forever.
Because like, sorry to pause one more time. Let's be honest. Like, who really thinks that this current era of streaming services is going to last much longer? Like, it's not. Okay, the way that we have streaming services right now is not going to last that much longer whatsoever. Like, this shit is dead in the next few years, in my opinion. And by dead, I don't mean like it doesn't make any money, but like people will find something more efficient. There will be a different way to do things because what's happening right now is inefficient. It's fucking weird. It doesn't make any sense. So something is going to be innovated very soon with streaming. The shit, it has to get innovated. So you're just like trying to make the best of a shit market while you're waiting on the next innovation. I don't know.
2007, Netflix launched their new service that completely changed the way we consume movies and TV. Their video streaming service.
Oh, hello. I'd like to tell you about Netflix. It's an amazing service that lets you watch unlimited movies and TV episodes instantly. You watch Netflix on your PC or on your TV through a game console or other devices connected to the internet.
Wow, that's fast.
And over the next decade, a movie rental company became both the way you watch movies at home and a major studio themselves.
Yeah.
But as we all know, Netflix didn't kill all other TV and movie studios to become the sole way to watch movies at home. In an insane twist, somehow, the major movie studios have returned. The entertainment industry was yet again forced to evolve due to Netflix and is now completely caught up with technology. Disney bought 20th Century Fox and owns Hulu and Disney Plus. Max is Warner Brothers. Amazon Prime owns MGM. Universal has Peacock, and Paramount Plus is Paramount.
The television companies that once panicked studio executives in 1939 have all been swallowed whole. NBC merged with Universal, ABC has been owned by Disney for decades, and CBS is owned by Paramount. Streaming not only destroyed the rental business and hit theater profits, it fundamentally changed the TV and movie business forever.
The movie, TV, and rental video businesses have all merged into one thing. And the race and fierce battle between a bunch of entertainment groups has slowly shifted and coagulated into a small handful of corporations that now have near total control.
When I became CEO 15 years ago, I envisioned a world where distribution, powered by transformative technology, would expand dramatically.
The only way that it gets better for streaming services is that it ends up being incorporated into, like, you know what I mean? So it ends up just being, there is only like 3 or 4 actual viable streaming services. That's it. There's only a few because you just can't compete with the other ones, and they end up just getting condensed into just a few. And then it's just cable TV again. It's just cable TV, but now they're owned by different those companies are owned by other companies.
Almost
Disney
to
won.
the point of becoming a commodity. That thinking led to the acquisitions of Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm, and 21st Century Fox, each bringing with them a breathtaking array of branded content and the ability to create even more of it. Fast forward, and in just a year, we've established ourselves as one of the true leaders in the direct-to-consumer space.
Now, there is a very short list of things that I want to come back from the 1940s and 50s. Back to the 1950s, but without all the races. But remember when we mentioned the antitrust laws earlier? When the US government stepped in because giving movie studios the power to make and distribute the art form of film was too much power? I mean, we're never getting that, but two boys can dream.
This entire video has been about business, which is rare for us because usually that shit is a snooze fest. But we deeply care about the art form and medium of film.
Since its invention, film has been a cultural pillar in America and the world, I think. There's just no way to know.
Imagine if music stream was like this, where you had to subscribe to different record labels. Holy fuck, dude. It would be so... I mean, I don't listen to music, but that sounds so cursed.
There's just nothing there.
Oh my god.
But no matter what business model seems the most
No
sustainable,
way.
the film industry has been forced into its current form because of technology and the convenience it brought. People wanted movies on TV. People wanted to rent tapes and DVDs. Then people wanted them shipped to their door without late fees. Finally, they just wanted to watch things like they did online, without having to buy or rent every single thing they watched.
But we've reached a really odd impasse here. We found ourselves in a place where meeting our every demand at home leaves us with barely any time in our community. Movie theaters in the 30s were the only option, but it had people engage in art basically every week in their community.
Movies on TV were more convenient, but it forced you inside your home watching commercials on a Saturday night.
Buying VHS tapes and DVDs were too expensive, but it seemed to support individual artists more than streaming.
Blockbuster late fees were a ripoff, but it allowed a space to enjoy movies with everyone around you. Streaming is overall cheaper and easier for consumers, allowing access to almost everything ever made. But it also has forced power at the top, similar to the 1930s.
They can hide streaming numbers and delete a movie that is fully finished and good that audiences love during the test screening.
Actor Will Forte has posted an open letter to the cast and crew of Coyote vs. Acme after he finally got to watch his own film. This comes amid heavy rumors the film is officially dead following Warner Brothers Discovery's recent quarterly report that included a mysterious $115 million tax write-off.
Why? Because Warner Brothers was acquired by AT&T, and now the books are just too complicated for Warner Brothers to be in the business of selling movies. So this piece of art that countless people slaved away at for years will never see the light of day because deleting it would be great as a tax write-off, while their CEO gets a 26.5% salary increase that same year. But it's not like any of these changes have stopped good movies and TV shows from coming out.
Yeah.
In fact, there's probably more than ever right now. The fear is that some of these amazing shows and movies will disappear with the snap of an executive's fingers before they reach the public, or some won't get made entirely because it doesn't appeal to movie theaters or streaming. So what's the solution? I have absolutely no idea.
I was
I don't
following
know.
your lead. I don't know.
It's been like changing for a century. I don't know how two Chicago twins were gonna figure this out.
No.
Two Chicago twins, that could be a good movie.
Now that's where it's headed. That's where we're heading with this.
Two Chicago Twins, streaming next year on Hulu, on Disney Plus, on Netflix, on Max.
Nice. Good video. Good video. We were so wrong. The forces are you were wrong. Yeah, I want to watch that Wile E. Coyote movie. That sounds like a good movie. What the hell? I want to see Wile E. Coyote in court battling against the company that he works for, the cartoon company. Look, I'm just gonna say it straight up. I don't remember the last time I paid for a movie. Okay, I just be power. Actually, that's not true. I have an Amazon Prime subscription because it's worth it because I order from Amazon. But other than Amazon Prime, which I use because I order from Amazon, my ass just like other than the Prime thing or whatever, I just pirate. Like I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, bro. My thing is, if I pull up Netflix right now. Okay? I pull up Netflix and I'm like, let me watch something. I kind of want to watch a movie. You know what I want to watch, actually? I want to watch Wild Wild West with Will Smith. Wait a second. Where is it? It's not here. What the hell? Pirates of the Caribbean? Pirates of the Caribbean? Where's Pirates of the Caribbean? Where is it? Where's Pirates of the Caribbean? It's not on Netflix. What the hell? What about? Oh, Jumanji? They have Jumanji. I saw Jumanji. Let's go watch Jumanji. But let's watch the original. Where's the... Wait a second. So they have the remake, but they don't have the original Jumanji. Huh. Well, you know what? Well, hang on a second. Well, let me hold on, guys. Let me go to Prime Video. Maybe they have it. Maybe they have some of these movies. Pirates of the... They don't have Pirates of the Caribbean either. Oh, rent. Oh, I can rent or buy it. Oh, I see. I can buy it from Prime, but I can't watch it on Prime. Right. It's a Disney... Oh, it's a Disney film. You're right. What about Jumanji? Do they have Jumanji? Oh, they don't have Jumanji either. Well, that's okay. That's fine. And it's like, what the fuck, bro? What am I supposed to do? Like, I just want to... You know what I want? I want to go and I want to just open up a tab here. I just want to open up a tab. And I just want to, like... I just want to go in here. I just want to go in here and I just want to do... Watch Jumanji online free. Okay. Oh, what's that? 123 Movies has Jumanji on it? Interesting. Whoa. And look at that. Look at that. All I did was go into my search bar, watch Jumanji free online. Here's the movie. Look at that, guys. I find it. I find Jumanji. You know what I mean? I find the movie. That's crazy. Instead of slaving away through fucking Netflix and Amazon, it's just right there. No wonder people pirate. No wonder people do it. Like, obviously, you're just gonna pirate like that. Why wouldn't you? The only reason that people stopped pirating is because it was less efficient, or it was just as convenient to actually pay for the content than pirate it. That's why people stopped pirating. But people are just going to pirate again if you keep making it fucking awkward. Now, if the end solution of this is that one company, like Disney, owns every streaming service, and now you just have to pay for one company's product or whatever, you have to pay one company and you get every movie. That's not exactly good either, obviously. But that would mean that people wouldn't have to pirate because it'd be convenient. But, you know, then that's like then we're just getting too much centralized power. I don't know. It's a tough one, you know? It's a tough one. You aren't allowed to pirate on stream. Delete the VOD. Amazon owns Switch and the company I'm pirating from. I didn't pirate anything. I didn't actually pirate anything. I just showed that it's more convenient to pirate than it is to try find it on the internet. Like, it's just more convenient to pirate it than it is to try find where the fuck it's streaming from. Which it is. It's just more convenient. Like how Spotify and Apple and YouTube have all the same music library? Yeah, exactly. If I don't think I've ever went on Spotify. Actually, that's not true. But it's really, really, really rare that I go on Spotify and I can't find a song because they don't have it on Spotify. You know? So, I mean, I don't know, man. I think that music has it better than movies because, like, from my perspective, at least, like, I don't really like music. Like, not that I don't like music. I don't really listen to music very often. But, like, no one is complaining about this shit in music, I feel like. No, not to the same degree at all. You know? You think what needs to happen is that the studios shouldn't be allowed to control the streaming services, separate distribution like how they used to? Probably, but how are they going to pass that in court? I don't know. The more and more power these companies get, the harder it is to pass shit like that in court, you know? I just haven't seen it because I'm not in the music scene, but I know, don't get me wrong, I can imagine critiques and shit about music streaming for sure. I don't think that it's like a flawless thing. I don't think it's flawless. I just feel like it's better than movie stuff. You know? How am I doing? I'm okay. I'm a little tired. My neck is a little sore. The neck pain does not want to go away. Alright, let's watch another video while I just rest for another day. Another day of rest as we watch random thing. Connections today? I think I did it at midnight last night. I think I did it. Oh, it's little cat videos. Look at this guy. Yes, I'm a cat and I love water. I love that this is the face of a cat that's having fun. Like, the funniest thing to me is this cat is having, like, the time of his life. And this is what he looks like. Plop, 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 plop. This is what I sound like when you hit it from the back. What are we doing with our lives? We're just chilling. We're just chilling. The Bubble Master. It's the Bubble Master, guys. Friendly Space Ninja? Does this guy make good movies? When great movies flop at the box office.
So, I recently went to see the movie The Fall Guy, a fun little action comedy.
Dude, I keep seeing fucking ads for this stupid ass movie, and I don't want to watch it. Like, stop showing me ads for it. Fucking Twitch. It's Twitch TV that keeps showing me ads for fucking this movie. And also, fuck this. Yeah, I don't... Anytime I see ads for movies like this, it makes me not want to watch them. It makes me angry. I hate this movie. Like, I haven't even seen it, and I'm sure it's a great movie, but the fact that I had to watch ads for it makes me fucking hate it.
Ryan Gosling that I absolutely adored. It's a really entertaining and charismatic movie that seemed like it had everything lined up to be a big hit. And yet, despite incredible reviews, both from critics and audiences, the movie flopped and had a disastrous opening weekend that...
Yeah, obviously, you know why it flopped and you know why it had a disastrous opening weekend? Because the marketing for it was dog shit. That's why. It just had really bad marketing. It did. When I saw the ads for this movie, you know what I thought? I thought it looked like shit. That's what I thought. I thought it looked like a dumb, low-budget action film that these two were doing together to, like, just make a movie because they haven't done a movie in a while. That's what it looked like. they wanted to put these actors in a movie because they haven't been in a movie for a while. There was like, that's all. It just, and I'm sure it's a great movie, but like, it just doesn't, I don't care about expendable income. It's not even about that. It just, the movie looks bad. The movie looks like it's going to suck. It just looks like it's gonna suck. There's nothing about it that looks interesting.
Pretty much solidifies the reality that it will probably lose the studio money, especially given the fact that it had a budget of $150 million. And I thought, that's curious. Why didn't people go see this movie? The marketing campaign seemed like it was generating a lot of hype. The trailers were insanely popular. Like, the buzz around it was very loud, and everyone...
I don't think so. I don't think there was any buzz around this movie. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was no buzz.
One who had gotten a chance to see it at film festivals was very vocal about how good it was. Like, in my head, it was a surefire hit, but then the movie came out and nothing. Absolute crickets. It's probably because it seems like everybody went broke going to see Dune in theaters 3 or 4 times, which is completely valid. I saw it 3 times and I most likely will go see it again. And maybe it's because it came out just a week after Challengers, the new Zendaya movie that everyone is obsessed with right now. It's excellent, by the way, go watch it. But regardless, it always breaks my heart a little when a good movie that clearly was made with a lot of heart and passion fails to find an audience to support it at the box office.
Yeah, but like, yeah, what did you say? Sorry, someone said in chat they don't have a target. Who is the audience for this movie? Who wants to go see this? Like, what's the audience for this? What even is the movie about? Just a dumb action movie with like good jokes? I don't know. I just don't know I don't know who the audience is.
Especially when it's an original idea that isn't the adaptation of a comic book or a novel or a sequel to a movie that came out 20 years ago. That's why I've been so happy to see that Challengers has been doing extremely well. It's a fun and charismatic original concept that managed to build a lot of hype based on word of mouth. And I genuinely thought The Fall Guy was going to get sort of a similar result. And the reason why that's so sad is because, like many people say, audiences communicate to Hollywood with their wallets. Movies like this will stop being produced if they don't make money. And I would like
But if we make a new Marvel movie, that'll make money.
movies like The Fall Guy. But all of that started to make me think about other fantastic movies I really like that unfortunately flopped at the box office. There have been a bunch of them. We can all at least think of one, and sometimes it's so surprising to hear they flop because these movies went on to become absolute classics of cinema. Yes, Fight Club was a giant box office bomb when it came out in 1999.
I didn't know that.
It sounds almost
I did not know
inconceivable
that.
today, but it was. It's a Wonderful Life is arguably the most iconic Christmas movie in the history of cinema. It came out in 1946, and it flopped. Nobody wanted to see it. The Shawshank Redemption, absolute classic, and it bombed when it came out.
Really?
Same for Citizen Kane, considered by many to be the single greatest movie in the history of cinema. It came out in 1941, and it was a huge flop.
No
It's a bit of
way.
a different case though, because there is this insane story of this journalist that single-handedly sabotaged the movie by blocking it from being advertised in newspapers and by going as far as bribing movie theaters to pull the movie from showing.
What
It's
the
a
hell?
fascinating story. Like,
What
the
a
whole
hater.
beef behind the release of Citizen Kane was insane.
What a
But
hater.
You get the point. And today I want to talk about some of those movies, those absolute gems that deserved way more success than they ended up having. They're movies that particularly marked me because I absolutely loved them, but also because for some of them, the reasons why they flopped despite being great movies are incredibly...
What about the other end, though? What are the movies that didn't flop that just suck? Like, which movies are those? What are the movies that, like, really are shit, but, like, made bank at the box office?
Frustrating to find out. You'll surely know some of those movies, others you've probably never heard about, or you've just forgotten they even existed, but I love them, and I think they deserve a spotlight.
Fast and Furious,
Hey,
take that
if you
back.
know of
Take that back, Chloe. Take that back. Take that back right now. Transformers movies? The Transformers movies were good. I think the Transformers movies are great media.
Any movies that
I think the Transformers movies, where's the one? Where's the line? I'm underneath testicles. Where is it?
I am directly below the enemy scrotum.
Wait. Come on. We wouldn't have got this line, this absolutely iconic line, if we didn't have the Michael Bay Transformers movies. You know what I mean? Why are there car balls? You're asking the wrong questions.
Were commercial failures but deserved way more? Feel free to leave them in the comments down below. I'm always on the hunt for a good underrated movie. Also, follow me on Instagram because I love giving little lists of underrated movies and TV shows and even short films. And we just have a lot of fun over there in general. So, with all that in mind, in no particular order, here are my favorite fantastic movies that completely flopped at the box office. Number 1. Dr. Sleep. This is another one of those movies that, on paper,
this movie put me to Dr. Sleep, bro.
Fire hit, but it somehow completely failed at fulfilling that promise in execution. Dr. Sleep is an adaptation of the Stephen King novel of the same name, published in 2013. It is the official sequel to The Shining, his other iconic book that came out in 1977 and that was famously adapted into a movie by Stanley Kubrick in 1980. This time around, though, this adaptation was directed by Mike Flanagan, the man behind the greatest horror series ever made, The Haunting of Hill House. Dr. Sleep takes place about 40 years after the events of The Shining, and it follows Danny, Jack and Wendy's son from The Shining, who is now an adult struggling with alcoholism due to the intense trauma he still carries from the horrific events he witnessed at the Overlook Hotel when he was a child. Danny drinks to escape his past, both figuratively and literally, because 40 years later,
is this still going?
being haunted by the ghosts of the Overlook Hotel, who stutters people move bang. Number 2. Kubo and the Two Strings. Kubo and the Two Strings.
I feel like I'm understanding why nobody saw these movies, bro.
Stop-motion animated movie directed by Travis Knight that came out in 2016. And I think it might be the most underrated animated film ever made. Produced by the very small Laika studio, which is mostly known for making Coraline, the movie takes place in ancient Japan and tells the story of Kubo, a young boy who has to go on a dangerous quest to solve the mystery behind his father's death and save his people from a vengeful spirit he accidentally summoned. Armed with a magical instrument that belonged to his mother, Kubo has to face gods and various monsters on his journey to defeat his grandfather, the Moon King, and Washi and Karasu, his mother's evil twin sisters. I saw Kubo and the Two Strings when it came out 8 years ago, and I was just in awe of how incredible it was. It's unbelievably unique. It's creative, the characters are all so well crafted, the lore, the story, everything about it is just so beautiful. It has a vibe that at times did remind me of Coraline, especially in those sequences that embrace a darker tone. Kubo is an incredibly attaching protagonist, and the companions he meets during his journey are also fantastic characters with really compelling backstories, namely Monkey, voiced by Charlize Theron, and Beetle, voiced by Matthew McConaughey. Alright. The movie was largely inspired by the works of Hayao Miyazaki, and you can feel that inspiration in the world building. Kubo and the Two Strings is one of those movies you just hope will do good because it is so original and you can sense the amount of passion that went into making a movie like this. The art style, the emotions, the incredible attention to detail. Like, this movie is a real work of art that deserves all the success in the world. But unfortunately, Kubo was not a success when it came out. In fact, its box office failure was so significant that there started to be fears that Laika Studio would not survive the loss and would have to shut down. Thankfully, that didn't happen, and the movie went on to win a surprising amount of awards. Laika recovered and eventually released a new movie called Missing Link in 2019, which was an even bigger flop. But yeah, despite the recognition it got, the critical acclaim, and the adoration of the few people who have seen it, Kubo and the Two Strings has largely been forgotten since 2016, and I think that is a shame, because I truly believe this movie is special. It deserves to find its cult following, it deserves to be reevaluated and recognized as what it was, which is one of the best animated movies of the 2010s. If you haven't seen Kubo and the Two Strings, I cannot recommend it enough. Number 3. The Suicide Squad. I'm gonna go through this one very quickly because
this is a good movie.
One of the most famous
this is a good movie.
Of great movies that flopped, and I am planning.
But it's not this movie's fault that this movie flopped. It's not this movie's fault that this movie flopped. Okay, here's the reason that this movie flopped: because DC hadn't made a good fucking movie in their entire existence. There has been not a single. There has never been a good DC movie. Okay, that's why this flopped. It just happened to be the only good DC fucking extended whatever. When I say DC movie, I mean like the DC EU thing. You know what I mean? I don't mean like fucking Batman and Robin. I don't mean like Dark Knight. I'm not talking about like the goats of the past. I mean like the DCEU shit, okay? Like the Man of Steel, Wonder Woman, Batman vs Superman, Justice League, Suicide, all this shit, okay? I'm not talking about I'm talking about that. None of these movies have been good. So this movie had no chance. Who wants to go watch another dog shit DC movie? Nobody. It just happened to be the only good one.
On making an entire video on the failure of the DCEU, so I'll keep a lot of details for later. The Suicide Squad is one of the best comic book movies ever made, and its only downfall is the fact that it is a sequel to one of the worst comic book movies ever made.
Exactly.
2016 Suicide Squad. That movie was a total embarrassment that greatly contributed to the huge divide of fans when it comes to the DCEU, and nobody talks about it anymore because it is completely
not anytime
irrelevant.
soon.
It's also a movie that was notoriously cursed with endless studio interference. And yes, we are once again talking about Warner Brothers. You'll see later in this video, Warner Brothers has a very long history of sabotaging its own films. It's a problem. Anyways, after that fiasco, Warner Brothers still decided to go ahead with a sequel because the first one made money, but they decided to hire a new director, and they chose James Gunn.
Is that what James Gunn looks like, or is that AI art? Is that what he actually... That's AI art, right? That's not really him?
The director of Guardians of the Galaxy. They trusted him so much that they essentially gave him authorization to do pretty much
Okay, it might be him, but it's AI art of him. Like, we can agree, right? We can agree that this is AI art of James Gunn. This isn't really a picture of him. This is not... Like, a human did not create this, right? Or this is not a real person, I mean to say. It's just badly airbrushed. Okay, I can see it. I can see that. I can see that.
James Gunn, the director of Guardians of the Galaxy.
They hit him with the face app.
Trusted him so much that they essentially gave him authorization to do pretty much whatever the fuck he wanted with this movie.
Right.
And so he decided to use the sequel as a semi-reboot that would be an R-rated action comedy with new characters. And so we got The Suicide Squad.
It's a good movie.
For those who don't know, The Suicide Squad is a movie about a bunch of criminals who were locked up in a max security prison after being defeated by Batman. And that max security prison falls under the control of a government operative named Amanda Waller, played by Viola Davis. Waller is like a ruthless general who decides to create a secret task force comprised of extremely powerful criminals to carry out high-risk missions around the world that could have catastrophic repercussions. She calls this initiative Task Force X, or as it becomes known as later on, the Suicide Squad. The reason Waller wants to use criminals for Task Force X is because...
Dude, this character is so funny to me. This motherfucker is so funny. They just introduce some fucking rat creature and then they just kill it in the movie. It's so funny.
Well, some of those criminals have insane superpowers and abilities, but mostly because those missions that she intends to send them on are extremely destructive and will almost definitely have civilian casualties. And by having criminals in this secret task force, if things go horribly wrong and it turns into a disaster
They can
that
just blame
kills
them.
tons
Yeah,
of
it's
people,
cool.
she just gets to put the blame on them and keep the government
Dude,
out
it's
of it.
such
But
a
these
good
people-
premise. It's actually such a good premise. What if we force criminals to do fucked up evil shit for us and then have them take all the blame and kill them? It's such a fun premise.
So she needs a way to control them. And she does that by choosing the criminals she wants on her mission and forcefully implanting a bomb into their heads. Then she gives them an ultimatum. They can either go on this mission and carry it out, and if it goes really well, they will maybe get a reduction on their sentence, or she blows their heads off. Yeah, that's it. There's no real other option. They either do it or they die. Oh, and of course, if one of them was to
Whose
go
video?
rogue
It's,
during the mission and try to escape,
Friendly Space Ninja.
bomb goes off as well. You're dead. Yeah, Amanda Waller doesn't fuck around. Now, the financial failure of the movie comes down to a very specific circumstance, aka COVID. The Suicide Squad was released in the summer
someone
of
called that in chat.
2021, when theaters were just starting to open
Someone
up
actually
again,
super
and people
called
were
that.
still very wary at the idea of going to the movies. Added to that, this was also at the time Warner Brothers had come up with this completely stupid strategy of releasing movies in theaters and on HBO Max on the same day. What the fuck was that? The result? Well, most people didn't go to the theater to see the movie, whether it be people who had
You
been
like the
waiting for it
soundtrack
for
of the
years.
first more? I haven't watched the first one, but all I know is they put 5 billion fucking licensed songs into that movie because I watched a video about how many licensed videos they just shoved into it. So
Fans of James Gunn, or even people who were on the fence about
maybe
a
you just
sequel
liked
to
the
one of
music because they
worst
only
comic book
they
movies
just
of all
spammed
time,
it.
because they could just watch it at home, meaning it did terrible numbers at the box office, completely failing to recoup its budget and losing the studio tens of millions of dollars. But despite all of that, fans and critics alike praised the movie as one of the best in the DCU, and deservedly so. Once again,
appreciate
James
spammed
Gunn proved
music?
effortlessly that nobody does it like him, and he managed to make a fantastic movie with the ruins of an absolute disaster that came out 5 years prior. And he did such a great job with it that despite the financial failure of the movie, Warner Brothers gave him the keys to the studio, and he is now the architect of the new DCEU, and he's even directing the next Superman movie.
There's a Superman movie coming out?
Yep. This movie is that good. And you know, depending on where you
Wait,
are,
they're making
you might
another
not
one?
even be able to see all those amazing movies I'm talking about. But no worries, I have the perfect fix for you with today's sponsor, NordVPN.
No.
Number 4. The Northman. Every once in a while, there is a movie that will fascinate me from the moment it is announced, and I will be at the edge of my seat obsessing over it.
I have my
and
finger
waiting for
on
it to
the
finally
speed up
come out.
button
I
here.
have that with Dune, I have that with Everything Everywhere All at Once. I am currently having that with the upcoming Tron Ares.
I have
movie
my
I've been
finger on
waiting
the-
for
on
and
the-
obsessing over for 15
Wow.
years. I made a whole video about Tron Legacy. Go watch it if you want.
Yo, Tron Legacy was good, but my brother watched that movie 1,800 fucking times while we had to share the same room together, and he would fall asleep to Tron Legacy every fucking night. Every night he would put Tron Legacy on, and he would fall asleep, and I would stay up, and the movie would play, and I've probably seen Tron Legacy 1,500 times. I fight for the users! And the thing is, like, it's a good movie, but my life is ruined, okay? And I can never, that's all there is to it. I've seen this movie so many times, okay? I've seen this movie so many times, and I still don't remember either of the main characters' names, okay? That's how I feel about this movie. I don't even remember her name. I don't remember the main character's name. I don't remember the old guy's name. All I remember is fucking Clue. Sam Flynn. All I remember is Clue, bro. That's it. And he had a really fucking weird CGI face that was really uncomfortable. And they had the guy, I forget his name, but they turned the protagonist of the first movie into some weird, like, corrupt ninja assassin with 2 fucking disc blades. And that guy was so sick, bro. That guy was so sick. Oh, Tron. That's Tron. That's his name. His name is Tron. And they turned Tron into some evil guy. And he's so sick, bro. He's like... And Daft Punk is in it. And there's like a weird guy with like white hair who's like kind of a creep. And he hangs out in Daft Punk's like fucking... He's got Daft Punk DJing for him. And it's the music is great. And it's a good movie. It's a good movie. But I will never watch it again.
Want to understand my obsession? And in the last couple of years, another movie that had created that fascination in me was The Northman, a movie that, in my opinion, is way too overlooked. The Northman came out in 2022, and it is the latest movie by Robert Eggers, the incredible filmmaker behind The Witch and The Lighthouse. It tells the story of a Viking prince named Amleth, who, as a child, witnessed his family fall to a violent coup orchestrated by his uncle. He watched his father get decapitated and his mother kidnapped as the rest of the throne was
Long live the king.
taken by assassins. Amleth luckily manages to escape and swears to return to his kingdom to avenge his family.
With
the movie
Timon
is
and
heavily
Pumbaa,
inspired by
of
Norse
course.
mythology and based on the Scandinavian legend of Amleth, and it has an absolutely world-class cast. Alexander Skarsgård, Anya Taylor-Joy, Nicole Kidman, Ethan Hawke, Willem Dafoe, and even Björk, my guy. Like, bro, this cast is unfair. And let me just tell you, this movie is insane. Like, insane. It's gorgeous, it's haunting, it's brutal, it's weird, which you can always expect from Robert Eggers. It's a revenge movie with a lot of deeper themes attached to it and a really beautiful depiction of the mythology it is bringing to life. Now, contrary to other movies on this list, I'm actually not sure why The Northman flopped. It didn't have the biggest hype ever. Robert Eggers tends to make movies that don't really reach the mainstream that much, but there was some buzz around it at the time it was coming out. The trailers have like tens of millions of views. I was expecting it to do better, but it just didn't. The movie only grossed about $70 million on a $90 million budget. That's really bad. And it was Robert Eggers' biggest production to date. And after all the acclaim The Lighthouse got, I'm sure the studio expected this to be a bigger hit. But nope. The movie came out, it was ignored by most people, and then it just kind of fell into oblivion. It's barely 2 years old, but nobody seems to remember it. But like, it should be remembered. This movie is incredible on so many levels, I don't even have the words. The cinematography is crazy, the story is crazy, the acting is crazy. Every single person in this movie fucking
I need to
popped
pee.
off, my guy.
Is the next one gonna be boring? Oh, it's black and white? It's boring. Yeah, it's in black and white. I don't even.
Way
I can
more
go pee here.
recognition than the one it has gotten. Number 5. The Night of the Hunter. Well, here's a new thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be the oldest piece of media I've ever talked about on the channel. And boy, is it a good one. The Night of the Hunter is a thriller from 1955 about the horrifying story of a religious, fanatic serial killer named Harry, who poses as a preacher as he travels from town to town and murders widows and women who use their sexuality to attract men. When the movie begins, he is arrested by the police for driving a stolen vehicle, and he spends an entire month in prison. While there, he shares a cell with a fallen bank robber who killed 2 people during one of his operations to steal $10,000. He was caught, but not before he managed to hide the money, and he only told his 2 children where to find it. Harry, thinking he could easily steal that $10,000 for himself, tries to make his cellmate tell him where he hid it, but the man keeps his secret and is eventually executed for his crimes. So, after coming out of prison, Harry decides to become the new preacher of his cellmate's hometown, so he can win over the confidence of his kids and get that $10,000. Oh, I should probably mention, $10,000 was an insane amount of money back then. It's about $115,000 in today's money. So like, this is a big deal. So the rest of the movie follows Harry as he infiltrates his cellmate's little hometown, quickly charming everyone and even marrying his widow, as he tries to find a way to get the 2 kids to tell him where their father hid his loot. But things take an increasingly dark turn as people begin to doubt his identity, and Harry finds himself compelled to reveal his true nature to erase every loose end. Now, the story behind this movie is quite sad. The Night of the Hunter was directed by a man named Charles Lawton, and this was his very first movie, and also the only movie he's ever made. The reason why is simply because The Night of the Hunter was one of the biggest flops in cinema at the time it came out. And I mean it. It was an absolute disaster. Mostly because this movie didn't only bomb when it came out, it was also very, very poorly received. Critics absolutely destroyed it. They were notoriously so...
Okay, so we can skip this one if it sucked. Okay, but here's the thing about this movie, okay? Here's the thing. Here's the thing with this movie, alright? $115,000? Motherfucker, if you're gonna go through all of this effort, just get a job, bro. Okay? Motherfucker moved to another place, married someone, became a preacher. Just get a job, bro. Like, it's not that hard, man. What are you doing? Like, that's like 4 years at minimum wage. You're putting more than 4 years of effort into this fucking plot, man.
so merciless towards this film.
Anyway, people said that the movie sucked. Let's move on.
Number 6. Atlantis, The Lost Empire.
This movie is as bad as everyone thinks it is. This movie is not good. Everyone thinks this movie is bad, and it is bad.
One of my favorite animated films of all time. I think it is fan-fucking-tastic and so incredibly charming. If somehow you've never heard of this movie or you've never seen it, Atlantis, The Lost Empire tells the story of an introverted archaeologist named Milo who works at the Smithsonian in 1914 America. Milo is an incredibly skilled linguist and cartographer, but he has a difficult time being taken seriously by his peers and superiors because Milo firmly believes in the existence of Atlantis, the mythological lost kingdom that supposedly exists underwater and hides a secret civilization that, according to the legend, has access access to extremely advanced technology. Milo thinks he may have found the location of Atlantis, and he tries very hard to convince the Smithsonian Institution to fund an expedition to go find it. Nobody really cares to do that, though. The institution is not willing to spend millions of
I
dollars
wouldn't care
trying to
either.
locate an urban legend, but Milo's dream is saved by a very old billionaire who happens to be friends with his grandfather. The old man is currently funding his own expedition to find Atlantis, and he recruits Milo to join his team. Milo accepts, and so he embarks on a crazy adventure to find the Lost Empire. And he does find it, but things do not go the way he expected. Honestly, it feels almost pointless to give a synopsis of Atlantis because everybody knows this movie, and it's weird to say it now because a lot of people definitely consider it to be a classic today, me included. But yeah, Atlantis came out in 2001, and it was a complete failure at the box office. Like, it flopped really hard. At the time, it was said that its failure was due to the fact that the movie opened around the same time as the first Shrek movie and the first Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider film. And just to make things worse, a week after its release, it was completely overshadowed by the release of the first Fast and Furious. So in other words, the financial disappointment of Atlantis can most...
Okay, I understand why this movie flopped. There were just GOAT movie after GOAT movie after GOAT movie. The big three of 2001. Shrek, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, Fast and Furious, baby. The GOATs.
Bad timing, which was really unfortunate for Disney because the movie cost $100 million to make. In 2001, they were betting big on this movie. They wanted it to be the next big thing. They wanted it to become one of the big Disney tentpoles. And they weren't half-assing it.
It's understandable. It had no
underwater
chance.
Disneyland attraction based on the movie. And around the time the movie was coming out, they already had a TV spin-off called Team Atlantis in active development. But then, the movie flopped, and Disney opted to immediately cancel all of those plans. The only thing that eventually came out of it was a half-assed direct-to-DVD sequel that came out in 2003. And man, that sucks. Like, a lot. I love Atlantis so much, man. My mother took me to see it in theaters when it first came out, and even 23 years later, it has aged incredibly well, and I'm very glad that the years were kind to it, and that a lot of people now consider it to be a masterpiece that was severely misunderstood when it came out. Because,
Masterpiece? Grow up,
I'm cheating a little, but I'll add another movie to the century. Treasure Planet, the other big Disney animated film that came out just 1 year after Atlantis and flopped even harder at the box office.
Again, no. Treasure Planet, I understand that people like it. I understand. There's a reason it's underrated. There's a reason, and it's because it's mid. It's so mid, bro. It's so mid. It's unbelievable. You're telling me that this movie versus Tarzan, this movie versus The Lion King, you're trolling, bro. You're trolling me. You're kidding me. This versus Frozen, you're trolling me. You're absolutely kidding. Like, no.
It actually became one of
Does this movie have Let It Go in it? It's underrated because it's rated appropriately mid. No, I'm saying that this movie is not underrated. This movie is rated correctly. Everyone thinks this movie is mid, and it is mid. It is simply mid. That's all. It's not as good as the best animated movies out there, so it's bad. Yes, that's how it works, okay? You ever see professional players in a sport, okay? You have, like, the GOATs, and despite the fact that the people that are, like, in the NBA, the people on the bench of the NBA are 1,000 times better than than you will ever be. But they're trash, bro. Like, that's just how it works. That's how it works. It doesn't matter that you're better than 99.9% of the population or whatever. It doesn't matter that it's better than 90% of, like, 99% of animated movies or whatever. It's just that compared to the actual good movies, it's mid as fuck. It just is mid. It's just mid.
The biggest financial failures in cinema history. That's how bad it was. This time it was because Disney chose to release it at the same time as Die Another Day, the James Bond movie, and get this, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Good job, Disney. Very smart moves over there. You guys really were the kings of bad timing in the early 2000s. Jesus Christ. Now, I personally don't love Treasure Planet as much as I do Atlantis, but this movie still slaps, and for the time, it really pushed the boundaries of what was seen with animation. It's a gorgeous fucking movie. And
no, it's not that you're the best or you're mid. It's that, like, I don't know what to tell you, okay? If I pull up I don't have a tier list, okay, of some shit. I don't fucking know. Let me find a tier list. Tier list of, I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. Tier list of Disney movies, okay? Okay, all Disney and Pixar films. Just quickly, okay? And we have the categories, okay? The GOATs. Good movie, okay? I mean, it's alright. Mid AF. Bad. Unwatchable, okay? Like, if you have your GOATs up here, right? Sorry, let me just move some of these out of here. Nope. These are all terrible. Bad. I'll put that one in bad. Mulan, good movie. Tarzan, good movie. Winnie the Pooh, unwatchable. Rescuers, unwatchable. Fox and Hunt, unwatchable. Great Monster Diver, unwatchable. Black Hole, unwatchable. Unwatchable. The Little Mermaid, I mean, it's alright. Down Under, unwatchable. Beauty and the Beast, I mean, it's alright. Aladdin, I mean, it's alright. Lion King, The Goat, Pocahontas, I don't remember it. Unwatchable. Unwatchable. Hunchback. Hercules, it's alright. Fantasia, unwatchable. Dinosaur, bad. Emperor's New Groove, good movie. Atlantis, bad. Lilo and Stitch, good movie. Is this Treasure Planet? Mid AF. You see? Do you see what I mean? Like, Brother Bear, unwatchable. Home on the Range, mid. Chicken Little, bad. Meet the Robinsons, unwatchable. Bolt, mid. Princess and the Frog, it's alright. Tangled, it's alright. It's alright. Winnie the Pooh, unwatchable. Wreck-It Ralph, it's alright. Good movie. Wreck-It Ralph 1, good movie. Frozen, goated. Big Hero 6, I mean, it's alright. Zootopia, mid. Moana, good movie. Wreck-It Ralph 2, unwatchable. Frozen 2, unwatchable. Raya, I actually like this movie, but it's only alright. Encanto, I didn't see it. I'm just going to leave it here because I didn't see it. I didn't see this one. Wish, didn't see that one, but I heard it's unwatchable. A Bug's Life, mid. Toy Story, goated. Toy Story 2, goated. Monsters, Inc., good movie. Finding Nemo, good movie. The Incredibles, good movie. Cars, mid. Ratatouille, mid. Wall-E, it's alright. Wall-E's good movie. Up, it's alright. Toy Story 3, it's alright. Cars 2, unwatchable. Actually, bad. Monsters University, bad. The Good Dinosaur, bad. Finding Dory, bad. Inside Out, it's alright. Coco, good movie. Incredibles 2, bad. Cars 3, didn't see it, unwatchable. Toy Story 4, didn't see it, unwatchable. Onward, didn't see it, unwatchable. Luca, I saw this on a plane. It was alright. I'll put it in mid. It was mid. Turning Red, didn't see it. Soul, I heard it was good, didn't watch it. Brave, mid. Elemental, didn't watch it, okay? Unwatchable, unwatchable, unwatchable. Okay. So, all I'm saying is, it's like here with some of these other like mid as fuck movies. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not bad in the same way that these movies are bad. It's just mid. That's all. It's just mid. And most of these other movies are just unwatchable. I mean, you cannot under any circumstances make me watch these movies. It will never happen. Okay? So, this is the Disney movie tier list. But all I'm saying is, like, it's just mid. Treasure Planet is just mid. Atlantis is bad. Okay? And it's not goated like these movies are. I'm going to bring this down, and I'm going to put Inside Out up here, actually. I'm going to bring... yeah. I'm going to bring down Beauty and the Beast to mid. Let me think what else I would do here. Monsters, Inc., I mean, it's alright. I think I can bring Monsters, Inc. down. Any movies in here that I just threw in because I wasn't thinking? Real quick. Any movies I threw in here that I just wasn't thinking when I did it? No, I don't think so. This is a good list. Anything classic Disney is unwatchable? Yes. Old movies are unwatchable. Yes. It's really hard to find an old movie that is watchable. It's just the reality. I will fall asleep looking at my screen.
Considered a classic, and I'm glad that is the case today. Number 7. Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049. This right there is a and constant out to green themselves ahead and talk at medic and sink this Wednesday IV of the fucking roll and others that 24th edge of tomorrow. This one is the perfect place on and why for have a reads for all the elite of move on all of others and either with a yeah.
That's it? That's the video? Interesting. Really short list. It only had like 2 movies on it. Really short list. Interesting. Really interesting, actually. Thought there'd be more. I thought there'd be more. Why are her boobs so big? What is this? Table girl, which fruit do you want to eat? Why? New Jenny Nicholson. Star Wars Hotel?
So
Wait, 4 hours? Wait, 4 hours? Wait a second.
March 1st, 2022, the Walt Disney Company opened their newest experiment in
Strap
themed
in.
entertainment, an immersive, multi-day adventure.
Actually, I heard Blade Runner was good, and I would watch Blade Runner. I just didn't like that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure that guy makes good videos. Like this guy. He's got a lot of subscribers. I'm sure he makes good videos. But I'm gonna be honest, like, I didn't like this video. That's all. That's just, the reality is, I didn't like the video. And that's okay. It's okay to not like videos, but I didn't like it. Turns out watching a 45-minute long video about bad movies turns out to not be interesting if the person is trying to convince you that these bad movies are actually good. Like, if something is bad, you should be making fun of it, and if it's good, you can praise it. But, you know, you watch the lock-in meme first? Yeah. Hold on. Chloe, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so proud of you. I'm like, the way that you asked for that makes me so, like, I don't know what to tell you. I've just, like, it just makes me, it just puts a smile on my face, you know?
March 1st, 2022, the Walt Disney Company opened their newest experiment in themed...
Wait, when?
On March 1st, 2022, the Walt Disney Company
2022.
opened their newest experiment in themed entertainment, an immersive, multi-day adventure set in the Star Wars universe.
Here's the thing, by 2022, wasn't Star Wars already dead to people? Didn't we already hate Star Wars by 2020? How much Star Wars merch does she have? Wait a second, is this like a close to home topic for her? Oh no. Oh no, dude.
When this was first announced, everybody just called it the Star Wars Hotel. Disney World has a lot of themed hotels. Safari-themed hotel, New Orleans-themed hotel, amusement park-themed hotel. So people were like, okay, they're building another one, and this time the theme is Star Wars. But this project was never intended to be like Disney's other...
No, I know she's doing an insane deep dive. I just mean that, like, does she, like, really like Star Wars as well? I'm just curious if she really likes Star Wars. I know she's gonna do a ridiculous deep dive. I know she is.
Hotels. If you stay at the amusement park themed hotel, you're supposed to enjoy the ambiance while you're there, but you're expected to leave and spend 90% of the day outside at the actual amusement park.
Obviously. You're like, it's a hotel. Like,
meanwhile, the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser was pitched as an all-inclusive resort, a landlocked cruise. Aside from a brief excursion into the Star Wars themed
that's weird though. Like, no kid wants to go to, like, the Star Wars hotel. The kids want to go to Disney World. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to go to the hotel. You want to go to Disney World. That's why you're going to Disney World. It's like another one of these things that's built for people that are on their 12th fucking Disney trip of the year.
Of Hollywood studios, you're not meant to leave the building. You wouldn't pick the length of your stay. It's always 2 nights, 2 days, and you're provided with a trip itinerary which blocks out pretty much everything almost down to the minute. You're better off thinking of it as a summer camp. space camp, if you like. Or if you're sort of nerdy, you can think of it as LARP, live action roleplay. You aren't just doing
You're
Star
LARPing.
Wars themed activities, you're
Yeah.
supposed to feel like you're in the Star Wars universe. Everything
You're
is themed to
LARPing.
look like you're on a spaceship, the common areas are populated by character actors, and you're encouraged to dress up and create a character as you're guided through a storyline.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way that I'm doing that. That's just gonna be absolute, like, autism central. There's no way. It's like worse than a furry convention, okay? Like, there's no way that this is gonna be in any way not the most degenerate cringe thing you've ever seen in your life. Motherfucker wants people to LARP as a Sith Lord? It would be like no shot, man.
It would be Disney's most unique, most ambitious, and most immersive offering yet. And it would also go out of business. Yeah, on May 19th, 2023, Disney announced they would be
nobody's
calling
surprise.
it quits that September. Only 18 months after the hotel's grand opening, it would close forever. And I went to this hotel, so this video, which was initially just meant to be a deep dive of the hotel and a review, has instead become a kind of eulogy and a detailed archive of what the
Why
hotel
did she
was
go to the hotel? Why did she do
like.
that?
And together,
That's so
we will
funny.
discover why it went out of business. That might sound daunting, but don't worry, I have organized it into an internet-friendly numbered list. So join me on this adventure. By the end, you'll feel like you were there too. And also, I think, feel other emotions. Part 1. Why have they done this?
Why
think
did they do this?
immersion has been a prevailing buzzword in theme park marketing for at least a decade now.
I think this time we really raised the level of immersion.
The immersion into the Pacific Northwest is absolutely incredible.
Here's the thing about immersion, okay? I don't know if this is like a just unknown or hot take or whatever. The important thing about immersion is that it's really, really, really hard to become immersed with more than like one person, firstly. The first problem with immersion is it's really hard when the more and more human beings you add, the harder immersion becomes, firstly. Which is a problem, right? Because if you don't feel comfortable being immersed in front of other people, it's really hard. It doesn't matter how immersive the experience is if you don't feel comfortable doing it in front of other people, right? That's kind of problem one with immersion. But the other issue with immersion is that people want to be immersed in things that they don't realize are immersion. That's kind of the real thing. It's, if you know it's immersion, it's not immersive initially. That's immediately. If you know it's not real, immersion already kind of breaks instantly. So there's, like, for example, it's very immersive to people to go to a resort in, like, I don't know, fucking Cuba or some shit, and think that they're actually in Cuba interacting with the real people that live in Cuba, right? You're on your resort and you actually think in your head, wow, Cuba is such a nice place. It's so nice here. It's so fun to live here. Like, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is so sweet. You just the beaches are amazing. And that's, you don't realize, but you're immersed in a fabrication by a resort that's designed to make you be like, wow, this shit is so cozy, comfy. I can get day drunk every day and go swimming and lie on a beach. That's what you think. That's what you think that the place, I don't know if Cuba is a place people go to resorts, but you know what I mean? You're immersed. That is immersion. But trying to get people to immerse themselves into, like, being a fucking Sith Lord, like, it's already a massive wall, like a massive hurdle you have to overcome. And I just can't imagine real human beings not, like, seeing someone trying to LARP as a Sith Lord and laughing and immediately breaking their immersion as well. I just can't see it.
Be able to explore even more immersive worlds.
Disney Cruise Line ships have immersive activities.
The first immersive storyland that we built at Disney Hollywood Studios.
You immerse yourself into the culture of where you're visiting.
And really immerse themselves
themselves in the story.
Really to immerse the audience in the experience.
And immerse the guests in a world of fantasy.
A whole new world.
For sure. I mean, it is. That's what I said at the start as well. Obviously, the people that are going here are the people that have been to Disney 12 times this year, right? That's who it's made for.
Immersive.
It's incredible. I mean, it's so immersive.
The most immersive. The most immersive.
The most immersive.
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the set of the movie, they have themed food, and you can buy wizard robes and wear them around. Pandora, the World of Avatar was pitched as
that's fine immersion. Like, this is a decent level of immersion. Walk down a street that looks like it's from the movie set, buy some clothes that look like they're from the movies, and there you go. You're immersed. That's a level of immersion. Don't ask me to LARP as a fucking wizard. Don't ask me to fucking buy an owl and chill, relax, okay? Fucking relax on some things. Don't put me on a train to fucking the middle of nowhere and then have me get attacked by fucking fake dementors or whatever the hell on the fucking train.
They have themed food, and you can buy wizard robes and wear them around. Pandora, the World of Avatar was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the animation from the movie, they have themed food, and you can buy Avatar ears and wear them around. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was pitched as immersive because it doesn't look like any particular movie, they have themed food, and you can buy Jedi robes, but you're not allowed to wear them inside the theme park. Yeah, that one kind of stumbled across the finish line. Anyway, all of that is what you might call immersive. But I would also call it just a theme park.
Yeah,
That's
literally.
the definition of a theme park, a themed environment with rides. Compare this to something like a Six Flags, where it's like a crumbling gas station with roller coasters out back, and one of the roller coasters has a Superman logo on it. I can never help it. I'm always attacking Six Flags unprovoked. Six Flags I would call an amusement park and not even a theme park if I was in charge of the terminology, because theme parks are themed. I love that about them, but that's not revolutionary. That's just what they've always been. Disney has had these design principles forever. They just used other synonyms for immersion. It was called realism, maybe feeling transported, maybe escapism, maybe even this plaque that Walt Disney installed at the entrance to Disneyland when he built it. He didn't know about the word immersion yet, but if he had, it would probably be the only word on there. I mean, Pandora, the World of Avatar isn't more immersive than Disneyland's Adventureland. If I go to Adventureland, it looks like I'm at a jungle outpost. I can eat themed food, and I can buy a safari helmet and wear it around.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do that, but I have seen them for sale, so it's possible. Sure, Pandora has physically larger and grander set pieces, and it emulates a landscape more foreign to us, but that's in part because Pandora was built in 2017 with a budget of $500 million.
Yeah.
Adventureland was built in 1955, and I'm pretty sure Walt Disney just paid the construction guys in soda pop and grilled cheese sandwiches. But at their core, the two lands are the same in that the immersion is purely aesthetic. There's no one specific narrative to be told. Nobody is really in character.
Yeah.
The employees in Pandora may refer to the film Avatar as the documentary, but they're not going to speak fluent Na'vi back to me.
Exactly. There's a limit. There has to be a limit on the suspension of disbelief. Like, there's only so much you can do before it becomes too LARPy, and too many people think LARPing is cringe to LARP, is what I'm trying to really express here. So, and you can LARP. A lot of people would only feel comfortable LARPing alone, or like not in front of other people. So that's what I'm trying to convey here. So it just feels doomed to make it more immersive. There's just a limit to immersion.
So the word immersion is fairly new to the scene, but the practice isn't. But with competing parks building more and more detailed environments, we see the word immersion applied to basically everything as a one-word way to communicate that. And with this heavy marketing emphasis on immersion, it's no wonder that companies wanted to take it further.
This is the next phase. This is the next level of immersive
It's not going to work. And it's not going to work. And they don't realize, they don't know it's not going to work because they don't understand what the world thinks of LARPers who dress up in fucking medieval outfits and run around and do fake medieval battle. They don't know that the rest of the world thinks that's really cringe. That's why they are doomed to fail.
And once you've done themed environments, themed food, themed clothing, the only way to take it further is to move all the way into LARP. But an experience of this kind had never been offered by any theme park company before. The last thing you want is for your product to alienate the Thompsons from Iowa who love to spend money on Disney vacations but have never stepped foot inside a...
You mean like a Renaissance fair? It's different. It's different than a Renaissance fair. I mean, Renaissance fairs are LARPing for sure. I think Renaissance fairs are kind of funny, but I also agree. I think Renaissance fairs are not as cringe as like actual like LARPing. I cast magic missile or whatever, you know? Like that's like a different level of LARPing.
Board game store. And while nerds are pretty aware of what LARP is, most normies have either not heard of it or have never considered it something they might enjoy. In fact, to most non-theater kids, the prospect seems kind of mortifying.
Yeah, exactly. I already, you know, I just said that, but obviously it's fucking cringe, bro. It's cringe.
Take a savvy marketing team to pitch this to the average consumer. Part 2, the marketing. The marketing was extremely bad. The hotel concept was first accidentally leaked in April 2017. Disney had contracted a third-party survey company called Swagbucks to try to gauge interest for an immersive Star Wars experience. As with every theme park industry survey, the content was immediately posted to multiple fan sites, so the secret was out.
And tonight, only Eyewitness News has learned what may be one of the biggest talkers yet. Channel 9 anchor Jamie Holmes got a hold of a survey that has been sent out, wanting to know if fans would be interested in an entire Star Wars themed hotel.
The survey wants to know if fans would be interested in a Star Wars boutique hotel where you would spend 2 nights in a completely immersive Star Wars experience. The survey includes renderings like this, where the resort looks like a spacecraft, and rooms that have an interactive view out the virtual window.
But again, this would be fine if you were just pulling up to this hotel and you were just spending the amount of time that you normally spend in a hotel in here. That would be immersive. That would be immersive enough.
Wars Galaxy.
The survey specifically teased a multi-day experience with character performers, secret missions, a pool, a fitness area, robot butlers. The survey asked whether guests would be willing to pay $900 to $1,000 per person for such an experience. Initially, nobody was sure whether this was just a distant idea or if Disney was actually serious about it.
Right.
But just 3 months later at the 2017 D23 Expo, CEO Bob Chapek got up on stage and clumsily and uncharismatically announced it to the world.
So today, I am thrilled to confirm that we are working on our most experiential concept ever. It combines a luxury resort with an immersion in an authentic Star Wars environment.
Initially, I remember the response being generally positive, but sort of muted. Like, people were curious what this would entail.
There's other issues. Fuck me. Sorry. I'm keep pausing. There's other issues with Star Wars itself. Like, I wonder if she talks about shit. There's other issues specifically with Star Wars with this kind of thing. And that is that I don't really think that people want to live in the Star Wars world. That's like another problem. Like, it's a pretty easy sell in my mind to convince me to live in the beautiful princess palace. You know? That's a pretty easy sell for me. Live in the beautiful princess palace. Or, you know, it's an easy sell of go to the hotel that's like a summer jungle whatever resort or something. Like, that's not crazy to me. Obviously, you know, people don't really want to live in the jungle, but you know what I mean. Like, that's fine as well. But the Star Wars universe is like, what's the word or whatever? I don't know what the word is. It's a dilapidated, like, kind of shit universe. Like, by design. The technology is shit. It's under the thumb of a fucking fascist dictatorship. It's dystopia. It's a dystopian future. It's not like we're not psyched to go live in the Star Wars world. Most of the places you go to visit are fucking shit. They're shitholes. They're shithole planets, as Trump would call them. So it's kind of a hard sell to like get people to want to go spend their time here. Like, I'm not excited. If you told me that I had an all expenses trip to go spend 2 or 3 days in like the Cinderella princess palace, I don't give a fuck that I don't like Cinderella. I'm going. I'm getting in my little onion fucking chariot and I'm going to the ball in my dress with my glass slippers on. I'm doing it. I'm going. Okay? I'm having a good ass time. But you try to tell me, do you want to spend 2 days in a Star Wars themed fucking hotel? I'm like, is this torture? Is this torture right now? Like, what is this? what the hell? Is this what they're calling prison nowadays?
Tale, but with just a couple of pieces of early concept art and vague marketing phrases like "be immersed in your own Star Wars adventure," it was just too early.
This looks like a prison cell. This doesn't look like a nice hotel room. It looks like a prison cell. This is where they keep the prisoners. On the space prison.
Really even understand what it was. I mean, Disney will literally call a pizza parlor immersive, so that doesn't mean much. These days, a lot of the stuff they announce at D23 doesn't even end up getting built, so I understand why the response was a little subdued. But at the next D23 Expo in 2019, things were more concretely taking shape. It appeared the hotel was actually happening, and we got more of an outline of what it would entail. The audience
It's like
gets
an
to see some
Attack on
cool
Titan
concept
hotel,
art of an
yeah.
arrival terminal. We'll put a pin in that. We're told about space windows, interactivity, branching story paths.
It is an opportunity to live your multi-day story as it unfolds and interweaves
Who does these things though? I mean,
other
whatever.
passengers and those Star Wars
I think it would be fun.
At this point, the public's interest was piqued, but overall, there just wasn't enough information to know what to make of it. Okay, so what's next? Well, it's kind of weird, but the next info about the hotel they dropped was just showing us that they made this lightsaber.
Light, darkness.
They made a real lightsaber. Oh, it's just a fucking plastic lightsaber.
They made
It's just
a
a
lot
plastic
of promotion about
lightsaber,
this
okay.
special lightsaber. See, it looks like one of those fancy effects lightsabers, but it actually comes out of the handle, like the ones in the movies.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, wow, we can buy that? And they were like, well, no, you can look at it exclusively on the Galactic Star Cruiser, which
course.
that's a little less exciting, right? If I just wanted to look at a convincing lightsaber, I could already do that by watching the film Star Wars. I want
You could also
to
just
touch.
I
And
want
can
yeah, I
see
want a
why I
real
can't touch
lightsaber that
it.
I can kill people
found the
with.
patent, and it basically works like an extendable tape measure with a spool of LED gamer lights glued
Yep.
onto it. It could never hold up to rough housing from a kid, and I also get the impression that it can't retract in an elegant way. Like maybe they have to take it apart and re-spool it or something. You can see everyone that does handle it acts like it's going to fall apart at any minute. When Josh D'Amaro shows it off at D23, he doesn't swish it around. He won't even gesticulate while he's holding it. He
Yep.
just holds it perfectly upright with both hands and then gingerly passes it off to his assistant, just like in the movies. In my opinion, it was monumentally stupid of them to advertise this ahead of time. I think it's
Yep.
the kind of parlor trick that's more dazzling if you aren't expecting it, and it's
Yep.
such a limited trick, right?
It's a one-time
Like,
trick,
This
yeah.
thing we see in the ad and at the expo, that's the whole thing the lightsaber does, and now we've seen it.
Yeah,
I think this would have
exactly.
gotten better online buzz if they'd saved it as a surprise for opening weekend. But to be honest, they might have showcased this out of desperation. It certainly seems like for several expos they haven't had much to announce. On August 4th, 2021, Star Cruiser releases their first real ad.
For the first time, it's real.
It should be illegal. It should be illegal to use good music from previously created media. This is a take. It should be illegal to use your good music to nostalgia bait shit products, okay? It should be illegal. You should not be allowed to use the fucking Star Wars music to advertise your dog shit fucking product. It should be illegal, in my opinion. It's their music. I don't care. I don't care. Make a new law, okay? You're not allowed. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to do this.
Travel to the far reaches of the galaxy. We got recruited by the Resistance. And now we're ready.
Come on, Dad! We gotta go see the ship.
No. We're gonna save the galaxy.
So that was pretty vague, but
Bro,
at least
I
to me
can't
it was-
imagine my dad being like, dude, I can't imagine my dad in this situation. I'm her, okay? I run in and I'm like, Dad, we gotta go see the ship. And my dad goes, no, we gotta go see the galaxy. I know what my dad would do that as a fucking joke, and he would be so obnoxious about it. He'd be like, oh, hold on a second, gotta get my lightsaber. You know how it is. Ooh, watch this, guys. And he would hold like the fucking keys to the car in his pocket, and he would go, I'm gonna use the force to lock the car door. And then he would press the button on his keys to lock the door, and he would go like that, and the car would lock from a distance, and he'd be like, you see that, guys? You see that? And I'd be like, Dad, I know you're using the fucking car keys. It'd be so cringe. It'd be so giga cringe. Like, it would just be the most, like, that's, you know what I mean? It's cringe. It's just cringe. Anyway, I can't. How many times can I pause this video and talk about how cringe this is? It's cringe. It's cringe.
We're gonna save the galaxy.
We all know it's cringe. Let's continue. I'm not gonna talk anymore.
So that was pretty vague, but it at least communicated a few things. You see a family is on a spaceship. They've met a few people in alien makeup and got to do some kind of resistance.
Oh, we're not
mission.
watching. We're not watching the. Sorry to pause again. After I said we won't pause, we're not watching the full video. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting through a 4-hour video with pauses. I'll watch a little bit of it. It's sectioned up, so we can stop at like sections. We can be like, okay, we got like 4 sections, 5 sections in. Let's stop for today, and we'll come back another time.
Teaser, I guess. None of the characters in this ad will actually appear in the finished product, and you can tell from the way they shot it that they haven't completed any of the building interiors. But I think it's supposed to be more of a proof of concept. Unfortunately, on the same day they dropped this ad, Disney also dropped the sample pricing for the experience. And here's some foreshadowing for you. The news was not well received. People had already been skeptical about this project, and Disney being Disney, there was already a lot of speculation that it would cost a lot. But it actually cost a lot. And that'll be in our next chapter. But for now, let's just say it was expensive. From this point on, marketing will be fighting an uphill battle to start any positive conversation about the Galactic Star Cruiser, because now all anyone wants to talk about is the price tag. It isn't until November of that year that we get our next substantial info drop. In this promotional video, executive Josh D'Amaro walks over to the Star Cruiser to demo it. For the life of me, I cannot understand why they have this shot of him strolling in from outside. It's so unimmersive. And then they fade to him standing in the lightsaber training pod, and it looks so sad and featureless.
We have been working on this experience.
It's a prison. It's just a prison.
Whole brand new way for our guests to experience this ancient art of the lightsaber.
During normal operation, this room has ambient lighting, but here they've overlit it and made it look very cheap.
This looks unbelievable.
So the important context is that this was our first real look at what you would do on the Star Cruiser. People now knew what it cost, but not exactly what it was offering.
Yeah.
A frankly insane order in which to release information. So for this video, Josh is going to demo the exclusive lightsaber training experience.
Okay.
Right, so
whoa.
You're right there.
Facing
You're
here.
face off against the remote.
Wow. This is so sick. Just play Beat Saber, bro. Just literally just play Beat Saber.
It looks bad. We can all see that it looks bad. He's moving so slowly, and I'm so secondhand embarrassed about how rigidly he's moving. Like, why is he moving his torso and not his arms? Why is it like that? Again, if they're marketing an immersive experience, why are they doing such unimmersive showcases? Why not have kids do the lightsaber experience and have everybody in costume and shoot and edit it to look a little more dynamic? Why do they think we want to see an executive trying it? I'm giving that ad a thumbs down. But let's move on to the next big promo video, released just a couple weeks later. Disney has pulled out all the stops for this one. They've got their most charismatic Imagineer giving a tour of the ship. They've got an actor from one of their ABC sitcoms here to try it out.
No way, an actor.
I'm super excited to see what you and your team created.
Who is he?
We cannot wait to have you aboard, because Star Wars Galactic
Wait,
Star
who is he? Which actor is this? Who does he play?
Where you get to spend 2 days and 2 nights living out your very own Star Wars story.
Oh, I'm just too excited. We gotta go inside.
Who is he?
This is my favorite piece of marketing material.
And why does he sound like this? Why does he sound like, oh boy, oh geez, oh boy, and guys, I'm just so excited. Oh geez.
We gotta go inside.
Oh, we gotta go inside, bro. Oh my god, I'm so geez.
This is my favorite piece of marketing material. The ship looks empty and lifeless, like when you're in a mall past closing time. The delivery is stilted. The editing is supremely awkward. They constantly sound like they're being cut off.
It's like I'm walking straight into a Star Wars movie.
Except it's not a movie, right?
Oh, geez.
In the middle of it all and in the middle of the action.
Oh golly gosh.
Activities you can do on here. Yeah, there are activities on board the ship.
He's so short too. He's so fucking short. What the hell?
Light speed.
He's such a little he's so silly. He's such a silly little guy.
Half-empty lounge where a Twi'lek singer sings at him.
What's going on? I just popped through.
Oh geez, what's going on? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of need him. No, imagine. Nah. Imagine you had the motherfucker from The Fifth Element, the fucking alien opera singer, pull up and just break it down, bro, right now. I would go.
And once we're shown this character, the ad just kind of becomes a short music video. Like, this is not presented from the perspective of the sitcom actor as he marvels at this new world. The camera takes us physically away from him to a perfectly centered shot of the alien singer. He stumbles back out into the hallway. Was that all a dream? What does it mean? And the ad ends there. I can't even imagine what they were thinking with this one. Okay, first, let me do a compliment sandwich. I theoretically like this as theme park marketing material. Instead of just giving us practical information, they decided to do a little skit, which is always better. And I, for one, love Sean Jambroni's G. Willikers performance here. It's like if they got Mickey Rooney to do the ad. To me, someone who's
I like it. I like it. He's funny. He's a funny little guy.
Charmingly dorky and sort of retro. But ask yourself, is dorky and retro really what you're going for when you're promoting an infamously expensive, ostensibly groundbreaking experience? A project that already has a lot of naysayers? I would think you'd want to make it look as cool as possible. Really put your best foot forward. Not to mention, this video conveys next to nothing about what you actually do on the Star Cruiser. The Disney marketing department seems to think saying punch it is enough of a selling point for an attraction.
Punch it.
And I think they're mistaken about that. The building doesn't even come across well because all the sets are overlit and underpopulated. They look cheap. Furthermore, why would you choose to do an ad that's centered around the fact that there's a singer? I think this character is a cool bit of world building, and a live singer does make a restaurant feel more expensive, but surely they didn't think that this would be the main selling point of a Star Wars roleplay experience. The performance itself is awkward, like it's not even a performance venue. She's just standing in the middle of a small lounge between tables, singing loudly to like maybe 10 people. And she's not even doing a lounge singer song, which might have helped the vibe. She's just doing like a human pop song. It keeps cutting to the other patrons of the bar and they're just kind of bobbing their heads in polite disinterest. If you're doing a skit anyway, why have the
Holy fuck, dude. Imagine putting a blue fucking singer in your Star Wars ad when that media exists already. Imagine thinking you can do this when that exists.
Living in the
You
story
fucking
of the hotel.
idiots.
They're trying to hook us on the idea that this will be an out-of-this-world adventure, but Sean's whole adventure was that he briefly saw a woman singing and she looked unusual. Anyway, this ad was poorly received and widely mocked. Allegedly, hotel dates which had previously been fully booked suddenly became available in the week following the ad. That would suggest that some people found the ad so discouraging that they went out of their way to cancel existing reservations. And I think these reports must have been true because within the week, Disney deleted this ad from all platforms.
That's so funny.
Yikes. If you're wondering how Disney tried to follow that, the answer is that they didn't. That ad went over so badly that I guess they just completely gave up on shooting new promotional material for the Star Cruiser. New Twitter promos would pop up, but they would just be stills of concept art or recuts of that first teaser ad supplemented with a little bit of new footage. To emphasize the choose your own adventure aspect of the experience, they would add in clips of each story path. So they had a Jedi ad, a smuggler ad, and they had an ad about how you can sell Chewbacca out to the First Order and get him thrown in jail, which was so poorly received that Disney would later delete it from all platforms. It's weird that happened twice. The thing about these ads is, anyone with a functioning brain sees this footage and is like, that feels improbable. Logistically, I doubt I'll be doing a solo run through a whole satisfying, movie-accurate adventure. But then, if my visit will look nothing like these ads, what will it look like? A question Disney seemed unable or unwilling to answer. Instead, they just kept showcasing the same limited roster of activities they'd already told us about. Like Good Morning America did a promotional segment, and surprise, it's pushing buttons on the bridge, it's the lightsaber game again, a chance to meet Chewbacca, which you can already do in Disneyland, and for some reason they let Bob Chapek wriggle out of his den and fumble his way through an interview. Once again, no real insight into the choose your own adventure aspect, despite it being the biggest selling point of the hotel. So I've pretty much covered all the ads intended for the general public, but since I'm a hardcore theme park fan, I did personally try to delve a little deeper. So through all this, I was watching all of Disney's social media channels, and they posted a few panels with their Imagineers. Maybe it's unfair to lump these in with the ads since they're only intended for nerds, but they did give me a little more info about what you do in the gameplay.
There might be someone that you help stow away. There might be someone that you help get thrown in a brig, right? Like,
or break out.
Or break out of the brig.
Fucking
right?
narcs.
There could be a galactic superstar who entertains you on the first night, but then also tasks you with helping her smuggle something.
Nice. Finally, we get a concrete example. I love that.
Or you might help someone get their luggage on board without somebody noticing. You never know.
Okay, I'm definitely getting the idea that we're going to smuggle luggage at some point.
I think about the fact that you might meet one of our characters. You might meet one of them on the bridge. You might meet them sort of on a screen first. Then you help them board. Then you smuggle their luggage.
Okay.
A lot of smuggling. Yeah, a lot of
They
that.
appear on the ship.
Physically, they walk into the room
while you're smuggling their luggage on board.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Then you see them later, they send you a message saying, thanks for your help with the luggage.
As the opening date approached, Disney, of course, pivoted to influencer marketing. And in my opinion, they managed to fumble this too. From what I saw, most of the people they invited were TikTokers who just like stood in the
Just
atrium
did
and did
dances.
viral dances. Why would seeing the grown-up dancing girl from High School Musical dancing
Whoa.
in the atrium make me want to book this trip unless I also plan on dancing in
Dude,
the
TikTok
atrium?
dances are so stupid.
I feel like even if that did successfully pique the interest
Like,
of
you're
their
just
audience,
dancing,
a lot
bro.
of these people's fans are late high school and early college students who don't have the financial flexibility to book the Star Cruiser,
Yeah.
even if they want to. Besides, if all you're looking for is an attractive backdrop for photos and dances, you could just go trample around in the Super Bloom or book any resort with an infinity pool. I think a more realistic demographic would have been to focus on Comic-Con types.
Yeah.
Older nerds who have
Yes.
grown-up jobs and are already familiar with role-playing. So I
Yes.
think they would have been better off mixing in big fish from the smaller ponds of LARP, cosplay, probably D&D podcasts. I know these are marginally more...
I just don't know if you're gonna get, like, I don't know if you're gonna get the money that Disney is looking from this hotel from those areas. Those interests are just a little too niche, even though they're getting more and more traction nowadays. Like, they're getting more, it's more popular than ever to be a nerd. It's still kind of not that mainstream. And especially to be super into these things is not mainstream. Like, to be into comic books enough that you go to Comic-Con is not really mainstream. And where, like, it's just, yeah, exactly. It's too, it's the people that the reason that Disney wants to market to, like, widest net of people is because they want to market to, they have to market to this amount of people to break even. If they created a product for nerdy millennials, they couldn't actually make their money back. They just couldn't do it. So they are forced to market this hotel to people that, I mean, to as many people as they can. So that's like the issue. That reminds me a lot of it reminds me of a case study I did when I was in university, actually. But yeah, they're forced to market to a demographic of people that can't afford the product, basically. Or if they market to the people that can afford, like, they're forced to market to people that can't afford it, because if they market to the people that can afford it, they won't go either. Like, there's not enough of them even. It's not, so they're actually fucked. The reality is that at a certain point, the Disney hotel should have been scrapped. At some point before finishing development, it should have been scrapped. It should never have existed. That's the unfortunate reality, I guess, or maybe fortunate if you don't like Disney. But it shouldn't have been created. It was a doomed project from the start. Or it should have just been something way smaller. It should have just been a normal hotel, but with Star Wars theme.
Obscure hobbies, but a lot of money is spent on them every year. And here's another general issue I've always had with Disney influencer marketing: naming conventions. In the olden days, Disney would call stuff by fairly natural, simple names.
Right.
Tomorrowland, Space Mountain. The Alice in Wonderland ride is called Alice in Wonderland. They don't do that anymore.
Right.
I think it's for copyright reasons or for search engine optimization, but it's so awkward. Now Disney products are called things like The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventure, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. So you end up with all these products which, colloquially, nobody calls calls by their actual registered names. People say Star Wars Land. They say the Star Wars Hotel. People say, I want to ride the Cars ride.
This is
They
so
don't
white.
say, I
She's
want to
talking
ride
about Disney.
Radiator Springs
She's got really
Racers.
high
And the big
contrast
problem
on
here
her.
is if you
The
make
contrast on
contracts with
her cameras turned up
influencers
really high.
and you
Yeah.
require them to call your products by the full legal names, they're going to sound like you're paying them. Imagine if I told you, I went to Disney World and saw Star Wars Land. It was pretty fun. I saw the Star Wars bar and I went on the Millennium Falcon ride. Now imagine if I told you, this summer I got to experience Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I loved seeing Oga's Cantina and blasting off on Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. Which one do you believe more? And yet Disney's marketing team is absolutely
Because she was
allergic to
Hispanic,
just
she
letting
might be.
people
I
call
just
things
mean
by their
I'm just
casual
talking about her
nicknames.
camera contrast is really high. It might be necessary because her room is dark though, because you can see like despite how bright she is, the rest of the room, even with lights in the background, is not that well lit. So she has really high camera contrast right here. But it's really nice. It gives its nice effect for her eyes, as you can see. With the contrast this high, her eyes are exploding with color. Or not contrast. The contrast isn't high. The contrast is too low. I mean, but yeah, her eyes are exploding here. It's really a nice effect actually. Or what is it? Contrast is the word I'm thinking of. Fuck, I don't remember it right now. Exposure. That's the word. Sorry, it's not a contrast. Exposure. Sorry. The exposure is too high on her camera, but it makes her eyes super vivid, which is really cool. So
Disney's marketing
it's
team
not like bad, I guess.
absolutely
But it does lead to her looking really white. Is the downside, I guess. But it might just be because of her room.
allergic to just letting people call things by their casual nicknames, and I think it makes all media they produce, host, and sponsor sound extremely insincere. This problem is especially present in this one marketing product I found, the Plan Disney podcast. I highly recommend giving this podcast a watch sometime, by which I mean it is fascinatingly bad. Basically, on this podcast, Disney brings in a rotating cast of real fans and
Right.
social media personalities to give trip reports and offer advice to fellow guests. The podcast isn't secretive about being produced by Disney. It's shot inside the theme parks. They disclose that their panelists are compensated. So with that context, I don't think it's weird that the panelists would only have good things to say about Disney World. But what I do think is weird is the way they talk.
Do you have anything that's coming up that's exciting you about Disney destinations?
Okay, I am very excited. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And my friend and fellow panelist was recently on the maiden voyage of Galactic Star Cruiser over at Walt Disney World Resort. I was just talking to her. She said that it's like being the main character in your own Star Wars story.
All of the terminology is so rigidly corporate.
Right.
Half the time the hosts are literally reading off a prompter, and the rest of the time you can tell they've been briefed on the questions and prepared
They
their
have
answers ahead of
cards,
time.
yeah.
Guys, we cannot forget the ultimate Star Wars
Yeah.
fans, right?
Lack of
what
genuineness is
would
so
be
cringe.
more intense than a 2-day stay at the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser.
Yes.
We're talking about an immersive experience.
And like,
This is not
why?
even it's not even a real pod. What's the point of a podcast outside of seeing people vibe against other people's? That's the whole point of it. You're supposed to like vibe with other, like it's meant to be like when you watch Joe Rogan. Like the thing that makes Joe Rogan's podcast good is that it's Joe Rogan just chilling out, bro, smoking weed with the homies.
Disney has so many fans.
I don't know.
that
I've
will
never actually watched an episode of Joe Rogan, but you know what I mean.
critically celebrate their products without getting paid, so why not just let them use their own words? Why make your own fake podcast in the first place? Nobody's watching this except me, and I'm only watching it as performance art.
After you check in, you jump into a launch pod.
Okay.
And in my opinion, this is when the adventure really begins.
It never used to be like this.
No one says that. After you like, why are they wording it like that? This is when the adventure really begins. When you check in, you get in this launch pod, and it's crazy. It actually like you can just be like, what do you mean? The adventure really begins.
Why does corporate mandate that they talk about the products this way? Why is all this marketing so bad? Are they really so out of touch? Could
Yes.
they be so naive?
Yes.
In all fairness, I don't envy the marketing team for Star Cruiser. This experience is clearly intended to be more than the sum of its parts. A collection of fairly pedestrian activities, dressed up with clever showmanship, and put together in a high enough quantity that the overall experience will dazzle you. So how do you market something like that? Showing any one activity in isolation will look bad because it's not exciting enough on its own, but showing all the activities will ruin the product because it relies heavily on surprises. What's
Right.
worse, this level of immersive activity has only been attempted by theme parks a handful of times before and has no real basis for comparison. They could compare it to LARP, but we've already covered how many normal people don't fully understand what that is. I'm sure everybody watching this video does, you freaks, but many people don't. I think Disney might have been better off comparing it to living in a video game, but maybe they knew that would have been overselling it. I can't really think of any video game that plays the way Star Cruiser does. We'll talk about that later.
I'm
It might
really
have been better to
curious. One second. Okay, now she does change outfits. I was curious if she did this whole 4-hour video in like one take, but of course, no. Of course, she's done. Yeah.
compare it to a murder mystery dinner, but those don't usually make you think of luxury.
That'd be so
and
fun.
never
That'd be
before
so
seen
fucking
immersion.
insane.
So instead, Disney compared it to nothing. They relied on their brand identity and loyal customer base
Yes.
to essentially buy a mystery box. They
Yes.
showed almost nothing of what the experience would entail. They defaulted to bloated marketing language like "live your Star Wars story."
No one is going to like I said at the very beginning, no one is going to this that doesn't already go to Disney 12 times a year and wants to just see what it's about. No one is going. No one is going.
into the world of Star Wars. Immerse yourself in a one-of-a-kind adventure.
The other problem that they have too is that they are a competitor with themselves. Because that's like, I don't know what the price point is, but I'm gonna guess that it costs about as much to go to this hotel as it would to just go to Disney World, which is that would be my guess, which is like getting a hotel and going to Disney World. So my thing is, if you're actually competing with yourself, because anyone that has never really been or has been to Disney World once or maybe once in the past or something, they're just going to go to Disney World and go do the Star Wars shit at Disney World. They're just going to do that. Like, it's can we get a poll for the price? It's more expensive. That wouldn't surprise me if it's more expensive, but let's pretend that even if it wasn't, right? But even then, I mean, let's not pretend actually. Even if it's more expensive, it's an even harder sell, because now not only is your competition more fun, has more variety, and is more interesting to the average normie, but it's also cheaper. It's just another thing that makes it even less likely that, like, you have one chance. Most people, in my opinion, go to Disney World. Most people. And I say most, I mean most fucking white people, okay? Most people that have family, like most white people with families, or like kids of their own and parents specifically, okay? That's important. But most people go to Disney World twice in their life, okay? They get taken once as a kid, and then when they have kids, they go once with their kids. I think that's like the average, like, middle-class Disney attendee. I think that's the average Disney attendee's experience with Disney World. Go once as a kid, and then when you grow up and you have kids, go once with your kids. You are not going to the fucking Star Wars hotel. You are going to... Firstly, because when you were a kid, you didn't go to the Star Wars hotel. You went to Disney World. So why would you take your kids to the Star Wars hotel? You're going to take them to Disney World, obviously. It's just, yeah.
And,
Doomed.
as I already foreshadowed, there was one more significant complication.
In Southern California, I'm sure if there's places, like, I guess what I mean to say is people who don't live, like, right beside Disneyland or Disney World. That's an important addendum, of course. Like, people that don't actually live, like, in the immediate area. Because people that live in the immediate area, I imagine it's not nearly as bad to just go to Disney World. If it's like an hour, 2-hour drive or something, not nearly as, but like if you're flying to Disney World, if it's part of your holiday or whatever experience, not even if you're flying, if you have to take like a 4 or 5 hour trip to get there, if you have to use a hotel, basically, you go twice in your life.
The cost.
Okay, then here we go.
So let's break this down. For our 2-person cabin, the total came to $6,066.88. So that's $3,033.44 per person. The official website
Who
quoted
said?
$4,800 for a 2-person cabin, so that's what a lot of people repeat when they're discussing pricing. But really, that's just the lowest possible price, so it's not really a reliable figure.
Your guess
Unlike
was
other
so
hotels, the
close.
room was not a flat rate, so the price went up for each person added to the booking, but it went up by smaller increments for
Who
each
can
one. I'm just
afford?
making up these.
Who can afford $3,500 for 2 days? There's no way. What is the actual cost? Well, I hope she tells me. I don't want to. I could Google it right now, but I don't want to. I'm gonna Google it. What is the cost of staying at Disney World and going to the theme park or whatever? Okay. 5 nights, 5-day base tickets. Okay. She compares it to Disney cruises. That is maybe, actually, I think that's a better comparison because it is actually more similar to a cruise than a theme park, really. That's a good comparison, yeah.
Numbers, but for instance, it's
But
possible.
I feel like that's an even worse comparison. I feel like cruises are gonna be even cheaper than this.
That when I went, if I had put 4 people in my cabin, it would have cost something like $7,500. But because that's now being split 4 ways, the cost per person would go down. I'm sorry if this sounds confusing. It is confusing. This was made more complicated by the lack of transparency on price points. To get a quote, you already had to know your number of travelers and all their names.
You think it
had
would
to
have worked better as a cruise instead of a hotel? I guess, but like, how are you gonna explain the spaceship in the ocean? I don't know. Isn't a big appeal of this boat that you're on a boat? Maybe.
In mind, and
Maybe
then you
not.
would
Maybe
call
they
them on
are
the
similar.
phone. There was
I mean,
usually
they
a
call
long
them.
queue.
They do call them spaceships, right? They do call them spaceships. So.
Before you talk to someone, and then, assuming your ideal week happened to be available, the agent would tell you a price. I didn't have the freedom of clicking around on a digital calendar looking for the cheapest day. I didn't play with number of guests to see how much that would raise or lower the cost. They made it so you had to move pretty far into the booking process before you could get a quote. So because of this, I can't really guess an average or median price point for any given trip.
I actually don't know. Is that a marketing strategy to not give? I mean, it is for sure to some degree. Don't give people the price until they've already committed a certain amount of time, because now they have, what is it, sunk cost fallacy? Well, I already committed time to it, and now I have to pay. Like, maybe that's an actual strategy.
Disney said it was possible to book a 2-person room for $4,800. That might have just meant that there was a single day each year that it cost that little. The cabin might have averaged a $5,500 price tag or an $8,000 price tag. If you were serious about going, you just had to cold call them and find out. So all this to say, since I paid for my own trip and I have my invoice and I know exactly what I paid, I'm going to be running my cost analysis based on my own experience. So, $6,066.88. For 2 people. This didn't include our flights to Florida, obviously, and it also didn't include transportation from the airport. I just mentioned that because Disney World used to offer free airport shuttles to hotel guests, and they decided to take that away in 2021 out of stinginess, I guess, if we're being honest. So the prices I'm discussing only covered me from the moment I arrived at the Star Cruiser. Now, let's think value for your time. How many hours of entertainment are you getting for that price?
Hello, readers. You're here. We're cozy streaming. We're watching a Jenny Nicholson video. It's a long-ass video, and we're only 27 minutes in, and I keep pausing it. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for the raid. That is one giant stuffed toy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're dropping in. It's, also, I'm a mess today. I'm a bit of a mess today. But, it's a video about, there was a Star Wars hotel, and it was a failure, okay? It sucked. Chapter 1, it's a 4-hour video. We're probably not going to finish the 4-hour video today. Chapter 1, marketing, okay? Basically, the marketing sucked. Everyone laughed at the marketing for sucking, but also there was no target audience, okay? So, no target audience either. So, it sucked. Marketing sucked. The cost is $3,500 or $3,300 per person. for like 2 days of a trip. Awful.
Think value for your time. How many hours of entertainment are you getting for that price? According to the sample itinerary on the
And it's
website,
cringe.
you check in at 1 p.m. on day 1 and check out at 10 a.m. on day 3, but obviously I'm not going to include the hours I spent sleeping and showering.
So
and
not
the
even
value of the
48 hours,
experience. You can see
basically.
on the schedule that there's a
So
certain time
actually, even if you include sleeping, not even 48 hours until you have to leave. You don't even get 48 hours because they got to get you out of there before 1 p.m. to check in the new people. So you get, what is this? Well, she's going to do the
time
math.
each night when you're essentially dismissed to go to bed, at which point exciting things will pause. I'm not going to be super pedantic and cut out things like meal times because after all, some of those included entertainment. I'm also not going to bother cutting out the 10-minute gaps in the sample
The schedule is
itinerary
packed.
they
When
have
do you
walking
relax
from
on the
place
trip?
to place. Heck,
I don't think you are supposed to relax, okay? Listen, I went on holiday to Japan, and my days had no time. And for 2 weeks straight, I had no 16 days, I had like no days to relax until the last like 3, I think. I had days to relax. But other than that, it was just something like every hour a new thing. Every hour a new thing.
I'll even be generous and include
It's
breakfast
very normal.
and the shuttle back to Earth on checkout
Yeah,
day.
it's
as
very normal to have a
entertainment
packed
hours.
schedule
so
for a
as
trip.
you can see, day 1 gives us 7 hours and 45 minutes of entertainment time. Day 2 is going to be a 16-hour day.
Right.
That sounds exhausting. And day 3 offers just 1 hour and 30 minutes. That gives us a grand total of 25 hours and 15 minutes of entertainment time. Once again, that per person cost was $3,033.44 divided by 25.25 hours equals $120.14 per person per hour of entertainment, or about $2 per person per minute. Better
Jesus.
not sleep in, kids. I should also clarify that I paid for the rock bottom, no frills package. There were multiple available add-ons which I did not buy. Actually, I might have bought some of them, but they were not mentioned to me when I booked, so I didn't know they existed until it was too late. At the time I was booking our spot, the hotel had not yet opened to the public, so a lot of information was still being gate kept, and it was just kind of expected that you would know what to ask for, but obviously I didn't. To be honest, that entire process was extremely confusing and frustrating and stressful. So we booked the standard room, which was the cheapest and the smallest, but there were actually options for
Sorry, my
one
neck is
bedroom
sore.
or 2-bedroom suites. The website didn't even list sample prices for these, but one fan blog took one for the team and called about booking the largest suite on a random day in September, and they were quoted
Or
a
you
price
could
of
buy a
over
video game.
$12,000.
True.
There were also less extravagant add-ons. For $30 per
I mean,
person,
for
I could have
3,000, you could get like an insane computer, like an absolutely insane PC, and get some good games and just game.
upgraded our dinner seating to the captain's table.
I mean, this is American dollars, right? That she's talking about. 3K American is probably less than I spent on my PC. My PC is insane.
Experience, and again, I didn't know that existed when I booked, so I didn't get to book it, and I sure wish I had. We'll get to that. The only add-on I did pay for was the Memory Maker. This was the one thing they did recommend to me. Basically, when I was booking, they said there would be a bunch of roaming photographers on the ship, taking both candid and posed photos of guests. The Memory Maker bundle was $169, and it would allow unlimited free downloads of those photos. I correctly predicted that I would be recording video the whole time and fail to get any photos of myself, so I bought it. However, after I bought it, and just a few weeks before my trip, they rolled out another different add-on where you could buy a private photo shoot for 30 minutes for $399. And from what I can tell, once Disney rolled out this more expensive private photo session, they just reassigned all the photographers who would have been roaming the ship to do the private shoots instead because it made more money. So what I'm saying is that I paid the $169
and then no one
for
took
Memory
photos
Maker,
of her.
and we didn't see any photographers the entire trip, except for the ones actively engaged in private photo shoots.
Of
so I
course.
just kind of lit that money
Of
on
course.
fire, and I have pretty much no photos of my trip, but whatever. This didn't sit right with me, and I did like a sanity check on some fan groups and found out that the same thing had happened to a bunch of people where they just saw no photographers the whole time. So I actually called and emailed a couple different departments at Disney asking for a refund and wasn't able to get one. They just said no. But then I complained on my Twitter account, which has a lot of followers, and suddenly they personally called me and gave me my refund. They didn't even ask for my phone number. Like, someone at Disney did the legwork to go into the database, look up my booking info, and then find my phone number and call me within like a day of the tweet going out. And the person who called me was really nice, and I'm thankful that he cared to resolve it. But I just always feel
why
very
did that
cynical
happen?
when I try
Yeah,
to
why
resolve
was
issues
that
through the appropriate channels
Yeah.
available to all customers, and nobody will help me until they find out I'm an influencer. I spoke
Exactly.
with several other guests who got Memory Maker and had the exact same problems
Yep.
as me,
And they couldn't get
never got
refund. Yep.
refunds. Another hidden cost was that Disney
Classic.
recommended Star Cruiser guests arrive one day before their booking date. Real cruises, the ones that are on boats, also recommend this because in both cases time is of the essence and you don't want your whole trip ruined because of a flight delay.
But the
Remember,
problem is getting a hotel or something the day before or the night before your Disney hotel is going to be really fucking difficult to get a good priced one. Versus for your cruise, if you're pulling up the night before, you can probably get a lot cheaper of a hotel the night before your boat ride. But you're at Disney, where in a really the hotels are going to be super expensive because every hotel is going to be considered a fucking Disney hotel. Even the ones that Disney doesn't own in the area are hotels that people are buying to go to Disney World. So they're super fucking expensive.
$2 per person per minute, so we're not showing up late. But of course, this additional night in Florida is just another bonus expense for out-of-town guests. One
Yeah.
thing that was included in the Star Cruiser price was admission to the theme park for up to 7 hours, and there were several suggested add-ons for that block of time, but those cost extra. You could book lightsaber building for $220, droid
Whoa.
building for $100, or reserve a table at Oga's Cantina, food and drinks not included. For all of the above optional add-ons I've listed, there was not enough availability for every guest at the hotel to get them, even if everybody was interested in booking every single one. They were all pretty limited in quantity, and first come, first serve, and you had to know to book them. I guess some people
Imagine
got
you just
emails
didn't
about-
get to book at the restaurant. What are you supposed to do? You just forgot to book your appointment at the restaurant at the hotel, and they didn't have enough seats for you to eat at the hotel. What the hell?
these things, but because of a glitch, like half the people who booked just didn't get them. I was one of those. And even if everyone had known, they would have had to fight over these things, so it was kind of baked into the model that although all trips were expensive, the bulk of the trips would inherently be inferior in some way. Which brings me to my next point. Part 4, Spirit Airlines in Space. In the United States, we have an airline called Spirit Airlines. Everybody makes fun of it, and it's just kind of universally acknowledged that this is the cheap, awful airline that you only fly on if you have no other choice. Basically, how Spirit's business model works is their base ticket cost is insanely low. It's usually about half the price of the other airlines, but that half-price ticket is going to be the worst flight of your life, in the tiniest chair you've ever sat in, bringing nothing with you but the clothes on your back.
Yes, I did Spirit Airlines when I came back from the last place I visited, and it was genuinely horrific, but it was dirt fucking cheap, so.
This is because Spirit makes every possible amenity cost extra. Diet Coke costs extra, the little bags of pretzels cost extra, legroom costs extra, bags cost extra, even carry-on bags, even a purse. I actually don't think flying Spirit is a bad way to fly. If you pay for the Diet Coke and the extra legroom and the carry-on luggage, it just becomes a normal flight, just like you'd experience on any other airline. And with all that stuff added on, you're not ultimately paying more than another airline, you're usually paying around the same amount. So in a practical sense, Spirit is exactly the same as every other airline, they just present the prices in a different way up front. So, why does everybody hate Spirit? Because of the psychology of it. Because you see that initial price, and then for each amenity you're forced to add along the way to get back to that baseline service you're used to, each thing...
Yeah, but here's what you do when you fly Spirit. You just don't. You just don't do that, okay? You just fly it because you know that planes suck, and planes will always suck, and there's no, like... It doesn't matter how much money you spend on your plane ticket. It's a fucking plane, okay? And it's gonna suck. Unless you're flying, like, private jet or first class, it's fucking gonna suck. Because planes just suck. So you get your ticket, your Spirit ticket, and you just say, you know what, bro? I was gonna hit this anyway. And then you just suffer.
The airline demands payment for, you feel like you're being scammed. It makes the airline look duplicitous, and stingy. You're like, ugh, they really want money for a tiny bag of pretzels? Really, guys? And it's like, well, on United Airlines, the pretzels aren't really free either. They're just factored into the total cost. But you don't know that when you're paying for the ticket. So when you get the pretzels, it feels like a perk. Framing is everything. If you pay extra for every aspect of an experience across many steps of booking, you feel taken advantage of every time it happens. It makes your relationship with the company feel antagonistic, as if they're trying to get
But the
away
thing
with doing
is, sorry to interrupt her again. The thing is, though, with this thing, with this situation, the problem is that the thing that Spirit Airlines has going for it is that it's actually cheaper to fly Spirit Airlines without the extra shit. The problem that Disney has is it's already more expensive to do the Disney thing prior to getting the extra shit as well. So they're double fucked, actually. They get the bad psychology from doing it, but also on top of getting bad psychology stuff from doing it, they also don't get to pretend that they're cheaper because they're still not.
For you as possible. And on the other hand, if you opt out of those amenities, if you don't add them on, you get a lesser experience. You'll have saved money, but you'll also be sitting on the same plane with all the people who did opt into the slightly better experience, and you'll be watching them get this better service. And that doesn't feel good either. That makes you feel poor. And that is why everyone thinks Spirit Airlines is the scammy, trashy airline, and they feel negatively about flying on it. So that's already pretty bad. But now, let's run a thought experiment where Spirit Airlines charges extra for everything, but that base ticket is no longer half the price.
Exactly.
In fact, it doesn't even cost the same as all the other airlines.
It's more
it actually
expensive.
Costs more than everyone else is charging, and yet all those amenities still cost extra. Extra square footage, extra activities, extra character interactions,
It's the worst of both
photos.
worlds.
Hey guys,
what
we know you'll
the hell?
want all these things, but each of them is going to cost you just a
Mods?
little bit extra. You
Slow
don't have
mode?
to buy any of them, but just be aware that if you don't, there is a non-zero chance that your already
Mods?
very expensive vacation is going to be just a little bit worse than it could have been. In my opinion, if the starting price is already
Holy
so
moly.
expensive that all anyone who brings up your product talks about is how expensive it is, it should then be all-inclusive. Add-ons should not exist. The already high price should cover everything. And there especially shouldn't be add-ons that can only accommodate a small fraction of the guests.
Holy
if
moly.
you're selling something as a once-in-a-lifetime experience, if an amenity cannot be provided for all guests, it should not be sold to any of them. So what I'm saying is the price seems bad, and it is. But what matters is that generates a customer experience, which is also bad. Part 5, the ship. You'll be seeing glimpses of it in all my footage anyway, but I'm sure you're curious, so first let me walk you through all of the physical environments in this
Jesus
experience.
Christ.
All the spaces accessible to guests. First stop, the arrival terminal. Driving up was kind of interesting. We actually went to the Hollywood Studios park and then traveled backstage.
Doesn't even feel like we're supposed to be here. That looks like the sign. I think that's the sign. No, that's definitely it. But it's like we're backstage.
So we got to see the back of Star Wars Land.
You couldn't even
and drive
open
past
settings,
all
it
the
was
different
lagging
past
so bad.
parking
Jeez.
lots. Yeah.
Star Cruiser.
Star Cruiser. Crazy. So because it was a restricted area, they had a security gate and they took our IDs to make sure we actually
Holy
had a
moly.
reservation before we could even drive up to the hotel. When we got to the terminal, it was pretty chaotic. The Star Cruiser set an arrival window of 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., but I've already shown you the
Can we
cost per
do,
minute breakdown.
forwards
Obviously,
mode?
everybody is trying to get there and get inside as early as they can. In the story of the hotel, you must take a pod from the terminal up into space where the Star Cruiser Halcyon is waiting in orbit. So in the real world, you must take a themed elevator to the lobby of the hotel, which is on the second floor. And I think that is fun. I think it's very cute. But that also means that they can only let like 10 guests into the hotel at a time, and the line has to stop for a minute in between. So with everybody arriving all at once, you can expect like a 40-minute wait before you can actually get inside.
Oh yeah,
Reasons
but can
I
we just
genuinely
turn
cannot
on
understand.
can we just turn on like I don't know, 30-second forwards? I don't think the bots are gonna like 30-second forward or something, or just
Decided not
forwards
to build
only.
any kind of indoor lobby at street level. It's just a long wait in this sad outdoor queue area.
Maybe like 1 minute
and then
forward?
a slightly shorter wait in this sad concrete hallway. And again, in the story, you're not on the ship yet.
30
so I didn't
seconds
expect
now?
anything super fancy here.
Okay, can we do like 1 minute instead? Can we do like 1 minute? Can we put 1 week? I feel like 1 week is too. What if someone new wants to chat? What if someone like joins this year and they want to say something? It has to be like an actual time where. What the hell? Do you think the bots pre-followed me? Maybe the bots will wait. Will they? I don't think they followed unless they pre-followed me. They haven't followed me today, so can we just do like 1 second? I don't really know how chat works. Give me a second. Settings. Follower only chat. Wait, I can't do 30. There's no option for whatever. 10-minute follower. Okay. I thought I could do shorter than 10 minutes. Or can I just do followers in general? Does that work? 10-minute minimum? Let me check. Oh, this works. Fuck, I don't know how my own fucking thing works. Any followers. Maybe this works. We did it. Now, is emote only still on? Let me turn off emote only. Did it work? We are free. Chat, I have freed you. I freed you, chat. Yeah, if it starts again, I'll just scream mods.
But like in story, this space is meant to emulate an airport terminal, so why does it look sadder than that? Surely they could have built an enclosed, air-conditioned lobby with some chairs, and then maybe guests could take a number instead of standing in line, just so everybody isn't waiting in a packed outdoor queue in the Florida heat. In their Star Wars cosplays, which are also warm. And I do mean
I would think that was a good call. That was a good call.
For people to line up, which added to the chaotic vibe. I think Disney must have assumed during construction that not everybody
Good work, team. Good work, team. We survived the bot raid. We survived.
But why would they assume that? They knew how much money they were charging. I mean, they even advised everyone to get there an entire day early so they could arrive on time. The cast members brought around chilled bottles of the Space Dasani they sell in Galaxy's Edge to compensate for the heat, which was very nice. And obviously a 40-minute wait isn't the end of the world, but in every aspect of the hotel, I am keeping the price in mind. Again, this was billed as a luxury hotel, and in my opinion,
and it sucks.
This isn't a luxury hotel way to welcome guests.
Exactly.
Plus, our trip was in March, and we were sweating in the shade. Imagine going in August. I mean, you don't have to now because they're out of business, but whatever. Right before you get on your pod into space, you get a little out-of-character intro video. I think this video could have incorporated a little more guidance on the gameplay of the experience, but its primary function was to play a demo of the in-character emergency alarm.
As your adventure progresses, there will be special, highly dramatic moments that will ask for everyone's attention. They will be signaled with a ship-wide display that looks like this.
I don't want this. Is that not really annoying? Like, imagine you're just trying to chill and all of a sudden fucking like the alarm starts going. That would be so irritating.
Then for comparison, they play the out-of-character alarm and tell you the protocol for a real emergency. For example, if you're in your hotel room when a fire breaks out, the hotel doesn't have fire escapes, so you're meant to crouch in this little shame closet and press a panic button.
Oh, these are real alarms. Oh, these are real alarms. Sorry. No, these are fake alarms. No, they're fake alarms. Wait, so they have fake alarms, so they also have to teach you about what a real alarm sounds like because they have fake alarms. Because they don't want people to get confused and think that a real alarm is a fake alarm. Oh no, bro. It's already so confusing. Oh no, it's so over, bro.
And tell you the protocol for a real emergency. For example, if you're in your hotel room when a fire breaks out, the hotel doesn't have fire escapes, so you're meant to crouch in this little shame closet and press a panic button, then wait in the dark for help to arrive.
Why?
I actually thought this was such a good idea. The intro video, not the shame closet.
Yeah.
I have criticized certain other immersive experiences in the past for failing to distinguish between real and fake emergencies.
Oh yeah, no, that's good. No, that's true. No, that's good. No, that is true.
So, fake fake emergencies are fun, as long as you know that they're fake. So the
Yeah,
idea of doing this
that
video
is true, though.
gets a chef's kiss from me. And it didn't feel like a spoiler. If anything, it made me more excited for the story because immediately you start wondering when the alarm is going to go off. Upon arrival, everyone's luggage has to go through a security check, and all the people also have to go through a security check. These happen separately because the
works.
bellhops take your luggage away as soon as you arrive. So they would confiscate pocket knives, scissors, and anything that looked like a gun, even if it was a prop.
And your journey begins.
Ooh, that's cool. Whoa, we're in space, guys. Oh my god, guys, we're in space. This is so epic.
Once we made it up to the ship, individual cast members were waiting to walk each guest to their rooms.
Whoa.
They also gave like a little mini tour as they walked with little nuggets of ship lore.
That little door right there is from our founder, Chuck DeBoer. He wasn't in selling, so.
Oh, so he only needs a little tiny door.
Exactly. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately.
And then
He got
they
killed
pointed
by
out
the
where everything
Empire.
was in the room. And our luggage was already waiting for us in our room by the time we got inside, which I loved. That
That's
whole
pretty
part of
nice,
the
yeah.
experience did feel very deluxe to me.
Yeah,
so
for
we
sure.
were off to a positive start.
Good start,
We were also
yeah.
presented with our M bands, which in the rest of Disney World Resort are called magic bands. But these ones are special because they look different. The band has an RFID chip.
I
in
mean,
it, so you
magic
can
doesn't
use it as a
really
room key.
magic doesn't really work for like Star Wars, so you got to call it a different name. Makes sense.
You can attach a credit card to it
Makes
and
sense.
use it to make purchases, and it also stores fast passes for rides. This is not new technology for Disney. They've been doing it at all their hotels for a while now, but I do like it. I think it's handy. So now the trip has officially begun, and it's time to take a look around. The atrium. This is where we entered. It's a beautiful space. I like it a lot. It has a balcony, which is inaccessible to guests. Up there is
Right.
where a lot of the major story elements are going to play out. So
Makes sense. It's like a little
passengers
stage.
only. There are
Yep.
all these cushiony couches with end tables to set drinks on.
It looks nice.
And down
It
at
does
leg
look
level,
nice.
they also
Don't
have
get me wrong.
outlets
It
and
looks nice
USB
in here.
ports to charge your devices while
This
you're
is what I
sitting
this is
there.
what I
will
would
say,
I would expect from a space hotel. Like this is nice. It's a nice little space hotel thing. Oops.
Everybody was tripping over these low tables the entire weekend.
Oh.
They are at shin height for maximum bruising. There's
Well, that's
this
not
little
good.
model of the Halcyon, the ship we're meant to be on, so it's a little visual aid. At various points throughout the day, they also leave out pre-packaged snacks in the atrium, and they have taps in the corner
Okay.
for chilled and sparkling water. There are two tiny
Children
windows
get
way up
taps
high
for sparkling water? Why not
end
regular
through which
water?
You can kind of see neighboring planets, or when the ship jumps to light speed, you can see the stripes. To be honest, I don't think it's the best view. I kind of envisioned the common areas of the ship having a lot more ground.
Yeah, why are the windows so high up though? Do they not want people to be able to touch the windows? Is that why? They don't want guests to be able to put kids will put their grubby little fingers all over the screen and maybe fuck the screen up? Maybe that's why.
Ground level windows to space. I probably envisioned that because that's what all of the concept
Yeah,
art showed before
of
the hotel
course.
was constructed. Also, I got to eat at the space station themed restaurant in Epcot, which opened like a year before the
Oh, that's not in the hotel. Oh. I was like, this is exactly what she's talking about. This isn't even in the hotel. This is somewhere else.
Star
Oh.
Cruiser and has a ton of really large space windows, and I thought that left a much more breathtaking impression. Oh, I should also mention that when the ship jumps to light speed, I thought it would be cool if the atrium or the bridge was on some kind of hydraulic pad to give a little bit of movement when you make the jump. You know, nothing hard enough to make people
I feel like that could be dangerous, and that could be like a lawsuit. If there was any movement and someone tripped and fell, that would be, I feel like they would just get sued like crazy. But maybe they would have something in like a clause or whatever. But I don't know.
but just like a little kick. And since that sounded pretty ambitious, I thought they would just put subwoofers under the floor and it would like vibrate or something. And they actually didn't do that either. When the ship jumps to light speed, it plays the sound effect and you can see the hyperspace lines through those small
But you're just in a
windows,
building,
but
so you don't feel
it's
anything.
not a horribly convincing effect.
Yeah.
One feature I liked in the atrium are these big column things with projections inside. The
Hmm.
projections are sort of rotating advertisements for things you can do on the ship, like an image of Gaia to promote her concert. Sometimes it's the Halcyon things you can do on the ship, like an image of
Who is she? It's so funny. It just went all blue. It's so funny.
Gaia to promote her concert. Sometimes it's the Halcyon logo. And then at one point in the storyline, the First Order puts their logo up there because they've taken over. I've heard a lot of discourse about whether or not the ship looks like Star Wars, mostly people saying that it does not. Obviously, that's because everybody thinks of the Star Wars aesthetic as being dingy, lived in. Everything looks like it's from the future, but also at a yard sale. On the other hand, the prequel films were dominated by green screens with smooth 2000 CGI and had some strikingly sterile and plastic environments. The sequel trilogy mostly went back to the nostalgic, dingy sci-fi aesthetic, but then we also had films like Solo showing space opulence, and across all films, the villains' big star destroyers look pretty slick and generically futuristic. So given the breadth of aesthetics across the years of movies, I wouldn't necessarily call this environment un-Star Wars.
I agree, though. I do agree. It doesn't, like, if you told me that this was Star Wars, I wouldn't really be able to get it from, like, the DAC.
However, I do think
you know what I mean?
Even approach
like, I don't think this would tell me this unless like obviously the actor in the fucking costume, but like I don't think this is gonna give me Star Wars. We need some fucking droids zooping around on the floor.
Concept for this hotel, Imagineers ran into a problem.
Some little Roombas.
If you're charging luxury prices and offering luxury service, you want to build a luxurious environment.
Which is
but
what
in
I
Star
said.
Wars, our heroes are primarily poor people.
Right.
In fact, the rich people are usually the bad guys. One
Right.
choice I found interesting is that in story, the Halcyon is meant to be an extremely old luxury cruiser with a long legacy. So that's how they explain the High Republic stylings of it. This is kind of like the Titanic of the Star Wars universe if it hadn't sunk. I just mean it's an old ship. I don't know. And I speculate that was not only done to justify the aesthetic, but to also leave the ship open for reworked storylines. Imagine an alternate timeline where this was a smashing success and tons of people went to it, and after several years, everybody who wanted to do it had already seen it. Since canonically the ship has existed for like the entire Star Wars timeline, they could just do a story overhaul every couple years, set it anywhere they wanted to, and not have to make any physical alterations to the building. So they could set it during the original trilogy, they could have new original characters, Luke is running around, and then at the end he fights Darth Vader, or like Jabba the Hutt. Personally, I would prefer Jabba, and then they could wheel him out on like a big bicycle-mounted puppet, like the Ursula from the Little Mermaid show.
Oh my
He's like,
god.
oh, I'm here. That's not even what he sounds like. I just assumed that all of this was encompassed in the original pitch for the project, and it would have happened if it had existed long enough. But I guess now we'll never know. Anyway, through a pretty window in the front of the lobby, you can see into the bridge, which has the biggest space windows. So you can kind of see that view into space from the atrium if it's not crowded or you're on that end of the room. The bridge was not open at all times. It was mostly locked, and then they would use it for scheduled story moments for smaller groups of guests at a time. But in the evenings when the story was over, they left it open to guests.
Are we allowed to just wander in?
Probably not, but maybe we should.
Try.
Let's just do it.
Thank you.
It's the exploration, baby, the spirit of adventure.
The consoles were all turned off, so there was nothing to do in there during those times, but you could look around and use it as a photo op.
What's the joystick feel like?
It's nice. I like it.
I want to try it.
It's very bendy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good feel to it.
Yeah.
Off the lobby is a gift shop full of entirely in-universe items.
During your lightsaber training, you'll wield a lightsaber, of course. We also learned how to reflect laser blast with a shield just like this one.
I was gonna say it can't deflect a lightsaber, surely. Just lasers?
Yeah, it's more for laser blast.
Okay.
But if you do a lightsaber, I think it would be some protection right
What
there
is
as
it
well.
made of? Is it fragile?
No, it's pretty durable.
I should get this. It's plastic. It can travel.
I thought the selection of souvenirs was pretty cool, although they had no plush, which I took personally. I love that the Halcyon aesthetic has everything in gold and silver and black, and it has a cool logo.
So you'll see
I like
Aster
this
right there.
droid. What is
Yes,
this?
he's JD series. So
Will we see
Ooh,
him?
he's
So
cool.
our transports are driven by JD FA. So you might not see him, but you'll definitely hear him.
Ooh, okay.
They have all these in-universe clothes and accessories you can buy and immediately wear during your stay.
That's so funny.
The quality varied, but I liked the variety. I thought there were some really clever pieces. And personally, I think that in-universe items and especially wearables are always my favorite merch for anything. They
Makes
were
sense.
sold out of a lot of stuff when I went though, so that's kind of sad. And I read online that that was pretty much the case the entire time they were open. They never had everything in stock, and that sucks because you're probably only gonna go once. I'm certainly not gonna get anything else now. I should also mention that I got this big, gigantic droid.
Yeah, I
for,
saw that in the background.
I think like $200 or something stupid.
Oh, jeez.
I don't want to talk about it. He's my best friend, and I love him so much. Anyway, I used the Disney Resort shipping service to send him home, which they heavily advertise everywhere because he's really big and he wouldn't fit in my luggage.
Mhm.
And I kept my receipt, so I know I wrote my own address down correctly, but I guess when they typed it into the computer to send it to the post office, they typed a totally different address, and my droid went missing. I called a couple different departments trying
That's
to
fucked
ask
up.
where my droid went and what I could do about it, and they said that there was nothing that could be done. But then after I tweeted about it on my Twitter account with a lot of followers, Disney suddenly resolved it, and they sent me a replacement. They
Why
actually
did they
overnighted
do
it to me,
this?
and
Wait,
along
hold
with
on,
it, they
hold
sent a
on.
bunch of
Sorry,
miscellaneous-
one second.
I called a couple different, but then after I tweeted about
2022. Wait a second. I didn't realize. So it took her over 2 years to create this video with everything, like from the footage, everything about it. 2 years this video has been in the making? That's crazy.
it on my Twitter account with a lot of followers, Disney suddenly resolved it, and they sent me a replacement. They actually overnighted it to me, and along with it, they sent a bunch of miscellaneous goodies, which I really appreciated.
Right.
So here again, I feel like if this had happened to anyone without a lot of Twitter followers, they would have had a significantly more frustrating experience.
Of course.
Anyway, on the other side of the atrium, we've got the lounge. I think this area is so cool. As soon as pictures came out, people were like, it's so small. And I agree, it's a very small space with only a few tables, but every time I went past it, it was never more than 50% full. More on that later.
Right, but you had to reserve,
anyway,
so you couldn't go.
I love all the
Right,
buildings.
but you had to reserve. Right? So you couldn't go if you didn't have a reservation? Is that what was going on here? One of those instances where you can only actually attend with a reservation, but then they had no system in place when it was empty. Classic.
Ingredient bottles behind the bar, the little inset nooks for the booths, and the quilted yellow velvet on the walls. I love quilting. It's so futuristic. This might be my favorite room on the whole ship. I really liked these weird creatures.
It was like a
floating
little
around in
arcade. I don't know.
spoons. I assume in the lore they're probably involved in making one of the drinks, but I didn't get to learn any of that stuff. And the last thing off the atrium is a little public restroom. I didn't film in there because I felt weird about it, but fortunately I did find a fan film which incorporated footage of it.
I need the sweetness right now. To calm me, to bring me down. Ah! Oh no. Oh no.
I don't like this.
I have dropped the spice everywhere.
The spice! Dune reference?
If this is found, if I am discovered, I am ruined. I am trapped.
Oh, it's cocaine.
Stay
Oh.
calm, stay calm. Get it all off the ground. This has all been happening.
Snort it, snort it.
How am I here? I wanted to be erased.
What am I watching?
So, as you can see, that was themed as well. Head downstairs and we've got a few story locations. There's the lightsaber training
Here's the
room.
thing. I would go to this. I wouldn't go to this, actually. I take that back. But if this was like if this was like a couple $100 as like a day event, not a hotel, just like a day event, and you could pull up here and you could spend, like, you know what I mean? If this was like a one-day thing, and it wasn't a hotel, I guess I mean to say, it was like a resort type thing, or not a resort, but you know what I mean? It was an attraction. This would be pretty cool. Some of the stuff here is pretty cool, you know? It's got a cool little bar. But as a hotel, yeah, like an escape room day. Yeah, I haven't done one of those, but yeah, I could spend a day here. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, you can go eat food, do some of the events and stuff. It'd be fine, and then go home at night. But it's a $3,000+ it's a $3,000+ 2-day thing.
Usually locked, but will be used for a couple story moments later. There's the climate simulator, which in actuality is a small courtyard. This is for the benefit of claustrophobic guests who
Yep,
need to be able
and-
to see the sky and
Yep.
breathe fresh air.
Mhm.
I can't relate, but some people are like that. In the story of the Star Cruiser, we're in space, so obviously the sky is fake. I'm doing finger quotes. I'm showing my
Mhm.
B-roll, but I'm doing finger quotes. The room is simply simulating the climate of our destination planet so that guests can acclimate before arrival. There isn't much to do out here. They have some plants and plaques describing the plants, which we're told are in-universe, and they have all these piles of rocks.
They're just regular plants.
I don't know how I did that. There's a story moment that happens here, and I'll get to it later. There's a brig, which is fun because it foreshadows that there's probably going to be a jailbreak at some point.
Whoa. Jailbreak is pretty cool.
The brig?
And then there are 2 locked doors, the engineering room and the cargo hold.
That's going to be one of those areas on the ship that are special credentials required. I would recommend talking to some of our very important crew members or passengers through the messages on your data pad to maybe get some access to that throughout your voyage.
You have to unlock access to those doors over the course of the story.
Weird.
It's mysterious.
I don't get it. Okay.
The cargo hold.
Ooh, the cargo hold.
We gotta go inside. So those are all the common areas, and I'm sure you're wondering about the accommodations. Part 6, the room.
Let's see the room. Let's see it.
I know, it's weird. I think maybe push it in slightly. Wow, the aesthetic of that shot was totally weird. It wasn't my fault. I was trying.
The rooms are little. I heard before I went that the rooms were going to be little.
You'd go if Darth Vader killed a random guest every night. That'd be funny. Star Wars werewolf, yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
How little? And no, it being a simulation of a cruise ship is not an excuse. Rooms on
Yeah,
cruise
it looks
ships
like a
are small
prison.
because it enhances
Yeah,
the
it looks like a
ambiance of the
prison cell.
cruise.
Yeah.
They're small for practical reasons because they're part of a massive craft that
Yes.
has to be able to move through water. This fake cruise isn't actually going anywhere, and in story, this ship is supposed to
Oh,
be
is
a
this
lot
what the
bigger than
building looks like?
fake.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it just looks like this. The building looks like this. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Kind of kills the kind of kills the illusion to look at it from the outside, doesn't it?
Isn't actually going anywhere.
That's
and
crazy.
in story, this ship is supposed to be a lot bigger than the parts we can access anyway, so it wouldn't shatter my immersion to have a slightly larger room. I guess there were bigger rooms available for higher prices. Those rooms actually weren't offered to me when I booked, or I might have gotten one of them for completion's sake. At the time I booked, they weren't even open yet, and there was very little info, so I had just sort of assumed that all rooms were equal. So
Right.
it might have been nice if the booking agent warned me that I was getting the crummiest room for my extremely high price point. So, like, to be fair, it would obviously be overly simplistic to say that I'm paying $3,000 per night for this little room. I've seen a lot of people compare this to the price of other Disney hotels, and that's simply not accurate because at most hotels you're only paying for the room, whereas
Yes.
this is more about the entire experience.
Yes.
But you know what I can compare it to?
To going to Disney World, you can, or the she's gonna do the cruise comparison, but you just compare it to getting a hotel and going to Disney World, which is just the other thing you could do when you go to Disney.
That Disney is comparing it to a cruise. Both come with all your food, with alcohol costing extra. Galactic Star Cruiser has actors performing little dramatic scenes, some with special effects. But Disney Cruises have theaters on board showing what they claim to be
Oh, they
Broadway
have
caliber
Disney
performances.
cruises.
And they also have
Oh,
roaming Disney
that's an even
characters.
better comparison.
Cruises are actually going somewhere, usually a private island, but
Yeah.
the Galactic Star Cruiser does let you off into the theme park. Cruises have kids clubs with games and activities, and also have decks with giant pools and impressive water slides. So cruises do have a little more on offer, but Galactic Star Cruiser has novelty on its side, so let's just
Wait,
call it a
cruises have water slides on them? Why wouldn't you just... But isn't the water right there? Like, can't you just go... Why would you need a swimming pool on a boat? Motherfucker, the water is right there.
wash and say they provide a roughly equivalent experience. So
You're on a
let's see what
boat.
This price per guest per night gets you on a Disney cruise. For the Galactic Star Cruiser, it was $3,000 per night for 2 guests. So there's a 2-guest 3-night cruise to the Bahamas.
A kid
and
died
it's on the
doing that
Disney Wish, their
recently?
newest
What,
cruise
going
ship.
on a boat?
It's $97.30 total.
Ever
including
swim in the
taxes and
sea?
port fees.
Yeah.
So that's $3,200 per night for 2 guests, or $6,400 for 2 nights. I think that's about as close as I can hope to get to the Star Cruiser's $6,000 2-night experience. So let's see what it gets us.
Sorry, wait, hold on.
With this price, per guest per night gets you on a Disney cruise. For the Galactic Star Cruiser, it was $3,000 per night for 2 guests. So there's a 2-guest 3-night cruise to the Bahamas, and it's on the Disney Wish, their newest cruise ship. It's
Okay.
$97.30 total, including taxes and port fees. So that's $3,200 per night for 2 guests, or $6,400 for 2 nights. I think
Okay.
that's about as close as I can hope to get to the
Okay.
Star Cruiser's $6,000 2-night experience. So let's see what it gets us. A concierge-level 1-bedroom suite with an extended private veranda. It looks like it's right at the front of the ship. The master bedroom has a king-size bed. There's a little table and chairs to sit down and have a meal.
Right.
A living room lounge area with a fold-out sofa. 2 full bathrooms. And
Two
the master bathroom
bathrooms.
comes with a double vanity mirror and jacuzzi tub. And, oh,
Jacuzzi,
cool. It looks
okay.
like they've left this guy a little fruit basket and a bottle of chilled champagne to thank him for booking such an extravagant room. In case you haven't picked up on it yet, this is one of the fanciest ways you can ever do a Disney cruise. Given that a landlocked hotel doesn't even share the same space limitations and overhead costs as a room in a ship at sea, I can't imagine any justification for the Galactic Star Cruiser
sure.
having smaller rooms. And I know they can make the argument that you're not meant to spend that much time in your room.
This is your bathroom.
Galactic Star Cruiser
This is your bathroom on the one thing versus
there's a
Where
little
is it?
table and chairs to
Where's
sit
the
down
other
and have
bathroom?
a meal, a living room lounge area with a fold-out sofa, 2 full bathrooms,
2 full bathrooms
and the master
with this mirror and a jacuzzi in the bathroom.
bathroom. In case your landlocked
Versus,
hotel doesn't even share the same space limitations and overhead costs as a room in a
versus
ship at
this.
sea, I can't imagine any justification for the Galactic Star Cruiser having small
Versus this. But the toilet paper has a finger hole in it for some reason, which is really epic. That's all spacey. Like, that's so space themed to just have a little hole in your toilet paper. That's so space.
rooms. And I know they can make the argument that you're not meant to spend
Wait,
that much time in your
is that actually a
Galactic
hole,
Star
or is that like a
Cruiser
little piece of tape? Oh no, I'm so dumb. It's just a piece of tape on the toilet roll to show that it hasn't been touched by human hands before. It's like a seal to show that it's fresh toilet paper. I thought they just put a hole through the I thought they just drilled a hole in the toilet paper, and I thought that was meant to make it look more space-like.
having smaller rooms. And I know
Shut
they can
the
make
fuck
the
up,
argument
chat.
that you're
Shut
not
the
meant to
hell
spend
up.
that much time in your room anyway, that all the fun stuff is in the rest of the hotel. But cruise ships make that same argument
Yeah,
too,
it's the same
and
thing.
apparently are still more generous with their space. Disney could have spent negligibly more in the construction phase to make every room a big room, and they decided
No, it's so
not
you can
to.
grab.
There
It's
is
so
no
you
justifiable
can grab the toilet paper like this and insert your thumb into like a bowling ball, and you can grab the whole ass roll of toilet paper in one in one go, and you can just use the whole roll. You know, a classic.
reason for Disney to have limited the room size
It
other
makes
than
sense.
stinginess and to increase pressure to get you to pay extra for a little more space. Because again, we're on that Spirit Airlines model. Anyway, it was only 2 of us in this room, and for 2 people, I would say it's perfectly adequate space. It didn't
Mhm.
feel luxurious, but
Yeah,
at
I
least it didn't feel
had to stay at a hotel my last day in Japan, my last 3 days in Japan. I got a hotel room by myself. It was in a very expensive hotel in a really nice location, and this was like the room. Like this, I say very expensive. It wasn't actually very expensive because we did everything in Japan on a pretty tight budget, but like we were like compared to the other places that we were staying, like the first hotel room that we stayed at in Japan was like underneath the subway. So like they give you fucking earplugs to plug your ears up, because as you were just sitting there, every fucking 7 minutes, a fucking train would just go by. And you would just hear the train every 7 minutes. That was the first hotel room. The second hotel that we stayed in had wooden floors. It was like a super traditional ass, like fucking, it was dirt cheap, that's why. It was fucking dirt cheap. Why would we choose that? Dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. But the final 3 days, we stayed in an actual, like, nice-ish, I want to say, nice-ish hotel room. And it was like this. I mean, it was not, like, it was just like this, you know what I mean? It was no bigger than this. The bed was no bigger than this. It was pretty small. Yeah. Anyway, all that to say, how much do the rooms cost roughly? It was like $30 per night for the rooms that we stayed in, except for the final hotel, which was like $100 and something a night or something like that. But the other ones were like $30 per night. Yeah.
claustrophobic.
Yeah.
It's like a little mouse droid.
I have to ride around on it. It's actually as fun as you would think it would be.
Wait, really? I want to do it. I want to do it. Wait, there's another one. No, get out of the way. No way. Ooh. Okay, these are cool.
Yeah, this is your announcement. You're here as like a video you sitting out.
But this room
You lived in an apartment in your last. You lived for $45 a night. Yeah, there's like you can get like hotel rooms for cheaper than like apartments in some places. Yeah.
to 5 adults, and that to me is insane.
Like, and I think even like the nice hotel I was staying in, like, I think it actually would cost less to stay in that hotel permanently than it would to live in my current apartment. I think it was actually cheaper.
Insane. I don't even know how you'd fit 5 people's luggage inside. One of the provided beds was a
Obviously, my
fold-down
apartment is way fucking nicer than a single hotel room, but just for comparison.
bed under the
No.
TV, and we actually ended up folding it down like a shelf just to put our suitcases on because the floor space was pretty limited otherwise. Not to mention how limited time is to get ready each day with your one tiny little shared bathroom.
Yep.
I saw some people defending the Star Cruiser's pricing by being like, well, if you put 5 people in the tiny room, you may be able to get it for as cheap as $1,400 per person.
You can't fit 5
to
people
which
in
I
this
say,
room.
that is somehow an even worse deal. If you did that,
Yeah.
you would still be paying luxury prices, but now you would
Yeah.
also be miserable.
Why would you do
the whole
that?
time.
Yeah, why
It's
would
like
you
when
do
I was
that?
at
If you're going to this, you're going to spend money. And even then, the price is bullshit. Even if you go in knowing that this is a money sink and that you like are dropping a fuckload of money on this experience, that it really isn't going to be worth. Like, it's not, even if the room was bigger, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think that even this like 5-day cruise thing that she showed with the nice ass fucking room or whatever, like the 5-day cruise to the Bahamas for $10,000 is not it. Like, I'm sorry to say, but like, it's not, $10,000 for the 5-day cruise to the Bahamas is not worth it. I just think if you can afford that, you are filthy rich, okay? If you can afford fucking $7,500 for this Star Wars thing for 2 nights, for 2 people, you're just filthy rich, and that's okay. But even if the people buying this are filthy rich, it's still overpriced for them. It's still overpriced for them, which is a problem. Because if you're rich, why would a rich person spend their money on this, right? This is, again, it reminds me of this case study. I even talked about this case study. It was about a train that they built in Toronto. It was a train to take you from the city to the airport, okay? And the problem was, the train was so expensive to build that they marketed it as a luxury train because it was really expensive and they needed to charge really high ticket prices in order to make their money back. The problem was, anyone that could afford a luxury train ride didn't take the fucking train to the airport. They took a fucking taxi or whatever. They didn't take a fucking train. There's no such thing as a... So the issue that Disney has, which she'll get into because she's just talking about the experience right now, obviously. But the issue they have is anybody that can afford this can just get something better. And anyone that would like this can't afford it. Basically, those are the 2 kinds of people. You either want to do it and can't afford it, or you're filthy rich and you have free money to spend, but why would you ever spend it on this? Why would you ever do that when you could get a fucking trip to the Bahamas?
At Con in college with my school friends, and like half of us were sleeping on the floor of a
Imagine
motel
being
6.
here stuck with all the Star Wars idiots. I think this would be fun. Personally, I might come across as a massive Star Wars hater, but first and foremost, before being a Star Wars hater, I am first and foremost a fun enjoyer. And I would have fun. I would make it a fun experience. Even when I hate something, it's fun, okay? Can I just talk about when I went to the museum with my friends? When I went to the museum, I hated the museum, okay? I thought it was so ass. That was like a couple months ago, I think, at this point. The museum was so trash. But you know what? When I was at the museum, this is just how I work as a person. I turn me being a hater into like part of the experience, if that makes sense. Like, I'd be like, we'd walk up to something, like we'd walk up to an exhibit and it was a bunch of fucking plates and fucking bowls. And I was like, I don't like this. I could just go to IKEA, 50,000 plates, you know? And I was saying that to the people I was in the museum with. I can go to IKEA and I see plates like this everywhere. Green plates, they have green plates in IKEA. And the point is, I'm not having fun, but I'm making my own fun here, right? I I would be like, whenever we saw a fucking stupid, ugly plastic narwhal, and I was like, guys, the narwhal bacons at midnight. Like, you know, I hated it. I hated the museum. It was trash. It was so trash, but you make your fun of it. So I would have a blast here because I have a blast everywhere I go because I'm a fun person.
Except at a Motel 6, you're going to pay like $20 a person, and you're probably going to get a room like twice the size of the one at Star Cruiser. The only demographic I can imagine happily splitting this room 5 ways is like 5 physically compact.
Annoying people is fun, but it's a way to get people pissed at you. It's the important thing, Kaze, is that if you're annoying people as like your gimmick, if that's part of your fun, you have to like do something else other than annoy the people. So the thing is, I am, in terms of my personality, I like to annoy people, but I always am making sure to keep in my mind the balance of I'm not just being a dickhead to this person constantly. I'm actually supplementing my annoying them and being a dickhead with also being nice and not annoying them and helping them when they feel sad or whatever, right? You just pick your areas of strength, I guess. So
Packed, able-bodied people, each an adult paying their own way, each of whom
like for me personally, I'm pretty good, in my opinion, at talking to people when they're sad. Like so I will annoy people, but if anyone is sad, I'll talk to them. And I can do a good job of cheering. I'm pretty good at cheering people up who are sad, in my opinion. I think I'm pretty good at cheering people up. It's one of my strengths, okay? Is when people are having a shit day, I do a good job of making them not have a shit day. So if you can be the cause of shit days, but you also have to be the solution at the same time.
travels light with only like a backpack
And then your karmic
with
balance
2 extra
equals that.
t-shirts in it. None of whom wear makeup, and only some of whom shower regularly. I'm sure there are groups of 5 friends who love Star Wars and fit
I
that
gotta go
exact
pee.
description. And
Keep
even
watching.
in their case, I feel like they'd be massively overpaying for what they'd be getting.
So it's just trailers. It's just like, yeah, I think it's just trailers for Disney Plus, and then the actual stuff you can watch is just like ads and trailers and stuff. Like this isn't the movie Eternals, is an ad.
Wait, what? Are you serious? No, like, is there anything on this that's a real movie?
Ad, I think.
What? Oh my god. Is it like a storybook reading?
Oh no, it is.
That's actually like, how much would they lose just giving people access to Disney Plus?
Anyway, there are things I like about the room. The first one is just luck, but our room was extremely well positioned. The hallways with the guest rooms were super long, and ours was like right at the top of the hallway, I think because I booked so early. We were in room 4-103. The 4 means that in the story of the cruise, we were on the 4th deck of the ship, but the 103 means that in real life, we were on the ground floor of the building. That means that in a fire, we would probably live, which is always fortunate, and it also means that we shared a floor with a lot of the amenities, like the climate simulator, the dining room, and the transportation to the theme park. It was crazy convenient. I slept in the top bunk of the bunk beds, and I really loved my little space pod.
I kind of like the idea of being in a little space cubby. Yeah? Yeah, it does look pretty cozy. Wait, I want to see if things are squishy. Oh, they are. I think it's for kids. Wait, what is that? Oh, maybe it's a little reading light. Oh, yeah, it is. See? Oh, that's cute. It's a little light. Oh, this is sick. Wait, you should do it. It feels good. Oh, I want to do it. Oh, it does. Nice.
It's padded all the way around, and it made me feel like I was in a little sci-fi cocoon. The mattresses were really firm, and that's what my back likes. I know some people like a soft mattress, and they may have not liked it, but I liked it. They left these quilts on the bunk beds. It's basically just a mattress with a fitted sheet, and then you drape a quilt over you. That's actually how I sleep at home, because it's easier to make the bed that way, so no shade. I actually really wish they sold the quilts in the gift shop, because that would have been like my favorite souvenir. I heard that some people just stole the quilts, and then they charged the credit card attached to the room, and I should have done that. I should have stolen the quilt. I loved the overall aesthetics of the room. If they had made the room bigger or the price point smaller, it would have been an A+ from me.
Oh, look, little space details at the foot of the bed. Cute. I call this blues.
And then of course we've got the shame closet. I'm ambivalent about it. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, creepy. No storage. Yeah, that makes sense.
They left us a little souvenir tin with makeup remover wipes and bubbling face masks. I tried them and they were really nice, and I ordered more online.
Your claustrophobia? Well, luckily for you, there's a place in the boat, or the ship. There's a place for you to go that's designed for claustrophobic people. They actually thought about you. They gave you a little courtyard. It's like this big, It's like this big, and you just get to go. There's nothing in it, of course. There's a couple plants, but you can just go stand there if you have claustrophobia. Yeah.
Look, they're branded and everything. It's so cute. And the illustrations on the back show a Twi'lek.
They had a thing to
using
sleep in. I think that was the fire. That was for if there was a fire, you hide in the little padded room when the fire happens because there's no fire escape.
Love it. I would totally keep buying them, except now the Star Cruiser is going out of business, and the soap company that makes them is also going out of business. It's a curse. I should also mention that each guest room had this little terminal where you could talk to an AI droid character.
Cute. It's a map of the ship.
Well, I certainly didn't plan for stormtroopers to use the bunk beds.
I don't like
Oh, it was bunk beds? Oh.
Hello, and welcome aboard.
Look at this. Come see it. Hi.
Is now a good time to discuss your journey?
You know, the thing is, having an AI robot is actually, you know what, not immersion breaking, because if this little robot is a fucking idiot, it's just because robots are fucking idiots, and it's not because of it being uncanny AI, you know? It's actually so smart. All AI waifus should be like this. This is what all the AI waifu apps should have, so that when the robot is stupid, you don't realize that it's a stupid your immersion's not broken. You're like, oh yeah, that robot is stupid because it's a stupid robot.
No, I don't like it.
I'm sorry, I just don't find this kind of technology very interesting. It's cool that she's animated, but this just feels so limited, at least at this point in time. Like, I have an Amazon device that turns on my lights for me, but I wouldn't do that on vacation as an activity. Do you know what I'm saying? So I tried to give it a fair shot for a minute.
I have a knack for making logical leaps that you don't feel comfortable making.
Before I forget, did you bring any Dianoga eggs with you on board?
Yeah.
I'm so pleased we found you. We found the eggs unattended in the hydrolift and wondered where they came from.
Whoa.
I'll move them to containment for our voyage. Now, as for what you can do first. Now, unless there's anything else, I'll let you go.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Best journey.
Bye.
It's the robot that glitched.
Okay, so let's talk about the space window.
That is cute.
That's so cute. It doesn't read well on camera. It's literally just our reflections in it. Hello.
I saw a lot of people bashing the space window, and I think they're being sticks in the mud. One of the most common refrains was, who wants to pay thousands of dollars to sleep in a windowless coffin? I don't know, I guess I'm built different, but in the short term, I don't really care about having windows or seeing the sun.
Yeah.
This is why my sleep schedule is so broken.
It's true.
At light speed and we're somewhere new now. This is probably the best looking animation I've seen on TV. We're watching Ghost Adventures.
I think a space window is a cool substitute and prefer having a themed view to an ordinary one.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Didn't feel claustrophobic about not having a real window.
Yeah.
But
Some people probably
didn't
do.
think the effect was all the way there.
Why is it so smeary? Is it like that from a angle? Yes.
But it is so smeary. Oh,
It
my
never
neck.
looked very convincing.
There's a little ship.
To be fair, they don't show up well on camera, but to be totally honest, they don't look much better in person. Worst of all, they've got these bright light strips pointed outward around the perimeter of the window. I assume there's some kind of optical illusion science at play here, like maybe the power of contrasts, or maybe keeping our pupils little is meant to make the effect look less bad. But unfortunately, at bedtime, most people find those light strips too bright to sleep with, and they're right next to the bed because the room is tiny. They do have this button you can press to close the window, so, turn it off, and that shuts off the lights.
I'm just gonna do a lot of like slow pans. What'd you do? What'd you do?
Did I hate those? You're right, the bunk beds are terrible.
Oh my god.
Do it.
You broke it. It's never gonna open again.
But that means if you want those LED strips turned off, you have to turn off the space window, which I would have liked to leave on so I could enjoy it while settled down in my little cocoon. After the hotel had been open a few months, I started seeing posts pop up in Disney World fan groups being like, pro tip, bring gaffer's tape and manually cover all the light strips around the window so you can enjoy it at night. And first of all, most people would not know to do that, so that's not helpful
That's weird.
for everyone staying at the hotel.
Also,
and secondly, It's a little pathetic to be paying luxury prices
Yeah,
for a
to
hotel
cover
room
it
where
with
you have
fucking
to then
tape.
spend 20 minutes putting gaffer's tape on the
Yeah.
walls to make its features functional.
Yeah.
I really love the idea of a themed hotel room. In fact, whenever I go to a new place, one of the first things I do is Google city name plus themed hotel to see if there are any options. That's how I end up staying in train cars and tiny western towns and goat
Yo,
food
that's
suites.
spider pushy?
So,
Oh, sorry,
while
my
I think the demographic
cursor.
for a luxury priced themed hotel has got to be extremely small, I am squarely in that demographic. And even with that in mind, this
Yeah.
room fell short of my expectations.
Yeah, exactly.
So, C+ for the room. Part 7.
Okay, I am having actual neck pain, unfortunately. I don't know why, but, yeah, I'm having neck pain. So, I'm not sure, but my goal today was to be a little bit more resty. So, what day is it of the week? What day is it? It's Sunday. Okay. Yeah, I need to just, I don't know exactly what to do. I'll take a bath, I guess, but, yeah, I'll take a bath, and then maybe I will try today to put in the effort to book an appointment at a salon, okay? That's what I'll do today. After stream, I will book a salon appointment, hopefully for tomorrow, and I will go, hopefully get brows done, and maybe inquire about a haircut as well. Just fix my posture, but the problem is it's confusing, okay? Posture stuff is confusing. But yeah, I'll try to inquire about a haircut or something as well. See if I can make progress. I'm not sure if I should go black hair or if I should go... I wanted to do mushroom. Mushroom was what I wanted to do. Mushroom hair. I wanted to do mushroom hair. I think it looks so sick. Like this color. I think this looks so sick. In my opinion, it looks so fucking sick. So, yeah. Get the fourth from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. This? I mean, my hair won't look like this. What you have to understand is that top row. Oh, nice. What is also important to understand is my hair won't look like this because I don't know how to style my hair like this. Like, I can't style my hair. It's always a fucking mess. It really is just a complete mess. And unless I make significant improvements, and also, I need to get wired earphones. I need to get wired earphones. Mushroom is the color, yes, the color, yeah. The idea is it's a dark brown going into like almost like a, I don't know what you would call this color. Is this like strawberry blonde or something? I don't know. I don't know what you call this color exactly, but yeah, it's like, it's quite similar to what I have, except the brawn would be closer to black and the blonde would be more silver than the fucking yellow that I have for my hair. But yeah, the problem is I can't style my hair, and I'm not making any progress on styling my hair. But also, it doesn't matter how good my hair looks if I stream for hours. Like, here's something that is true, okay? The headset fucks my hair up. And it's something that, like, is pretty obvious that it happens, but it's true. The headset fucks my hair up over the course of the stream. It just does. It just does. So, I might try to get earphones that work for stream. Like, I'd have to get wired earphones because, I wouldn't have the battery life for an 8-hour stream on other ones. Get ones that go around the ear. I should just, I mean, I can just grab wired earphones, no? There's a slot for them on my PC, like they would just fit, no? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I don't know if you can get longer ones. Like, can you get longer wired ones? Because I worry that those have a long battery, like 16 hours. But the thing is, I'm not trying to be a shill. The only earphones, like earphones, like little ear things, earbuds, that I've ever found comfortable are Apple ones, okay? I have never found comfortable ones other than the Apple ones. Like, never. I just haven't. So, unless I can find a way to get my AirPods to work with my PC, which I can't for some reason. They have 6-hour battery life? Yeah, but I mean, I can just switch them out or whatever with, like, I can just keep the container on the desk and just flip them back and forth if I really have to. But yeah. If I can get my AirPods to work on my PC, we're chilling, but I just, you know. I just can't, I've tried. I literally tried multiple times and it didn't work. So, I don't know. I don't know the problem. But yeah, no, my neck is sore. I wish I could stream longer. You know me, okay? I like to stream longer than this. This is really short for me, but my neck is like not cooperating whatsoever. Yeah, it's not cooperating. So, sorry everyone. Let's go get Dara. Daram, how do I spell? Daram Garia. Let's go get it. Excellent. Yeah, I love Dara doing cooking streams. I think that's so funny to me. Okay, let's go get Dara. Go say nice things. Okay? And yep. Bye. Goodbye, everyone. Mwah. I'll try rest. And tomorrow, no stream. Tomorrow, no stream because I'm hoping to do some errands in real life. I'm hoping to leave my apartment tomorrow, so no stream. Okay? And then Tuesday, probably will be back. Depending on how I book appointments and stuff. Okay. Mwah. Love you. Bye. Everything's closed tomorrow? Wait, why is everything closed tomorrow? Oh, is it Victoria Day? Oh no. I'll try to book something for Tuesday. Okay? I'll book something for Tuesday. Anyway, for real. Bye. Maybe no stream on Tuesday. We'll figure it out. Discord if you want to know when I stream. I'll put it on I'll put in stream channel on Discord. Okay? Love you. Bye. Bye. See ya.